during its time because women in their entire life had a means to be that of equal to men because understood in the sense of what happened racism in blacks women were the vulnerable for the time.
The the worst point in time for women wasn't even the 1920s. It was the 1800s. Because
1800.
if you showed any, yeah, well, when you were a woman and you all of a sudden stood up for yourself, you were considered a witch and you were killed.
This is true. Like
They
I
would
thought it was like the
sacrifice you.
practices of herbs was the sense of witchcraft.
Nope, it was if you could prove that you're smarter than a man, you were considered a witch. That would probably be the worst time in feminine history, simply because of, you know, they didn't just cast you aside, they would kill you.
And this is true. It was, if memory serves correctly, the events based off on this particular one was the Salem witch trials. And I can get where you're coming
Yep.
from, but but on the ideology of what's being, trying to achieve for here is that it's just based off on video games and the internet when it comes right down to the events. But the idea is that women were never unequal. Now that we're on equal basis here, there is a sense of the first was it amendment right.
Well, in a way, like, the
I
feminists really have nothing to complain about, simply because, yeah, there are men out there who still believe that like the feminine race is, unequal. But think about it. You now have the ability to take that guy to court. You can sue him for sexual harassment nowadays. Whereas in the olden days, if you were a woman and you said that this man was harassing you, they would laugh at you. And if you kept complaining, they would kill you. You know, so the feminists really need to think that they're not in the 1800s or 1700s anymore.
It's not
They
just
have
that,
rights.
it's actually the roles are switched now. It's now men are the weaker sex because women have all this power. I'm not trying to say that I'm against women, don't get me wrong, but it's still unfair.
No, I'm not either.
It's still unfair to that sense. There is still
Well,
inequality
when you
because
think
now
about it,
women have a
even
means to defend themselves. It's now a possibility they
racism is
can take it to
actually
an
changed.
offensive measure.
Exactly, and in that same aspect, racism hasn't gone away either. It's still the same old. One race is picking on another. The only difference is the white people have now become the race that's picked on. The racism is alive and well. It's no longer whites making fun of minorities, it's now minorities making fun of whites. You know?
And that
And
minority is
before Abe
actually the
Lincoln,
majority because we are the
it's
minority now.
becoming it's becoming the majority, and a lot of that is because we feel bad for the way we acted towards the minorities. Unfortunately, feeling bad apparently means let them completely take over and do nothing about it.
We haven't really accomplished anything. Everything is just going around circles.
Exactly.
So what are we then fighting for?
I honestly can't answer that question because I honestly don't even know what we're fighting for. Everybody seems to think that we're fighting for justice and we're fighting for, equality. Meanwhile, when you think about it, the word equality and the fact that it's supposed to mean equal, why are we still attacking each other if we're all supposed to be equal?
I think it's greed. It has to
It
be.
is greed. It is greed, but the
It is
difference
one of the
between the
seventh deadly
minorities
sins.
and
It's
us,
been spoken about this.
it is. But the difference between the minorities and our version of greed, the minorities actually have a decent reason for being greedy. They have nothing when you think about it. because the white race actually did take everything away from the minorities. I mean, look at Iraq, man. Look at the fight for Iraq. The main reason we went in there was because of the oil,
And for the
which is
sole
also the main
purpose,
reason why we haven't
like
left yet.
we are also the terrorists because we have actually. I mean, okay, understandably so. Yes, I mean I can understand that getting your weapons and rifles and killing innocent civilians. Heard about this shit so many times, but anyone of the CIA or it's just some kind of all they have to do is basically wear a mask, get some face paint, and speak the language, and all they have to do is learn it. And then all you have to do is get some civilians off the street from like what? Probably within the areas of the U.S. perimeters, or probably someone basically of that race, and take them out to the desert like New Mexico, Arizona, and just claim like it's and just like put up a video and just to scare the media. Anyone can do that.
Exactly.
So from this standpoint, now we basically play the blame game on the Middle Eastern area, ISIS or etc.
Right.
So now the way I would see this as, aside from the point, bypassing all of the things I just mentioned, the way I'm looking at this now, we're more the terrorists because we are the ones with, let's see, we have A bombs, we have nukes, we have MOABs, we have AR-15 unlimited at this point. I don't really give a crap. We have trained soldiers. We have engaged in more wars than any other country. Thank you, Call of Duty. Um, if you actually look at the storylines of every Call of Duty, it tells you every fucking war we've ever been in. So, and that's like bypassing Civil War and Revolutionary. Um, so you take every single war that we've ever engaged in, and with the help of gaming, thank you. Um, we basically know how to win. I mean, it took us only like 5 years to find Hitler. It's five. From 1940, was it, to 1945. It literally didn't really take very long in comparison to finding someone who's actually no internet capabilities hiding in a hut. Either way you break it down.
Exactly.
So, number one, I know this bullshit. Because it doesn't, if we're so reliant on technology that it takes you 10 years to find one guy, but it took 5 years to find one guy.
I know it.
What I'm seeing here is that, number one, we are too reliant on technology to find everything, to do anything. So our central perception is being weakened. Number two, the fact is that us going into huts, shooting up those who actually live in them, while I'm sitting in a let's look at this. A hut compared to a heating and air conditioning, roof over my head, I got clothes on my back. I got like a grocery store right down the road. And I got internet capabilities, and I actually have content that I usually complain about on a daily basis based off of the fact that gamers are being gypped out of companies. Probably on the sideline, a conspiracy theorist with pharmaceutical industries. Now, you mix all of that in the equation, and this is based off on civilian standards. When you have soldiers raiding a hut, a clay house, hardly even a threat, and rightfully so, with the AKs being involved to attack U.S. Either civilians or military, it's hard to tell. Because when it comes right down to it, who is the real bad guy here?
Well, when you think about it in that aspect, and I'm not saying that aspect is wrong because it is actually true. In that aspect, it would be infiltrating army that is attacking. Because when you think about it, we didn't really. I hate to bring it up, but 9/11 really was a farce. And I don't believe that it was a conspiracy in the aspect of, the U.S. blew up the tower and blamed it on Al Qaeda. I believe it was The U.S. made a deal with Al Qaeda because there's money in war. There really
Not only
is.
that, it's also like a hero with no villain is like a villain in itself because you have to have that significant other. You really haven't
Exactly.
accomplished anything. So all the way
You
I
gotta have
see
the end
here
at the
is
end.
a child, which is our government, just complaining, having nothing better to do, and yet we were like making so much progression. I mean, we had like TVs, we were basically having discoveries. We were learning about pod, we were learning about this and that. There was there was so much like accomplishments over the course of decades of us in the United States just on our own with so much like we were doing what we knew what was best. We have progressed so much before any of this shit happened.
That is true. Just look at the American Revolution.
I would have to say not the American Revolution. It would have to be I would have to say that the revolution that's necessarily required would be the poor versus the rich will probably be the primary necessary requirement because we have been taxed so much. We have really not really much to go off from. The middle class is taken like that's actually been taken out of the equation because think about it, with the rich and the powerful developing machines as such, that actually could be replacements. This can actually be a problem. Look at GameStop. Now, I know what you're getting at. GameStop is, they rip off a lot of their employees, not employees, but they rip off a lot of their customers. But you have to think that they're a business falling apart. They're trying to it's like hibernating. They're gathering as much as they can for the winter. In this case, this winter is going to fucking kill them. They're trying to get as much money as possible so that way they can actually have a means to survive if something goes wrong. For that surviving capabilities, I don't know. But all they know is one thing: make money to live, but they don't know how to survive in the sense of actual surviving. They only know what they know. It's just basically you stick a man out in the woods, for like all his life, he's only going to know what he has to do to live. That's how he would survive. So in the sense of, money grabbers, they only know that. They wouldn't know how to, get a rock and basically, rub it together enough times to actually make a fire just so that way they can get their morning breakfast, which is a fish.
They
So,
never they never have to fight for what they have. Is what you're
exactly.
saying.
So in this sense of, yeah, GameStop, I will have to admit, you get a game fresh out first day, get $30. Yeah, it is bullshit. But in the sense they have to make their money because you have digital based copies. And the reason why this is that with digital based copies, how many positions can I actually line up here? Well, let's see. You have the development team that actually, translate it to a hard-based copy. Then you have the pilot, the truck driver, the store clerk, the manager, the stalker, who puts up the merchandise. You have right there is six positions for people to actually work to put up a game that you want on that shelf. So that's six people just for probably one game per, one copy. You're looking at food being put on the table, clothes on their back, and food in their stomach. They have a paycheck that can actually let them survive. But what happens if you replace that with the digital based copy? You have just skipped over every single one of those people who are now going to starve.
Me.
So what you're actually doing here
You
as a
don't
rich
like you
person,
like
you
don't
have all these resources, but yet you will only utilize it to save money by giving it to a machine. Well, in the sense of machine as a slave would be to you. So that makes the worker nothing. You are basically being treated like shit, and now you have no confidence because there's no jobs available. And this is a problem. I would rather get a hard copy than to actually have a digital copy. Now, GTA 5 on my PS3 is digital, but that was before I realized that this was a problem. The copy that I have from a PS4 is a hard copy.
See, I have hard copies for both games, or for both systems. But the thing is, I want to get hard copy games for my PS4. The only problem is, I don't want to have to spend the 60 or the $70 to get a hard copy game when I could get it for 50 as a digital copy.
But you also have to
But
realize that
I'm thinking in the mind of the poor man. You know, I don't have 60 bucks or 70 bucks to blow on a game, but if I can get it for 50, I'm going to take the deal because I'm poor. Now, if I did have enough money to say go to Walmart and pick up like a bunch of games for my PS4, I would do it. But in the aspect of being poor, it's just not in the cards. I always look for the cheapest way.
so haven't you ever realized that maybe this would be more likely a setup? This is like basically a test, or maybe this is something like it's a troll. People like your money income is affecting your decision making in that sense that you're if you could save yourself or save someone else, it's really that decision. So, and not just and knowing the fact that makes it even harder, it's based off on your decision alone versus having a decision being made in the sense where everyone can be conjoined together in that agreement. So it's hard enough to actually make a decision what is right versus you're the only one who can make it for yourself. So how would you actually save a position of a job where a person can actually have money on the table and having the constraints of money and actually being by yourself? You have literally given the enemy your ability to actually think for yourself. The ability, you're giving up your free will in the terms of saving money. You really,
Well,
in to save money, knowing how scarce it is, which makes it even more valuable, you have literally just given everything up.
Let me enlighten you just a little bit.
Hmm.
Two games that I have as download copies, and I only have two. One is Rocket League. I cannot get a hard copy of that game unless I go for a computer, and I don't play PC games. I only play console.
Same here.
And the second one I got as a free download.
Free. Well,
I got it as a free download, and that one would be The Crew. Now, don't judge me just yet.
mm-hmm.
When my paycheck, like when I start making paychecks again, I am buying a hard copy of The Crew, and I am deleting the download version.
I wasn't
As for
actually.
Rocket League,
I wasn't one to blame you
I'm
because
just, I know that. I'm just saying that there are people that do that, and I actually don't like it because they think, well, if I get the digital copy, then I'm not going to have to worry about putting the disc somewhere. It's going to save me space. I love the digital copy. Like, I hate the digital copy for the simple reason that, say, if you were living in Canada, actually, scratch that. If you were living in Winnipeg and I had a game that you didn't have but you wanted to play, with the hard copy, I could lend you that game. You know, I could tell you, I'm not playing it right now. Here you go. Take it for the weekend or take it for the week, however long you want to borrow it. Here you go. And in return, I'll take this one and I'll try it out for a week. You know, it provides camaraderie. You know, Like, I used to do that with Dylan all the time. He wanted to borrow Black Ops 3, and I wanted to borrow his SmackDown or whatever he had, you know? And that's the main reason why I like hard copy games, is because of the shareability. Now, when you consider a digital download, there is no sharing. You can't share that game. You can't say, hey, this game is awesome, you gotta try it, you know, because it's a digital copy. The only way to get it is, you know, it's digital. Or you have to go out and buy the copy yourself. But like I said, in terms of games like Rocket League, I really don't have a choice. Digital is the only thing I can get.
Hmm. And that's understandable because there's not really another option available. So you're left with just that alone. I can understand the concept of decisions, but when there are repercussions per each, you have to be wise with your decisions. And I can respect that because it makes you wise as a person as a whole. And when it actually involves, when it involves like people, innocent lives, it your money is the one that keeps them afloat because that's where like we're supposed to shine from this, you know. But the problem is, I think we have become so scared we can't do anything for ourselves. We cannot think now. Now it's based off on like we are made blind and deaf by fear and rage. We cannot think for ourselves. We just have to do whatever it is to survive. And yet, when it comes to surviving, we are so divided because you know, like how we were, man, when we were growing up. We always had a group to go to. Yours was probably like the rocker, you know, the rocker group. Mine was like the gaming. There was the nerd group.
Actually,
The
I do have to correct you on something.
mm,
I grew up with rock. High school, I was into the rap just a little bit, and I went back to rock. So I never had a group of my own. It was, if I was myself, I got my ass kicked. If I converted, I was okay. But then I realized being a sellout was a fucking stupid idea, and
exactly.
I don't have to prove shit all to anybody. And, you know, I tried to be me, you know?
But to be a sellout versus being egotistical, you have to realize that there has to be a boundary of morality before you end up
And
becoming.
I
Yeah,
will admit I was a sellout at a point in time in my life. Now I just don't give a shit what anybody thinks.
just don't sell
I'm
yourself
gonna
out in the sense of like to yourself, not just too much of what other people would think. You have to think
exactly.
about what you would think, but also realize that you have to have the same understanding with those who actually can structure a sense of cooperation. Matt, like I said, teamwork, in order to actually have some sense of an understanding, if you will, when you're actually faced with hard decisions. Because unity through anything always is much more promising as an accomplishment versus those who actually think, you know, in a sense of division or divided. An individual would actually best describe it because you only think for yourself, but you never think for someone else. You've only saved,
Exactly.
you haven't really accomplished anything. A sacrifice is only when it's, you know, righteously called for in the sense of like you have done something great because you're willing to fall for someone else because there was no other option. But knowing the fact that if you can still save others, then that's when, you know, the option will be easy because you're doing something moral. But when it comes to the sacrifice, that's the hard question. That's the part where most people are not willing to pay for that $70 versus the 50, which would be the better deal. But even though you're paying that $20 more, you're giving a reason that you show that these people need money. I mean, even that means sacrificing your own $20, you put money on their table. They may not know it, but it's there. It's hard to find the essence of this moral concept through a world made blind and deaf by fear and rage. through a divided world that we have actually engaged ourselves in and grew up in. I've only seen this only up until like I said, 10. But I have seen what the world once was beforehand. And I was able to
Right.
understand it. I was understand that there has been a big change. This change is not for the better. It's gotten worse. It's like a scab just being irritated and it's just growing because we don't want to see it, we don't want to feel it, but we keep picking at it just to get rid of it. But we haven't accomplished anything. We're trying to restructure everything now. In a sense, with all these, like I said, the racism, the feminism, the inequality, it's all just being structured like every 100 years or so. It might just be this is what we're going to have to endure to actually get things back on track.
I
We're
believe the term that would best describe that is same shit, different pile.
Hmm.
I guess so. We really haven't moved off of the stepping stone of that moral construct.
And we never will. As a society,
Based off on the vices.
exactly. Which is what, the fucking Wall Street guys are after and the drug dealers and all that shit. Anybody who's out to make money doing what it is they're doing, and that being their only goal is to make money, is all gonna think in the same aspect. Well, whose throat do I have to slit in order to get ahead in life?
And the thing is, when you make psychology mixed in with trying to control the masses, because if you actually, they always say, like, there's a time and place for everything. But when you're actually pissed, it's like you're being controlled. It's like, why should I have to be silenced all because I threw a fit when there is a problem? Handling the problem versus just saying that blame it on the guy who's mad like he's acting like a fucking animal, you haven't really resolved anything. When something triggers something, you have to look at the trigger. You have to look at what actually ignited it. In playing the blame game, it helps to cloud that sense of judgment of knowing what does what. Now, video game violence, if you are able, the trigger has already been made with video game violence in the sense of real violence. The trigger's already there. Now, in the sense, I wouldn't blame video games in the sense of creating violence. It just creates a new construction method within the brain to actually make it possible within the creativity skills of making it happen. But remember is that since the trigger's already been done, now you are placed on the edge of responsibility. This sense of responsibility is that means to actually make sure you're not the village idiot. But being responsible and having that power of being an adult and knowing right from wrong, if you are pissed, you should understand what it actually means that you're pissed about. So if a company rips me off or something that's not being constructed right, or if I'm actually having an issue, or if my boss is just really, he's jipping money out or just trying to give me a hard day, whatever the case may be, if you are pissed, before you start going apeshit, just keep track of everything that has been piling up, like evidence. You point, this is actually up to this list led up to that, and this is actually a chain link. But when you start describing it, which this part pisses me off, people think you're making excuses, but yet you have a whole list here of a chain link of events. This will trigger this. Patience is only as good as it
And
needs to be. But remember,
and you know what?
we're, we're
You've
living,
actually described how I thought about my previous job, to be honest.
in all honesty, we're living in a viceful world. So the idea of wrath being one of the vices, and greed we know is already a part of this. Who is to say wrath isn't? So patience is wrath's counterpart. You cannot be greedy and be patient at the same time because it's a vice and a virtue. It's basically you're an asshole and yet I'm a good person. Do you think I'm going to enjoy this? Or you? Probably not. we're probably going to spend the next probably 2 years fighting with one another trying to pay the rent. It's really, you're mixing what, a snake with a
Vinegar and
rabbit.
salt water.
Yeah, it's not worth it. Thanks for the analogy. Scenario goes here is that the controlling of the masses with the sense of a greedy based world, and you call this capitalism, fucking capitalist pigs. Scenario goes, you have only silenced the little people, but the rich get away. You really, I would say corruption has to be brought to justice. There is a sense of justice that can be justified, but when it's based off on the rich and powerful controlling what is to be reinforced, that's when you know we need, that's when the people that are poor, the people that are weak, the ones that are the middle class, or just in general, everything from middle to low, will have to unite as one because we are being silenced. We are the ones who have the last word. We are the ones that are the ones being stomped on. From this, we deserve the means to have, like I said, the final word, the final say so, because obviously we are the ones suffering. You're not. And I don't care what other complaints you have. I may live luxurious with what I do have, but it still doesn't matter. There are other people out there suffering more than I do, and I complain about that. I complain about those who suffer more than I do. They deserve more because the rich have had theirs. So you can, what will that make me? Like, not racist, but richest or wealthist?
No, I'm not sure what that would make you. I think that would make you an a realist.
I suppose so. But I'm
That's
not
sort of
saying
like
I
saying
have.
the rich should be poor and the poor should be rich.
It's only
Oh, hey Jeff,
justifiable.
when did you join the lobby?
I've been in here for a while.
I didn't notice you. Oh yeah, right. I forgot I turned my notifications off.
Yeah, he was getting pissed off on Heist, so he decided to head over to Netflix and give himself a break. Yeah, I know Kevin
Yeah,
Pepper
I was
left.
getting pretty fed up. Yeah, Pepper left. Actually, I don't even think he was in the lobby, to be honest. I think he was just like in the chat, and then he just stopped talking all of a sudden, and then he was gone.
And it could be a number of things. Like I said, I can't control anyone's free will, but when it comes right down to wanting to keep your freedom, I think this is the edge part that I was talking about, just responsibility. One thing I can make, I mean, I know death and taxes is definitely a guarantee, but here's another one for you. If you can learn to actually, as a parent, structure your kid to be a lot more moral, if every single parent did that, every officer of the law will cease to exist. Because if I had the choice between a parent who has a gun and a badge and can throw me away for 20 years, which is like a grounding period, versus go to your room and sit there and learn, they are like sponges. So when you're younger, you can change a lot more quickly versus an older age. So
When you're older.
if I was given the option to have a parent with a gun and a badge versus one that's well, an actual mom and dad, I would much more rather have the parent who would ground me for the next couple of weeks. I would have that because at least I know I don't have to worry about the major. There's no need for a higher sense of reinforcement to keep me still. It only took a little bit, and I know what is right without having to go past and say, oh, well, I know the terms and services, so fuck you. It's still, I didn't
Yeah.
accomplish anything. I just made myself look like a dick or an asshole, excuse me. So I really didn't learn anything. I just thought myself egotistical. And it just claimed that I did know that I was, but I'm still am. So I should be justified for that. Just because I'm aware of it doesn't necessarily mean I should get away with it. You know what I mean? I can basically, I can make an apology in the sense of like saying, I've killed every single one of those people, and I know what I did was wrong, and I'm sorry. There's always been so much of turmoil that's ever happened, and to all the families I've ever done, just make it so fucking sincere based off on how bad it is. You can probably get away with whatever it is because you confessed, but you didn't. You still have to be placed under the justification for the cause that you have done. So when you admit something, you should suffer for it because you know what you did was wrong. That's what makes it wrong. So just take it for what it is. So yeah, a confession should be reinforced in the sense of keeping shit in line. You could be egotistical about it and be sent straight to the chair, but even if you confess only got like 20 years behind bars, you still didn't get the full punishment. You committed the
By the
act
way,
because
Death, I
that.
can't send you an invite. It won't let me. It says it's disabled.
No, I'm just bromping around, so I might hop on
I
the
sent,
phone. And
oh, I sent, I sent Angelica an invite, so I don't know if he wants to join or not.
I'm already here. Because I mean,
That's
after
sort
I
of like a puppy
seen
shitting on the carpet.
really, oh wow.
Well, it is. It's a puppy. It doesn't know what's wrong. You just stick its nose in it, and it won't do it anymore.
Well, this is true, but remember, you gotta catch him in the act when you do that. When he does that.
Yeah, I know. You can't just say, "Oh, there's a shit on the floor. It's artificially yours," because puppies only probably home that you have a memory span of 20 minutes, if that.
20 minutes, huh?
Actually,
If
I think
that.
all dogs only have a memory span of 20 minutes.
No,
It doesn't matter if they're a puppy or not.
is that well? Then that means a chickadee is smarter than a puppy because a chickadee can hide something in a tree, come back 10 days later, and still know where it is.
Yeah.
Damn, dude.
I've been neglecting my cat. I just get too pissed off to pet him. I need to pet him. Let him know that I'm not mad at him. Of course, he is
Although my
fucking
dog,
the shit out of me.
he may seem stupid, but trust me, he's not stupid. He's not stupid.
So, you're saying he plays, what's it called? He plays dumb?
He plays dumb, yeah.
Yeah, basically, he plays dumb.
Well, I guess I'll be lying if I said I'd never had my share of animal, problems. I had this one cat. Oh man, I swear to God, I hated this fucking cat. I mean, at first he was great, but not what I had to go through with him. What it was that during the times when I was down in Texas, I basically, my grandpa had a problem with him. What it was that he kept complaining that the cat shit longer than his arm. And I was like, what the fuck? And my grandma would go and actually take it out herself, so that's how I never knew. But he said that if you don't do something about that cat, either get itself a better litter box, like a bigger litter box, or you gotta train outside. So I never really had any money at the time to actually go out and pay for it, so, and besides, Walmart usually is the one that has everything, but not this one. So I decided to go outside and train it, for like the next, 6 months, 7 months, just trying to make sure that he's got it, down. And I think some kind of hurricane came on by, and just a couple bits of damage. So there was a bunch of government officials out there just taking reports. The
Yeah.
EPA, such and such force, getting reports of damages so they can actually tell the city officials, this is take that amount of tax-paying dollars to clean up, the cause of damage in terms of a price range. So that way they know how much is to spend on budget. Anyway, I had one of the EPA came over to my grandpa's house while I was visiting there for the summer, and he started to describe that what was it called, like, I think like there was like some tree stumps outside. It's like, what are you talking about? Tree stumps. He said that it was like a hazard to the environment that I'm cutting down trees because it gives was oxygen off. So he said I cut down quite a few. I'm like, I never really could understand what he was talking about. We don't have any trees that ever grew around our property. Well, he said if I came outside and took a look at it, and I said, well, before that, let me talk to my grandpa if I can get consent here. He said, sure, whatever, just do what you gotta do. And I said, okay. And my grandpa was sleeping, so there wasn't really too much what I could do. So he was snoring like crazy, so he said, get out of here and just leave me alone. I just took that as a yes. I was 16, I was a dick. So I went outside, talked to him, and I tried to figure out what he was trying to describe, and I looked at him and I started laughing. It's like, what are you laughing about? I said, those aren't tree stumps. That's my cat shit.
What the fuck?
So he's like, it's cat shit. So yeah, if you're trying to get me for being a hazard to the environment in the sense of lack of oxygen, to actually, keep it going, fuck you. You're not getting away with this one. But thanks for playing. He didn't really like my attitude. So he got like, a little piece of paper and to actually say that I had to get rid of it somehow because now it's, like the cow flatulence is destroying the ozone layer. Well, I had to find some way to get rid of this crap. Literally. So I said, sure, give me about a good 3 days. I'll come up with something. So I spent like a good majority of that just like trying to dig ditches, and I had like a couple of complaints by the neighbors. I had a couple cops called on me because they thought I was like burying like dead bodies or so. And and yeah, the cops came out and they were asking me these questions, saying, well, are you your neighbors are telling us that it looks like you're burying some big ditches. I'm like, yeah, it's true. And I look like a fucking mess. I got like all this dirt and shit all over. Literally. And
See, that's when, as soon as you saw the cop walk up to you, you should have said, I'm gonna dig the hole, gonna throw a body in it.
well, I mean, I was too pissed off to even be happy because of this fucking cat, right? So I finally dig these ditches, and now that I'm finally done, it starts raining. And Uncle Steven, the following day, he was driving up in his Thunderbird, and he was fucking drunk out of his fucking mind. He was drinking Jim Beam, and I know it's Jim Beam because that's the only alcohol that I'm aware of that he does that gives him really bad gas. Terrible gas. So I was getting a little concerned. So he actually Thunderbird, well, his engine kind of caught on fire as he pulled up, and he actually drove it directly into the he drove it right into the ditch.
Uh-oh.
Yes. And now I have to basically get a bucket, take the water out from like the leftover rain, Yeah, I started like taking that and dumping over the flames. And it's not doing anything because fucking fire, and the fire has like electricity going through the battery, and it was just making it worse and worse. I'm like, oh fuck. So I started just kept going at it because I didn't really care. But finally, the fire goes out, and I'm looking at what's putting the fire. I found out what was putting out the fire. Guess what was putting out the fire as I kept digging in the ditch with the water?
Catch
Cat
it.
shit.
Yes. So that finally put out the fucking fire, and now I basically was able to successfully get rid of the shit and say, I fucking hate cats.
So in other words, you incinerated the shit.
I had to. I was going to like incinerate it, but I thought maybe it'd be more ideal if I buried it, because they say if cow manure is great for the earth, who's to say that shit in general is like, any worse? It just keeps it going. So, in all honesty, this very plant that you live on, that dirt when you're outside, doing gardening or having fun
Yeah,
outside,
it's all shit. It's all diluted shit.
it's pretty dark, man, if you think about it.
Yeah, anybody who's done gardening knows that.
So next
Okay,
time you're
well,
outside
I
and you
dig
want to,
holes for a living. I dig holes with a machine for a living. So
The worst part about that is they take the methane out of it and fucking turn it into fuel.
well, this is true because methane has a means to catch fire. So, and I only am now at this point, I'm very afraid to actually go to my mom's house and light a match.
Yeah.
I do not want to smoke a cigarette in my mom's house. That will be a story for another time. One thing's
of my
for certain.
buddies,
It's crazy
we were
shit.
going out for lunch the other day, and I let one rip in his car, and we had the windows closed, and he pulls out his lighter to light a cigar, and I'm like, Wesley, no. And he just looks at me, he's like, why? I'm like, dude, put that away. He's like, what do you mean put it away? I'm like, dude, we're gonna blow up. Put it away. And he didn't get it. He's like, I'm like, methane. He's like, he pulled over. He's like, get out. I'm like, no. 5 seconds later, after he shut the window, I let out another big fart. He's like, you're an asshole. I'm like, hey, it's just my asshole talking to you.
That's where I would have said.
What about you, Frank?
What do you mean?
You got a good story to tell here?
Not really. Except for maybe about Dylan there.
Well, enlighten us.
All right, we used to have this friend. His name was Jared, and every now and then, like, he would invite us to his house to, like, just fucking play pool and video games and all that shit. Well, one day Dylan decides he's gonna bring hickory sticks, and all I'm gonna say is that boy went through an entire bag of hickory sticks by himself, let one rip, and we all needed gas masks. He let one out so bad, I literally was coughing. Like he was at one side of the pool table, I was at the other. All of a sudden, I
Okay,
hear.
dude, you think he's bad? You think he's bad? Try getting me drunk and feed me Mexican food. You will be dead. If you think that is bad, you will be dead.
I actually said to Dylan that next time he wants to let one out, let Chernobyl know so they can refill their nuclear power plant.
Oh, God.
Oh, man. I remember I had this one friend. Oh, man, it was like, how long ago was it? I had this like one friend. He was like he was my Mexican friend. He always gave me some good like burrito deals, like where he was working at. It was like a family-owned business. And we were just like all joking around. We were like hanging out over my '69 Chevy Chevelle before it got taken up, obviously. We were basically just joking around, like playing fucking like video games or whatever. And I swear to God, man, he was like mowing down the fucking zombies, right? And I actually made some kind of a reference to that. And he said, "Yeah, but don't ever expect me to mow your lawn. Well, guess what? Don't ever expect me to do your taxes neither, because I'm the fucking Jew around here, motherfucker." And yes,
Oh,
I,
man,
I
you wanna...
am I am half Jewish, so I can get away with saying that just as much as he could.
Oh man, you want to hear a good gaming story? I got one about me, Dylan, and Jared when we were still friends with them. Jared had Mortal Kombat Deception. Now, in that game, you were able to do what was called the quest mode, and that was basically like a free mode game thing that you could do. Well, Dylan, like Jared decided he was gonna hit the hay. Me and Dylan decided we were gonna, just keep playing since he went to sleep. Well, we spent the entire night, and I'm serious. Like from the time we started playing to the time his parents asked us if we had gotten any sleep the next morning. Basically, we were playing this game so much that we played it through the night, and all we were doing was running around punching random people in the face, and that was it. Like, we weren't doing any quests or nothing. All we were doing was like walking up to random NPCs and punching them in the face.
Damn.
We found it so entertaining that we spent the entire night doing that. Like, we woke up, like, we didn't wake up, but like we looked at the stairwell, and like at the time we thought it was only like 3 o'clock in the morning. Well, Jared's dad went to work that morning. Like, he goes to work on weekends. As soon as that door opened, we saw the sunshine coming through. It's like, what time is it? We looked at a watch. It was like 10 o'clock in the morning.
Damn.
Jared wakes up like the next morning. He's like, "Did you guys even sleep?" We looked at him and went, "Nope."
It's like, nah. You can sleep in your bed.
He even said to us, like, "Well, my mom's gonna be leaving for a while, so if you guys want to take a nap or anything, that's fine." He's like, "Nope, we kept playing throughout the entire day."
Oh man, I remember this one time. I think it was around like I think it was probably like a few months prior. What it was that for my summer, like I was planning on staying off for an entire week, and what I wanted to do is that I wanted to play the Devil May Cry series, the Prince of Persia series, and the God of War series. And from like start to end on the hardest difficulty for each one that I knew that I could do, which was just regular hard, not very hard. And I was basically having myself all stocked up, which was I was trying to get like several sodas, a whole bunch of like, sweets and sugar and shit, cuz I want to make sure I get through this. Several like energy drinks I can get my hands on. And I'm like on, what was it, day 6. I was just finishing up God of War on fucking Titan mode. Zeus was a fucking bitch. Anyway, what happened was that I was getting really, really frustrated, very tired, and I was running low on my 2 liters. So I decided that it would be a good idea if I just go down the store and just, go to the store, pick up some more, and I'll probably come right back, and I would have had myself, set, right? Now, at this point, I know I fucking stink because I haven't fucking taken a shower or nothing. I was fucking B.O. funk. So I put on some fucking, like, cologne, some fucking deodorant, make myself look, smell presentable, like I'm, just like a cheap fucking way to do it without having to get in the shower. Because I knew if I got in there, I'll fall asleep in the fucking sauna. So I basically I just didn't even look right. I wasn't even walking straight. And this cop comes around the corner, right? He's seeing this fucking kid, not just like he doesn't even look right. Like there's something wrong with him. He's looking in my eyes and they're fucking like bloodshot red because of like
Uh-oh.
no fucking
So he
sleep.
thinks you're so he thinks you're stoned.
Exactly, right? And I ain't even walking right, so he probably thinks I'm drunk because I can't fucking
Oh
like walk
god.
straight. Like I'm on the side, I'm on the sidewalk. Don't get me wrong, but I just ain't even walking straight. I'm just like barely, just like trying to
Zombie
stay,
walking down the street, basically.
just avoid the grass, avoid the grass on each side of the sidewalk. I
Stay
just
between the lines. Stay between the lines.
so. I basically just got myself, what was it, like some mouthwash and like some alcohol levels was found on it. Well, it turns out that he wanted to get me in on this. Like he wanted to get me for, was it drunk in public, and he wanted to get me for under the influence of marijuana. And I was a little pissed off. I wasn't even thinking straight, but I said, you know what, fuck it, I'll play your fucking game. So I got in the fucking car and I'm like in there just fucking sleeping because he knows with like the cologne on, he thinks I'm like covering up like some kind of smell. Yeah, there's a smell covering up my BO. It's not fucking pot or anything. So obviously he really wants me this bad. He thinks he's actually got something. And it turns out I finally get my piss test, and they check my blood levels for any kind of alcohol. And the only alcohol they could find was the Listerine because it had the other ingredients found in it. So I told them, yeah, I had some Listerine earlier because my fucking mouth was fucking terrible. And I grab my fucking paper and I say, well, due to the test results, it says here that any form of THC cannot be confirmed based off analysis. In other words, negative.
Right.
So that $50 that cops owes me for the bet that I made before I got in the car, where's my money? I got your ass on fucking camera, motherfucker. And of course, my phone was actually recording this shit too. So you don't fucking know it, man, but I'm a fucking dick.
Hey, look, I might be half asleep, but I'm more awake than you think.
If you th- Alright.
All right.
If you
I
think you're a
fucking
dick, you
hate
haven't met my
cops,
dog.
man.
You haven't met my dog. Honestly,
I remember.
normally,
Sorry, dude. Go ahead.
like normally I have my headphones on to take him out for a walk, right? Well, it seems like whenever he sees me put my bright red headphones on, he automatically grabs his leash. I'm like, really? Really? And when he was a puppy, he used to bark when my mom was on the phone, and she would give him a treat to shut him up. Well, now he's figured that he gets treats if he barks. So, no. And if he knows that if I've had food, he'll scratch the door. I'll run to the door. He'll run to my spot, and he'll fucking look at my shit, look where it was, to see if I have any food left, and if there was, he'll eat it. He's an asshole.
Damn.
Not to mention the fact that he somehow managed to figure out how to open a sock drawer. Have no idea how he figured that out.
Just like that Tootsie Pop commercial, the world may never know.
But getting back to the sleep weightlifting thing, I remember a time with me and my cousin, and this was back when the PlayStation 1 was still big. And what happened was, I think it was for my birthday. I think I got like, because when I was younger, I was big into it. And what happened was, my parents for my birthday got me SmackDown, for the PlayStation. And me and my cousin, like we were big into wrestling. Like we loved it. At the time, we didn't realize it was fake at the time. We were younger. We thought it was real and all that shit. We long since grew out of it. But, we spent the entire weekend getting to season 3 on that game. And we didn't realize there was no end to the game. It just kept playing on and on and on, you know. And we decided that night we weren't going to stop playing until we reached, the 3rd season. Me and my cousin were playing, like, we're doing 2-player co-op, and we're playing, and we decide, we're just going to keep going. The season's just not ending, right? I'm getting pretty tired. He's getting pretty tired. And the next time, like, the next thing we know, we finally reach season 3. Like, we're starting season 3. And on this game, and we didn't realize what time it was until my mom actually yelled up the stairs, "Time for breakfast." So basically, me and my cousin played this game all freaking night just to get to this 3rd season. And we walk downstairs, and my mom takes a look at me. She takes a look at my cousin. She goes, "Did you guys stay up all night playing video games?" I said, I was too tired to even come up with a lie. I just said yes. And she looks at me and goes, "Well, that's too freaking bad. You guys are staying up all day, too."
Damn.
And at the time, we were like, I think 10 or 11. Oh, yeah. We're sitting there like, she made us like pancakes and shit for breakfast, and we're like, "Oh, I really don't want to eat this. I just want to go to bed."
Oh.
But
Call
no,
of Duty, and for some reason I have this robot that has something that looks like a turbo going up as in his freaking intestines. Because
oh,
you can
hey,
see
Matt.
his internals.
How you been, dude?
Alright.
Wow, there's a bunch of my friends joining into this lobby.
Mm.
Everyone knows you, Frank.
Everybody wants to know me.
I mean, nostalgia, it's a fantastic thing, man. It's just,
Gotcha, bitch.
it's a beautiful thing.
Actually, I remember, like, when I first got when I got my first skateboard. And, when I got my first game system, like, I can remember all that shit.
What was your first game system?
The original NES, actually, was my first game system.
Alright. No,
And then I went
actually,
to...
Sega.
Yeah, I never actually owned the Sega, to be honest. I've only owned Nintendo, PlayStation, and the Atari. I don't remember which Atari I owned. All I remember is that I had one.
3500? That rings a bell.
I don't know. I'm not really sure. It was a decent system. Like, it was in color, but the TV I was playing with, like, playing it on was in black and white. But it was actually weird because I downsized. Like, I went backwards when it came to that.
This nigga played Pong.
I
Like, that was like the most fun he ever had.
was playing Pong.
Yeah.
Actually, I can remember, I used to be very prone to migraines when I was younger. And I remember actually playing a game on the Super NES that my cousin brought over, and I believe it was Speedy Gonzales for the Super NES. And we were playing that, and all of a sudden, like, my vision started getting blurry, and my cousin's freaking out because he thinks I'm having a seizure because of the, the fucking lighting on the screen and all that shit.
This thing was high.
Meanwhile, I'm fucking suffering from a migraine that just happened out of nowhere. And my cousin's freaking out, like he's calling my mom. He's like, Auntie Heather, Frank's like having a seizure or something. Meanwhile, I'm like getting numb and my fucking vision's getting blurry and I can't talk. And it's like, he's not having a seizure, he's having a migraine. He'll be fine. So
No,
the
when
sad
you have
part
a
is,
seizure, don't you start twitching and shit?
Not
Yeah,
all
you
the
do.
time.
but
Not
when
all
you're
the
kids,
time.
you don't really understand. Like, you don't really know.
Like, I'm
But
dying, bye guys.
but it was funny because the next morning, like, I woke up and my headache was gone and my vision was back and I wasn't numb anymore.
So you started
And
playing it.
that's the first thing I did. I turned on the Super NES and kept playing. And my cousin like ripped the controller out of my hand. He's like, "Are you nuts? You're gonna get sick again."
Damn.
Oh man, it was funny.
Mm.
Took me like an hour to explain to him that I wasn't gonna get sick from playing the video game.
So I'm guessing you guys aren't getting Black Ops or anything?
I am as soon as I get a paycheck.
I don't really have too much of an intention to get Black Ops 3. I mean, don't get me wrong, that City of Shadows doesn't look too bad, but the problem is that I'm just so used to the
It's
original.
garbage.
I like the original Black Ops. The original Black Ops was, I think it was just perfectly well balanced and done, in my personal opinion. Because those fucking, I do run like lightweight and Marathon Pro for both of them. The ability to run forever, I cannot do without. I'm sorry. Yes, I am what you will call I am the knifer. There's always the noob tubers, there's the campers, there's the
Then
aimbot
there's
users,
that
the
one
god mode
douchebag who
users.
sits around a corner, runs behind your back, and stabs your ass.
There's God mode in this game?
No.
Advanced Warfare had it within probably, I want to say, after 3 or 4 months after release. It was discovered. So I wouldn't be surprised Black Ops 3 would have the same. But I'm the one that basically made those that use Jug and the ones that are campers, like, they should cringe in fear because they're the most the thing is, I'll find you, and it doesn't really take much for me to kill you because the thing is, the only thing you can kill in Jug is tomahawks, knifing, or headshots. So since I'm a knifer, I have one of two options. I don't really have to worry too much about shooting you because I'm used to knifing everyone. I don't skewer, and if I do, it's a lucky shot. But when it comes right down to knifing players, it's second nature. It's just breathing.
See, I'm the kind of, when I play Black Ops, I'm the kind of gamer who's like, I don't care if I win or lose. I really don't, especially when I'm playing online. And I'll be honest, the only reason I want to get Black Ops 3 is just to see where the story goes.
Oh, well, campaign, I'm telling you right now, it's awesome.
But it's only for PlayStation 4, not for 3.
Spoil
I
it.
don't care for, I was about to say, because their mission is awesome.
Don't spoil it for me.
It's
Because
like,
that's probably gonna be the week where I go offline and I don't come back on because I'm gonna be playing the campaign like hell.
Mm.
Gotcha, bitch. You thought I was coming, and I did. Oh, shit.
The one key thing about Black Ops 3 multiplayer that won't get killed for Melly is the Ripper Super and the Combat Knife. Combat Knife you don't unlock until level 40. So,
Yeah, that's true.
Well, if there is an actual knife that I can use in Black Ops 3, I want to be able to fucking use that bitch. But those fucking
Well,
jetpacks,
she jumped into my aim and I killed her.
I just don't want to fucking deal with that jetpack shit. Yeah, I mean, I can't really slice you if you're in the air.
Yeah, because everybody thinks like, and this is what I hate about most people that are gamers. They ditch the story and they just go right to the online.
Well,
I
that's me.
mean, I can't really play a game like that. Like, it's when I bought this.
For what?
Or whatever lobby you guys are in.
I'm in a lobby right now. I'm just in a game. Join me, if you can.
But
You should play this, but you can't. It's like the gayest thing that Treyarch did.
But you know, like,
I'll do that.
I can't really hop on a game for online. I mean, I know right now Mad Max is online, but I'm not playing that game for the online. I'm playing it for the career.
Mm.
You know, because I was
Yeah,
a big
fucking
fan of
cap.
Mad Max.
Gamer, he doesn't care about online. He's like PS2. He only
Well-
cares about that shit.
We can't make
Dude, I
mean
went,
or
I went without internet for God knows how long. I mean, I've only had internet for maybe 3 years now. So online gaming for me is still fairly new. But, you know, I'm the kind of gamer where if my internet goes down, I don't care. I can,
Dude,
you know,
I'm
if
20,
my,
and,
I can play, you know, I can play games that I have that are offline games. You know, I don't have to rely on the internet to play it. You know.
and yeah, I mean, I'm much the same way. I'm actually younger than him. I don't mind actually sitting down on my ass and playing Resident Evil 4 or playing Devil May Cry. You know, I love a story-based game where I can sit down and actually have fun because when you're going up against other players, it's more of an aggravation than an accomplishment because you're really the way I would say it, you want to
the
PlayStation 5 is coming out in maybe 3.
Not even. More than that. More than that.
You're looking at at least another 5 to 7 years.
Yeah, just look at how long it took for the PS4 to come out, dude.
You know how long the gap was between the PS2 and the PS4 with the PS3? The
Alright, let's see
PS3
how much.
it was made in 2005 as a 10-year-old console.
Mm-hmm. It is a generation old.
wait a
That's
sec.
why they call it last gen.
What console we talking about here?
The
PS3.
PS3.
Yeah.
No, it's actually
The PS2
that was
actually had
that
the
came
date
out
for the PS2.
that actually
So
came out
2013.
that actually came out in 2007 actually. The Xbox 360 came out in 05
Yeah, that's true.
because Xbox came out before the PlayStation 3 came out.
I remember my 30-year-old cousin had that thing since like day one.
So, yeah, because that's how you would know. Dude, I've been around the block, dude. Shit, man. I've been dropping enemies for nearly 20 years.
Dropping it.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's
2006. Oh, it wasn't too far off. It was actually, I was a month, I guess I was a month too late, I suppose,
Alright.
to the next year.
See, when I bought, because my family, we've always been leery of the internet. I mean, think about it. You can get hacked on there. You can, you know, your information can get taken. You can, there's all sorts of fraud and all that shit. But
Dude,
you
that's
know,
why I
like
used a gift card.
we've always been leery of the internet. But we finally broke down and got it because we moved out to the country. But we broke down and got it for the simple reason that, you know, we can't be leery of it anymore. There's now a bunch of, you know, techniques you can use to protect yourselves and all that. And
No, you
my friend Dylan, he actually showed me online gaming. He was the first person to show me online gaming. And the first thing he said when we finally got internet was, "It's about goddamn time," you know?
The whole world
Yeah,
opens up to you.
It was just nobody used it because it was wired.
Yeah, it was bullshit.
Well, don't forget though, there were plenty of games though to keep you entertained with the PS2. Like,
Classics.
take for example Rock Band. Like, well, I shouldn't say Rock Band because that was for PS3, but take for example Guitar Hero.
Mhm.
For the PS2, that was a great party game, you know?
Yeah, I have it too. I still have it to this day. I have 2 guitars.
I don't. I sold my guitar, but I still got the drums and the mic for Rock Band. For Rock Band 2. Yeah. But, you know,
What game?
Rock Band.
yeah. But, you know, like, another example would be, like, Tony Hawk Pro Skater, any of them.
Mm.
You know, like,
I mean,
those
there
were
was like
great
there was
games.
like the
PS3,
Marvel
not
games. There was
fucking-
like Spider-Man 2.
Yeah.
There was like
The
Ultimate
legendary
Destruction.
stuff for me was Need for Speed. Actually, like the oldest Need for Speed I have is Need for Speed 2
Mm.
for the PS1.
I had the original Need for Speed for the PC.
For the what?
I had the original Need for Speed for the PC.
Uh,
I actually used to play PC games a lot.
That's
until,
fucking
you know, I
camping
started
the
getting
doorway, you
consoles.
fucking loser.
But when I would play my PC games, you know, I would always play like Underground 2, you know.
mhm.
And those games,
Those-
like
those are like the
you
racer
couldn't
days.
play them.
Those are
Well,
the
of course.
greater days. Like
Rice wagons.
I would call
Where when race was cool.
I would
Rice was
call
never
roughly
cool.
between the time era between 96 all the way up, or not 95, excuse me, 95 up to probably 2006 was the golden era of gaming.
True.
I have to disagree.
Okay, go ahead.
I agree with the start date, but I disagree with the end date. Simply because
2006.
yes, simply because
Gotcha, bitch.
2006 wasn't necessarily the end of the great games, but it was the slowdown.
Mhm.
Because when you think about it, they still made great games after 2006 for the PS3. But the problem with the PS3 was now you're getting into online gaming. And you're starting to get gamers who are more focused on their rank or whatever rather than, you know, the actual game. Because I can tell you of people who have played, um, for example, Black Ops 2 when it came out. You know,
Apple was trying to come
I
back
beat
into
that
the gaming
campaign.
industry.
Apple?
I beat that game before online even was a thing for me. And when I first went online with that game, I would ask people, "So how did you guys like the campaign?" And I had one entire lobby say, "What campaign?"
It's like, what campaign?
And that's when I lost my faith in it. And I can't really say that people are like, not everybody's like that. Like, I'm a career gamer. And when I say that, I don't mean like I make a paycheck off of gaming. I say I play games for their career and online is just an additive.
I think the only career that I actually would play and still play to this day it's Need for Speed, and actually not the only one, and GTA too. GTA was actually pretty cool.
But they made the fifth GTA with this one right here. The story sucks so much just to make the online look good.
Really?
Yeah, if you play 5 to the actual online, it sucks. And Frank can admit that.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Because I think what this is that it's trying to make all right, we are all gamers under one roof, obviously. We actually have the similar interests, but this is actually utilizing fact that we are being divided based off on now it's like we are the extinct dinosaur, yet we still share the same interests. You're dividing so much of the same interests. This is actually more so of a problem than actually what it could solve because of these different interests. So that's where Frank's saying that he feels extinct, like he's just like he should retire or something like that. Just go back to the old days. And quite frankly, I'm only like 1 year younger than him. You're like what,
How old
20?
are you?
I'm 26.
You're 26. Okay, well,
And you're like 20, dude.
26.
So you're looking at like what, maybe half a decade from now, you're going to feel just like us. But can you actually realize this before it's too late, so much so that you won't complain about it when it hits?
And you know what? I think
Could you
that has
do?
a large. I think that honestly has a large part of why I'm actually still
I
collecting
do
these
feel
old
like you
systems.
guys,
Because
because
like,
I still have my PS1, my PS2, and my PS3. And I still, like, the other day, I was playing Dukes of Hazzard just because.
you know what? I hate you right now.
Why?
I used to have that game for PlayStation 1 as well, and I lost a copy.
Ah,
That
no.
was
Lost
like,
a copy?
yeah, that game was like amazing back in the day.
You can,
That
wait.
game was so fun.
Okay, what's the final mission?
Oh fuck, I can't remember. It's been so long since I played it.
Okay, hold on. Actually, hold on. What is the final mission? Hold on. Because I remember the credits.
I think the final mission is like something to do with Jesse's farm or something like that. Like, you gotta rush.
See, that's the thing. I was like 6,
Yeah.
so all I knew was like the black and white car was the bad one. That's all I knew. And they kidnapped Jesse, and I was, or not Jesse, but Daisy. And that was
Yeah.
like about it. I'm trying to think. What was the final mission? God damn, I forgot.
Yeah, I think the final mission was like, yeah, I remember now, actually. The final mission was you had to take the money to the bank to pay for the farm. And that was the final mission.
That's it.
That's it, yeah. And it was a time run because you had to go through town. It was a long ass time to get there. Like, it was a long ass drive to get there. And you were given like 3 minutes to get there. It was just, yeah.
Yeah.
That was the
Like
final
Boss
mission.
Hogs, Boss Hogs, I'm mad. Remember they tried to kidnap Boss Hog too, and he had to go rescue him?
Yeah.
I hated that mission. That was like the longest mission. I was like, what the hell are we supposed to do? Like, you had to keep
My
on pressing
personal
advance and
favorite,
shit.
like my personal favorite was all the race days you had to go to. Those were my favorite.
No. I mean, I like races, but I like when Bo had to go and attack with the bow.
Yeah.
So, like, it was
I got
either-
so frustrated at that one. Like, that one was a controller thrower for me. Like, because I could never
love that one.
concentrate. I could never concentrate on the bow and driving. You know, it's just, it was so irritating.
No, that was the best one for me.
Actually, that's one game that I wish I still had.
Yeah, I still have it. The case is actually it's cracked and everything, but I still have the game and it's perfectly fine inside. Remember like back in the day, all the PS1 games were black on the back.
The black
they are.
discs were awesome.
And that was actually I remember why they did that. You know,
That
like the
was- yeah, that
Sega
was a
Saturn.
security thing.
You know the Sega Saturn, right?
Yeah.
They were doing what PlayStation 2 did with the back of the disc, where it made like a silver or white or whatever it is you want to call it, like just a reflection. The reason why they made them black is so that way you can differentiate between a PlayStation 1 and a other game company making their own. It was made for
Not
that
only
sole
that, but it
purpose.
was-
Yeah, Laserdisc too. The Sega Saturn also had, you could play Laserdisc as well.
Not only that, but it was also a security thing for people who were actually burning games.
Yeah.
You could tell it was a proper PlayStation game if the disc was black.
So if your friend ever called you out saying, "Hey, you know, you have that game, that was stolen from me. Are you sure? Because it's black on the other side."
Yeah.
It's kind of like
Well, no, that wasn't it. What it was people were burning copies of the game, putting them in normal CD jackets, and selling them off as, you know, like a brand new PlayStation 1 game. Well, PlayStation countered that by making their discs black.
It had the means to be effective, but there's very few hackers out there in the world who had the capabilities to perform such actions, because internet capabilities was very taboo when it comes to like games and technological advancements. Because like me and Frank, just console gamers are not really expected to do so much. PC gamers perhaps, but then again, they had their own struggles with the sense of well, think about it, PC, personal computer, bugs, issues, glitches, viruses, etc. No porn videos, most likely pictures, if anything.
Yeah, that was the only thing. Dude, I discovered porn, I don't know, I don't want to say halfway through my teenage life, but about so.
I think I never would have actually gotten into porn or anything. Like I would have never got any interest in women if not for my mom. I gotta give her some credit for that. When I was down in Texas with my dad when I was around 13, she said to my dad, Kenny, it's time. It's like, well, what are you talking about, Melanie?
It's like,
Yeah, yeah, so he wasn't very he wasn't like kind of cringeworthy. He just said, let's just get the shit out of the way. So he takes like this Playboy magazine, right? Just like slams it like right there on the bed. Brian, stop talk. It's like
this is what they look like.
you see that
Prettiest of the bunch.
he's like, okay, all
Wow,
right.
look at Miss December!
Actually, no, I wasn't too much.
March.
I wasn't really too much interested at first because I still remember this shit. He was like telling me like, Brian, it's time for you to learn about this shit. And I was like, all right, what's going on, Dad? Am I grounded or something? I know I told Kayla that she was a bitch, but she really was acting like a bitch. She kept pissing me off. Like, what's going on here? And it's like, no, it's not that. And it's like, so
need to
after
have
the
the
fuck,
talk.
he opens up the fucking magazine or something like that. I'm like, oh god. I was like, I opened up the fucking magazine. I'm like, holy shit, man, what the fuck? I was cussing like I was like cussing like a drunk and like, what the fuck is this? Shit, man, show some fucking decency. I was like showing some fucking decency, man. Where's her fucking clothes? Like, shit, man.
Oh, God.
I was like, what the fuck is this shit? This is like, are you fucking like high or something like this? What the fuck is this crap? I was
I'm
like,
glad I never had the talk. Like, I honestly never had the talk.
I found that by myself.
So
I
did
never
like,
I never really got any interest until like the year later. I started like I kept like fucking like contemplating. I could like think about like what the fuck is like what was he trying to accomplish? So for, like for the next
I think what helped me the most is the fact that I think my father passed away before I even got introduced into porn. So I found that by myself inventorily because my mother was never going to show me.
well,
I
the
never
first time I
really-
discovered about porn, like in the sense of like, wanting to look it up, was the fact that I was watching like I think my Aunt Amy left the TV on MTV or something like that. So I turn it on and I see like this show called When Supermodels Rule the World. I'm like, I got a computer in there and I got like maybe I'll just look it up on Yahoo. I was like, so my first website that I put in was nakedsupermodels.com or something like that.
Really?
Yeah, I remember that. That was my.
You said Busty Enemy, and that's it, or not? I said enemy. I meant ebony.
Not too bad. I put that in and I was like, okay, they got naked girls, but they got stars covering their titties. But hey, not too bad. I still, I remember that first one that I put in. I could never, and then I got caught by my Aunt Amy basically looking at some naked cheerleader or something like that. Yeah, she kind of caught me on that. I hit the exit, the X on there. It took too long to fucking load it out.
Yeah, because you're doing
I didn't.
what's that?
I
Browser?
I never
Internet
did.
Explorer?
Yeah, I was like, I think that's probably what it was, or Firefox or something. I don't know what the fuck it was, but I never jerked off until I was like 15. Yeah, like 13, I got to talk. 14, I learned about porn. 15, I learned to jerk off, and then by 16, I mixed jerk off with porn together. It's like every year that went by, I decided to try something new.
It's like looking at porn. What's going on down there?
But you know how there's usually like an interview before or after, they start doing the scenes and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
There's this girl actually got killed. she would get an interview, and I'm like, oh my god, she's actually dead.
Damn.
Yeah, they're called snuff films.
What?
Those are called snuff films, where the actor in the film dies.
But is it like an actual death, or they get knocked out?
I think
There's
they've
a
been
rumor-
drinking way too fucking much until they're
there's
fucking
a
like.
rumor that there's a rumor that snuff films actually exist. Like they're just random films of people being killed and shit. But I honestly don't know if it's real or fake, because there is ways to fake that shit. But apparently snuff films are illegal, but there's still people doing it.
I mean, if you get caught watching them, what would happen? Like for example, in my case.
Well,
if
if
you
you get
get-
caught watching a snuff film, nothing happens to you, but it just leaves you feeling sick to your stomach. And actually, a good way to explain this is go onto YouTube and look up darkest parts of the internet.
They call it the deep web. The deep web is like,
No,
I think.
I'm talking. There's actually a YouTube video based on this, and it's called "The Darkest Parts of the Internet."
They use Bitcoin as a form of currency. It's not placed under the surveillance of government. This is the part of the internet that Frank would most likely would understand the most, as because of how much he's very how much like protective he was from the internet, as you described. This is the next level for me and you, because we are more comfortable playing online now because of the areas that, of where we're at on the web,
It's
or
a
in the
sense of
sense of internet.
security.
But what he's describing is what we should actually be more concerned about, because the deep web is actually not supposed to be a place for us to explore, as what Frank was to the places that were okay to explore. This is the next to say no. So we should have all within the very reason of Frank's understanding is that we should respect so much of his decision of this part of the deep web. This is the part where they have, oh man, what's the what they have? I think you can hire hitmen. They got child pornography. They got just a lot of dark shit. Mutilated bodies. Like you could probably, I think, what was it? And Frank said it himself. There are parts on YouTube, so I'm getting this information from that as well. They say that there's some videos where you can actually make a choice to basically cut off a person's, head or something like that, or it's somehow in same relations to what Trevor was doing on the campaign of GTA 5 when he was
And to
torturing.
make matters worse, there are people out there that actually enjoy watching that.
Exactly. So to actually do it as, a means to make money, but also enjoyment, like, when you're a YouTuber, you enjoy what you're doing, you're making you play video games, you make some money, but to do the job, but actually to enjoy watching it, this is the level of the psychotic nature. It shows the only difference is, and this is hardly even acceptable in my case based off on a corrupted government, is that what we do is okay because, it is legal. The only way I can even consider this okay of what I do on gaming is the fact that I take the responsibility in not reenacting it on the real life basis, because no lives are actually put in danger. It's like, what's it called? No one was harmed in the making of this shit,
There's no real repercussions.
Exactly. It is okay what we do when we kill, but just remember, do not reenact it. Do not, don't do this at home, kids. But
Know the difference between reality and virtual reality.
but the problem is that
Warning and all this stuff. I thought it was gonna be fake, but then after I was like, oh crap.
Well, not only that, but think about it. Like I've grown up with a good childhood. Like I've had parents that actually loved me, and like I got punished when I did something wrong. But I could always tell the difference between reality and virtual reality. But the problem is, a lot of these kids that are playing games like this, are actually taking their aggression out on their real lives. Like me, I can sit here and talk all I can with, with Angelic and Matt and Death, but at the same time, it's this is just a light conversation. I don't have to go out and kill somebody or do anything like that in the game. But there are kids out there that take that too literally. Like this is their escape from their real life, and then they decide, well, if it works out in the game, it may as well work out in real life. So they decide that they're gonna make the same chances or make the same choices in real life. When in reality, it's their psyche that is really broken. It's not the fact that they learned it from a game. It's the fact that their parents weren't smart enough or intelligent and smart are the same thing, but their parents were not there to provide for them,
A meaning of
So,
it's like a meaning of judgment, a sense of proper judgment, where it's not clouded judgment. What it is
exactly.
that when it comes right down to it, it really goes back to what I said earlier. Is that, like I said to Frank earlier, if I had the choice of a parent that can put me away for 20 years, who has a gun, can kill me with a badge, versus an actual parent who puts me away for only like a couple of weeks or a couple of months based off on my age status, for grounding measures. Because being put behind bars for 20 years, it's like you're being grounded as an adult. But the only difference is I was given the option to have that being my parent, an officer, or an actual parent doing its job. If every child understood the moralities, even though that we can say what is real and what isn't real in terms of video games and actual real people being put in danger, you still have to understand that you have to go so much more deeper as the fact, would you rather have a cop be your parent, police reinforcement, or would you rather have your mom and dad be your parent? Would you rather actually do the right thing and understand right from
well,
wrong
there's
at start, but so much
there's
so?
there's a fault in that law of thinking because I've got a perfect example, and my cousin is actually a perfect example of that.
Hmm.
Um, when my cousin was old enough to walk and talk, he was already fending for himself because his parents just honestly did not give a shit. And the only sense of parents he got were every time he would come to my house because my parents, like, yeah, they treated me like I was the greatest thing in their world, but at the same time they understood where my cousin was coming from,
Exactly
and
my point.
they tried to provide for him too.
You need the proper
So
parenting
having
as
parents isn't necessarily the
well. I'm
best thing
saying
for
no.
that kid.
Well, I'm not saying mom and dad per se, but I'm saying having the proper parents to raise the child, rather than having an officer becoming your parent because he has a gun and he could put you away for 20 years. If you think about it, I'm not saying
Well,
mom and dad per se, but a proper guardian, like someone to look up to, someone that you want to become, so that way you know what it is that you want to be when you grow up, as a sense of a structure that you have a sense of admiration for. I'm not saying yes, your cousin, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to go up against them. I'm saying if that goes back to what I said earlier, if every parent did their job of raising their kids right, every law enforcement officer will cease to exist because they will have no purpose to serve because every child was raised correctly. And what your parents are able to do for your cousin is necessary requirement to actually reinforce my statement, which is cops will cease to exist because he had the proper guardians that he can go to, or at least that he could have of his own, to actually take that means of indoctrination to be raised correctly, because kids are easier to manipulate than adults are. That's why we have 20 years instead of the 5 months grounding. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
yeah.
kids are easier to indoctrinate, they're easier to manipulate. That's why we start school systems at such a young age. So that way we in Japanese are a lot more harder on this. That's why they have a lot more higher sense of technological advancements. And a lot of them just sleep at their desks, so they're really just working nonstop. So what it is with kids basically grown up wrong, this leads to police officers need it because now they're of age. This is the reason why we have adults, immaturity reasons, and the means to act separate from the child is that we know right from wrong at this point. We have to make the right decision. We have to. Because if enough of us are doing the wrong decision and we claim that we're adults, we know right from wrong, and we just say as a confession, but we're still not taking the punishment, we haven't really accomplished being an adult. We're just a child in an adult's body. That's where our government system is actually at fault here, because they are what I like to call born with a silver spoon in their mouth. They are
They
in
don't know how
charge
to
of
fend for
everything, and
themselves.
they are given the green for going a lot of things. I don't mind pot in the sense I know it actually creates a lot of like a sense of inhibition, but it doesn't act. The only reason why I actually would give it a means to be legalized is that there is a lot of crime because of, people of age
And
doing
there's a lot
wrong.
of prisoners as well.
So think about it. The only reason why I'm actually allowing weed to be legalized in the sense of actually wanting it to happen is because I'm already seeing the world go to hell. It's actually sad that I'm not saying I'm against weed, but I'm sad that I have to say that we have to legalize it just to lower crime instead of learning right from wrong.
Well, you see, I've got a different take on that, and I don't judge people who actually do use weed, even though I don't. Like personally, I've never tried it. I've never wanted to. I never smoked. Like I don't smoke cigarettes. I don't smoke pot. I've never touched the stuff. I've never bowed down to peer pressure, and I never will. And I also don't judge people that actually do use it. I'm the kind of person where, hey, it's your body. You do whatever you want, right? When it comes to weed or cannabis or marijuana, um, I've honestly I've known people who have smoked it, and I've personally seen nothing wrong with them after they do it. If anything, they seem more mellowed out. Everybody
Yeah,
thinks
that's
that
true.
weed
It
is the
lowers
kind of
crime
drug
by
that's gonna
like a good
kill you, and
percentage.
it's crystal meth, speed, all those fucking drugs that are hardcore drugs have a huge kill rate compared to weed, which has a 0% kill rate.
Mhm.
And when you think about it, if weed is illegal, then cigarettes should be illegal
Right.
because it's the same shit, except the fact that cigarettes have more tar in them than anything.
There's so
So
many
if anything,
chemicals. I think it's like
cigarettes,
7,000 chemicals or 70,000.
and when that's all combined into the smoke, that is gonna kill you. Like, and again, I'm not saying that I hate all smokers. I'm not saying that. Actually, one of my friends is a smoker. Actually, he just quit. But like I was still his friend, even though he was smoking like a chimney.
Mhm.
You know, did I try to get him to stop? No. But when he asked for my help, I did. You know,
And
I tried getting him through it.
and the scenario goes that I never really had too much a problem. It's that when it came right down to cigarettes and weed, whatever it is that, and I have this rule and I use this in a comedic manner. If, say for example, I'm painting you a picture here, if you never met me and yet you're just supposed to drive me around or something like that, if like you own this car and we're about ready to go somewhere, say like to the movies or go to the store or whatever, if you haven't had a cigarette, or if you haven't had some weed, if you are very fucking stressed out and you're shaking, I'll have to kill you to save my own ass. You
Hmm.
know, and like I said, this is in a comedic manner because if you don't get your daily dose or whatever, just get your fucking, coffee. If you don't get your fucking shit together, I'm not going to get in the car with you. I'm sorry. I can't.
Well, everybody thinks that when you try to quit smoking, that cold turkey is the best method. It's not. If anything, the best method would be to tone it down. Like, say you smoke 3 packs a day, just as a rough estimate, okay?
Hmm.
So if you want to quit, you take that 3 packs, turn them into 2 packs a day. Then the next week you go for 1 pack a day. Then the week after that you make that pack last 2 days. Then the week after that you make that pack last 3 days. And then, you just gradually start taking it away.
You created
until the
a
point where you get to okay, now that pack is lasting me all week. I'm having 1 cigarette a day and that's all I need. And then you can say, well, I'm having 2 or 3 cigarettes a week. Okay, I'm having 2 cigarettes a week. I'm having 1 cigarette a week, and eventually it's going to be, I'm done. And that's what happened to my buddy Rob. He quit that way. And I'm the one who told him how to do that. Because I had a grandfather who was dying of leukemia because of, he smoked a lot. He smoked a lot. And the only way we could get him to quit was to switch the cigarettes out for popsicles. Because it was an oral fix.
My own father to quit smoking.
Because it was an oral fixation, and that's the problem he had. He had to have something in his mouth, or he had to be. I have the same problem, to be honest. I've never taken up smoking, it's never gotten that bad, but I find, every now and then, I just gotta throw a toothpick in my mouth, or chew on something.
I did the same thing with my fingernails. I just gotta bite them or something like that.
My knuckles on my index finger on my left hand are destroyed because when I'm driving my truck, I drive with my right hand. So when the window's up, I got nowhere to put my left hand except on my windowsill. And every now and then I find that my knuckle is in between my teeth.
Damn, dude.
Because I'm just that bored and I gotta do something. I gotta chew something. It's got nothing to do with hunger. It's just at that point in time, half the time I don't even realize I'm doing it, to be honest.
Are you talking about a teething or something?
No, it's just an oral fixation. Because when I've got gum in my mouth, I never do it. When I've got a toothpick in my mouth, I never do it. But when I've got nothing in my mouth, I find that my knuckle is the next best thing that goes in there.
Well, as far
right in between the very part that touches my hand, the very middle knuckle there is usually the one that ends up between my teeth. That's why whenever I drive, I gotta have either gum or a toothpick.
I mean, I suppose it would be understandable. I mean, it keeps I think they say when you're in class and you're eating gum, it helps you to keep your mind active so you don't think what they call it daydreaming. Usually gets you a failure. So if you actually have something to chew on, it keeps your mind active for some reason. So the next time you can basically go back to your teacher if you ever see her on the street and say, "Hey, Miss Clifton, yeah, fuck you about that gum that you told me to get out of my mouth because I could have passed that class, fucker."
Well, the only reason why teachers don't like gum in class is because they always stuck it under the tables. That was it. When they were done chewing it, it would always go under the table.
I was just mad at the fact that he called her Miss Clifton.
I don't know. I was just coming up just a random fucking name. I don't know. I just pulled it out of my ass.
I thought he was referencing fucking Family Guy.
I don't know. I probably was.
Because Clifton is a nickname for weed.
Shit. I was just I wasn't really referencing off from Family Guy, but is that the one where Chris fell in love with his teacher, Mrs. Lockhart, or something?
Yeah, because his actual teacher fucking wins the lottery and runs out on him.
Yeah, and then Brian had to fill in for her. Shit, man. Yeah, man.
Peter's sitting there and he's like, Miss Clifton, Miss Clifton, Miss Clifton, Miss Clifton.
This is true, man. I don't know. I haven't seen that one in a long ass time. I just pulled that name out of my ass, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah, the fucking big-titted bimbo that fucking comes into substitute is Miss Lockhart or something.
Yeah, the one that we all wanted to bang.
Chris, I was looking at your test. Do you see? Do you see what I see? Two D's and an F.
I don't think those are D's, man. I think those are like three F's.
Double D's, I think.
He said 3S.
Those are big hush puppies.
I just like the part after the meeting's like, I hate to bother you, but do you have a picture of yourself that I could tape to the back of Lois's head?
Oh man. I swear, man, that one sparked a lot of controversy between teachers, student affairs. Don't get me wrong, that's fucking hot. Don't get me wrong, but holy shit.
Does the song from Van Halen ring a bell?
Van Halen.
I got it bad, got it bad, got it bad. I'm hot for teacher.
Oh no. I never heard of that before, actually.
Damn,
Well,
dude.
then again, you wouldn't know it. That's like classic rock, bro.
Dude, yeah, I listen to rock, but I do listen to Van Halen too, but I never heard of that song before.
You never heard of Hot for Teacher by Van Halen? Dude, that was like the best song they made.
No, the one I did hear though was oh shoot.
Never heard of that one. Oh, Panama, yeah.
Panama, there we go. Yeah, see.
At least it was the same singer.
Shut up.
No, I mean, like, Van Halen actually had two different singers in the band.
Oh, really?
I think.
Holy fucking
yeah,
dog shit, man.
Van Halen had. I can't remember if Sammy Hagar was the original singer or if he's the new singer, but I know Sammy Hagar is a singer. Also, did you know that AC/DC had two different singers?
Yeah, I know Bon Scott and I forgot the other name.
Brian Johnson.
I remember the one from Metallica, basically like what became Christian or something like that. So it turns out like they were doing pretty well for themselves on Beavis and Butthead. It was pretty fun. It was funny as shit.
Dude, actually,
What,
I mean,
me?
I've seen the movie before, but I actually never seen, like, actually never paid attention to it.
Oh shit.
What, the movie Beavis and Butthead?
No.
Or Metallica?
Metallica, yeah.
Well, Metallica always had James Hetfield as the lead singer. But the person who kept, they had to keep switching was the bass player. Because Cliff Burton, the original bass player, died in a bus crash. And I don't know what happened to Jason Newsted. I think he just quit. But the new bass player, I'm not really a fan of.
Left.
Angus Young was never in Metallica. He was in AC/DC.
No. I'm talking about AC/DC. No, Malcolm left. He left last year.
Yeah, Malcolm left.
Yeah.
He was one of the other guitarists.
Yeah.
'Cause they had
plays
three of
bass.
them.
Yeah, he plays the bass.
Yeah, he played the bass, and they got a new guy, but they also had three guitarists because they had Angus and two other guys.
You know, there's actually, I think this is a paradox right here. There's like so many musicians just fucking quitting and actually, having new one being recruited. I mean, haven't you heard this paradox before? If you actually had a ship and like one part of the ship just kept rotting, and then like another part just kept rotting on the other end, you kept replacing the board. Is it the old ship or is it the new ship?
Well, that's actually funny you say that because when you think about it, there's two bands that come to mind when it comes to that. Slayer being one of them, what with the loss of Jeff Hanneman, and the other one would be Slipknot because of the loss of Gray. But both bands decided to get over it. Jeff Hanneman's been replaced. And I find that they're actually doing more of their older set list. Because I went to go see Slayer about 2 years ago. And no, about a year ago. And the new guitarist, they were doing songs that they haven't played in years. because the new guitarist actually remembered all the songs, and he could play them no problem. The problem, though, is he didn't have Jeff Hanneman's attitude on stage.
Right.
Because Jeff Hanneman was so drunk when he went on stage, he just did not give a shit. Whereas this guy, he was happy-go-lucky. He was happy to be there. You know, it was just a big throw-off. You know, for this thrash metal band to have one artist, like one musician in there that's happy-go-lucky, that throws off the whole element. You know, and Angelic can actually vouch for me on that one.
Yo, what are you guys doing in GTA?
Right now we're
Around,
just
dude.
chilling.
Just chilling.
Yeah, we're just basically like what we're doing right now. We're just talking. It's easier to talk when you're basically just not doing anything in the game. So
The only
it's
thing I find hard about it is keeping my controller moving so that I don't get kicked out.
So you guys just sit in the cars or something?
actually
Wow,
no.
living in an apartment.
I'm saying, yeah, me too. We're like when you play GTA 5 online, what happens is that when you sit on the couch and you're not in first person view by pressing the touchpad, but by pressing right on the D-pad to look at the TV like you would on PS3. Sorry about that whistle. When you're in that first person perspective by pressing right on the D-pad after sitting on the couch, you can never get kicked from the game.
Oh, thanks for telling me that.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like thanks for telling me that.
But what I normally
I actually did
do,
not know about that one.
I do this all the time. I do this all the time. But when I'm basically outside, let's say for example, because I don't even like doing this myself. I would rather do what I'm doing now. But another option that I do to keep myself from getting kicked is on my controller. There's the left stick and the right stick. What I normally do is I get my remote to my TV and kind of like a dick between two boobs, I stick it in between to push the controller sticks apart, right? So
The
I,
only problem I
yeah,
have with that is the camera angles. It keeps swirling around your character, and it gives you a headache after a while.
just don't look at. I'm saying like when you're AFK, like when you're like say if you're wanting to go down to the store and you pick up some groceries or grab a couple of beers and you don't want to be kicked from the game. You know, it's not the most smartest thing to do if you're in a lobby full of players, unless of course they're like dicks. What I'm saying is that if you're in a lobby full of players and they're just cool people, yeah, this would be okay because all you have to do is basically just like I said, take something like any household item, like get like a rubber band and then just like whip it around the the left stick and the right stick until they're like forced together.
That's what I actually did. I did that before. You know what happened to my PS2 controller?
What happened?
It always kept on leaning to one side. So it always preferred to lean towards the left side rather than the right side.
Oh, really? I never worried too much about that, but it's a way to keep you from being kicked for idling. But at the same time, it's just like I said. I wouldn't advise it doing like an open session shit. If you really care about your
Absolutely.
KDR, don't fucking do that.
One
But-
of the tricks I used to use for that was I would take actually a PlayStation 2 memory card that I wasn't using because I got 3 of them,
Mhm.
and I would stick that between the joysticks, and it would fit perfectly. So
Well, I mean, there's so
it would
many.
fit perfectly underneath the stick, and they would actually push them opposites of each other.
It's really great. Like if you just like want to get back in the game with your friends without having to annoy the shit out of them, saying invite me, invite me, invite me, invite me. It's like we know how annoying it can be because on both ends of the spectrum, but at the same time, fuck you, Rockstar, for kicking us for idling. Just fuck you.
Yeah, that was something I wasn't too happy with when I first started playing this.
All right,
But yeah,
don't shit
like,
yourself.
When I started playing this, I like went upstairs to grab a drink, like when I was online, and I'm sitting there playing, and all of a sudden, like, oh man, I really gotta go take a leak, and you know what? I may as well grab a drink while I'm up, right? So when I went to go take the leak and go get my drink, I come back and I'm kicked out of my lobby. It's like, well, what happened?
Your character has been
that's,
kicked for idling for too long. Press
that's what I
X
would
to
say,
continue.
and
Like,
I'd be sitting there like, are you serious? There's a time limit on how long you can play this. That sucks.
like just being, like doing nothing. I
Like just
mean,
being idle. Just
I know.
like they're
It's,
not taking into consideration like me and you right now, like what we're doing. They're not taking that into consideration. We're in the game, we're chatting with each other because PlayStation 4 doesn't have a chat lobby like the PlayStation 3 did.
you mean
So
and
it's
vice
just
versa? You mean in reverse, right?
no.
No, PS4 has a
You want
chat
to
lobby.
believe?
PS3.
No, they don't.
Oh, you're talking
What I'm
about.
talking about
Oh, you're talking
I'm
about.
talking about just a lobby just for chatting,
All right.
like voice chat.
Yeah. I
That's
mean,
what I'm talking about.
you're talking about like the chat. Yeah. This is like
The chat room.
the chat room. Now I know what you mean. Now, yeah. Then they were all the actually it kind of does, but in the sense it just allows you to like multitask. To me, I would rather have the chat only, just to
Yeah, so would I.
basically, just sit down and basically just talk about shit. I mean,
Well, yeah, like
we have a fucking meat
half.
sack. We have a meat sack between our two ears. Why can't we use it? Because we're not really using it when we're saying, like, it. Let's say if me and you, Frank, were having a conversation on Black Ops, right? We're in our own little party like we are now here on GTA. But you get that one kid, like, because I'm pretty sure I've had some squeakers came in or some adults or like teenagers, like, yeah, yeah, and they'll just try to turn the conversation, like, let's go blow shit up. It's like, and it just deters us away from, like, yeah, we've been talking for too long, let's fucking do something. But really, did you really wanted to do something? Or were you just saying that just to agree with the guy that's basically trying to be reasonable just to shift the conversations towards gameplay? Sometimes
I
I do.
see.
Sometimes I don't even want to fucking play a game like what I am now.
See, I'm in the same boat as you. Half the time when I come on and I'm online, I don't even feel like playing half the time because I don't have like all the cars in my garage. For example, like you know how my hot rod garage is, right? Like my crew garage.
Then there's the what was it called, the rat rod.
That's what my crew garage is, the rat rods.
Hmm.
Because I'm so into that culture, half the time my fun is just driving those cars around. I don't care if they get blown up. I don't care if we do missions. I just want to cruise. That's all I want to do.
I
I don't have
mean,
a bike in real life. I have 3 of them on the game. If
and
I
to me
feel like going
personally,
for a ride, I just feel like going for a ride.
and
And if you want to chat, I don't mind sitting and chatting and like
just
I
sitting
don't
down
play the
chilling.
game to get through it. I don't play the game just to get through it. Like half
Because
the time I play this game because I can't do some of this stuff in real life.
in all reality concept, like, since I am a veteran in my own right in the sense of gaming, so it's actually nice to sit down just talk about nostalgia because we actually grew up from games. We have like an enriched history. We
Well, I
already
grew up
made
from
our
games
own.
and music, but yeah.
Yeah, we have our history of just of a structure. We spent 20 plus years having fun, doing this, but sometimes you actually want to talk to a person that you do have the same interest with and sit down and have a
Same
grand old
connection,
time.
yeah.
And it's not like, and it's just like, yeah, I know we're here to play games, don't get me wrong. That's why we're on this console in the first place. But have you ever once just stopped and actually just talked about it? Like, you cannot have anything unless if you learn to respect and appreciate the very thing that keeps the consoles going. I can understand maybe like when I was in high school, probably in the sense of the forefathers giving us, our freedom. I never give a shit about George Washington, going on the stealth-based mission to save the U.S. from the British or so. I never cared for that because those events have already passed. Now, that was probably around like over 200 years ago, like 270 years ago. And it's understandable to a certain degree because we just didn't, I didn't care because I was just a teenager. So it was understandable that who would care about a bunch of dead guys. But the scenario goes here on gaming is that no one's dead in the sense of like how big this industry is, how big gaming has become as a whole. So when I find out that, squeakers or gamers in the sense that don't care about nostalgia, they just want to fucking blow up shit, you're really making your own history right there. You are becoming like our forefathers were. You are trying to make your history. And I don't have a problem with that. But if you are making it, make it worth your time when you make it. When you make something, make it worth it. Otherwise, what are you making?
What I can't understand.
You're making yourself butthurt in the future when someone doesn't want to do what you want to do. You want to sit down and talk about what you are doing now.
Somebody comes that's better.
Because you know it's going to happen. You know at some point or another, 20 years down the road, you will age as you are, like me and you, Frank. You want to sit down and talk about the history that you're making now. Otherwise...
Or the history that we've had.
Exactly. Because we would actually become a better acknowledgement because we're like... The person who wants to create history should look at us as gods because you're trying to do something. You're trying to create. We created ours. So maybe you should take from us what you're trying to do, but you don't want to admit it. So in all reality, it's that sense like maybe you should shut the fuck up and listen to your elders. And we play the same damn game, motherfucker, so it ain't really worth actually trying to interrupt us when we speak. Because we have been around the block. We may be old, but we know the drill. We are on the same field as you are. We specialize. We are professionals. We're like professors in this sense. We are on the same field as you are. So, if or by anything, you can learn a thing or two from us.
I think for the most part, like I can probably explain why I still play my PlayStation 1, why I still play my PlayStation 2, why I still play my Super NES. It's because I grew up with those systems. And when I play them, it sends me back to a simpler time. When I was a young kid and I would pop in that disc and I would play that game for hours on end.
I won't even say disc. I would say cartridge because that's...
Well, cartridge, disc, I had them both. Because I had the Super NES and I also had the PlayStation.
And this is true. I mean, I think...
I would pop in, like, for example, I have the original Grand Theft Auto. I'm talking Grand Theft Auto 1, the top view where everything was pixelated. Now, at the time, that game was a big hit. You think about it nowadays, what with the high def resolution and realistic graphics. You pop in Grand Theft Auto 1 that you remember playing as I guess at the time I would have been 6. Yeah, PlayStation. Because I think PlayStation came out, 95?
Actually, well, the PlayStation launch title, Twisted Metal, came out on November 5th, 95, so probably maybe a few months prior.
I'm talking the PlayStation
itself.
It
was actually September because it was a year exact after it came in Japan.
Yeah.
Anyway, so it was just like I said, a few months prior, so...
I'm gonna go on my other account.
Alright.
So anyway...
Back into the lobby.
Alright.
Cool. So anyway, like... Going from Grand Theft Auto 5 to the original Grand Theft Auto, which I remember playing when I was 6. Because I was born in 89. So I would have been 6 playing Grand Theft Auto.
Mm-hmm.
To
This
go
is
back
true.
to that and think of a simpler time when this was entertaining to me, when this was, when this was video gaming. It's a huge throwback to me. I can actually go back and play the original Crash Bandicoot because it sends me back in time to where, things were simple.
And now
The
it's
graphics
like,
weren't that great, the music wasn't that great, and that was a game that never really had a story, but it was still entertaining. And it was more entertaining than half the shit that we do that most gamers do online. With ranking their characters up or getting the most kill streaks, for example, or being the highest rank or whatever. Basically you threw in a game, you did your best to get to the end, and the playback was so good that you wanted to play it again.
and for the most part, I actually would see if it creates that much of a happier sense in how much aggravated you are now, you can already tell that it's going to get even worse. And no one's going to be able to. It's really what this is that I see this whole concept here as a chess game. It's basically getting rid of the pawns first just to have a sense of thriving. This is probably manipulation of psychological warfare at best when it comes right down to toying with our emotions on utilizing games as a means to capture us in that sense like we are nothing but miserable creatures. This is the perfect example because we don't really have a means to create self-happiness. We cannot do it on our own. In knowing the fact that microtransactions, which fucking help, please light me up on the electric chair as I laugh as the Joker. Then to actually
Hey, dude, I
see,
can believe I spent $20 on a mobile game.
it doesn't matter. The fact is, okay, when you pay your $60, right? You have already made the transaction. Like if you went down to the store, say for example, you go to the store, you pay, say like, we'll say you get a candy bar for like $5, right? Every time you take a chew, like you chew on your candy bar, you have to pay like a penny. Really? But what would that do in that sense? Like if you already went to the store and you paid your money, what was the point of paying your $5 if you're already chewing on it? And you're still paying. What does that show? That actually shows I think this, I forgot the term, but you're conning a person out of their money. It's really what it is. You're just conning them. But I
I
already
just feel
paid
also
you.
like for
I have the
pre-orders, for
receipt right.
example.
Like it's like you go down to Walmart, you get this big ass TV, right? Or you have something that looks like you're walking out of the store with, and security guard goes up to you and say, "Hey, you gotta pay for that." I did. Here's the receipt. You still gotta pay for it. Fuck you. That's really what it is. That's what this shit is. It doesn't matter. It's like the receipt is there to show proof that you did pay for it. So you should not have a problem. That is what it's there for. That is how it is used, like a hooker. That's what it's for. You
Well,
have
when
you have
Well,
the
when
receipt to show proof that you made the transaction. It is done. There is nothing more. You have the evidence to get the cop off of you. So imagine that on everything. Imagine what microtransactions are, not just on gaming, but everything that you do. If this is welcome
Matt's
into
trying
society, you have literally have given up all your freedoms because people did not know how to stop. If this happens on it, that is a scary future to have.
Matt's trying to make the point on pre-ordering games. Well,
Yeah.
I have two sides of that coin. And the only reason I say I have two sides of that coin is because I've pre-ordered, and I've only pre-ordered once. I'm the kind of person who will wait a couple of months for, all the hype to die down, and then I'll go get my copy, right? Well, this game I pre-ordered, and that game was Mad Max. Now, did I pre-order the game for DLCs? Hell no. Did I pre-order the game for any benefits? Hell no. The only reason I pre-ordered the game was so I know that as soon as I got there, I didn't have to pay for it again.
Well, that wasn't
That was
necessarily the point I was actually trying to get to.
I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet.
Bad.
When I pre-ordered Mad Max, the only thing I thought I was going to get from the game was the game itself. Yes, it did come with a collectible, and I was actually happy about that. But at the same time, I did not realize I was getting that. And
Pre-orders.
the reason,
Go. Sorry.
And the reason I pre-ordered it was I heard about the game, I knew I wanted it, and I wanted to make myself get that game. And by doing that, I pre-ordered it. I put money down on the game. I pre-ordered it. I wasn't expecting anything out of that game except for the game itself. Now, with that said, I can understand, and this is why I'm on the fence about this subject. I have known people who have pre-ordered games and have gotten nothing but the game. It's like, well, I understand you want to get the game and you're hyped up about it, but why not wait for the hype to die down and then buy the game? When I bought Black Ops 2, it had been out for almost a year before I bought it. I didn't buy Black Ops 2 until all the hype died down.
And, I mean, with pre-orders, in my personal experience, the reason why pre-orders were existing in the first place, and this is before digital copies came into play, there's only a certain number of copies that would be available for people to actually purchase it for, because there's only so many,
At the time of release.
So if you paid, let's say, your money and you put $5 on top of it, you were guaranteed your copy as soon as it hit shelves. But you had 48 hours after launch date to get that copy. It was only for that purpose. So it was only there because there was a limited amount. When there was limited, you needed your guarantee. That's what pre-orders were for. Nowadays, games are digital. So that means there's infinite. There is an infinite supply of copies that you can create based off on the 7 billion people on this planet who could actually purchase them if they all had the money to afford it. Money scarcity. Well, leave that subject alone. But the thing is, what will be the purpose of pre-ordering something that's infinite to guarantee you a copy? Because if it's infinite, you already have a guarantee, so what's the purpose of a pre-order? You had to give it a sense of a higher meaning. So what you're doing here is that you're getting Superman to break the fucking train track with no one watching, and then as soon as the train shows up, he fixes it. You're not really a hero, you're just a dick. You're an asshole. You scare the shit out of everyone to make yourself look good. Pre-orders never really had that much of a purpose, but for what it was used for. Now that there's infinite, you had to give it more value to make yourself feel good, or make sure that you actually got more out of it because you paid money before you like what Frank does on his part is that he waits for the hype to go down. It takes patience. Once you actually have all the hype to go down, you literally would know what the game is like, and you get the same experience because you know what you wanted. And I did that same, and that's how I am too. I know what I want because I want to hear the opinions of others. If it's something that would interest me, if it's something that would match my critique, if it's something that will match something that I know that I will like, if they can make a reference to another game that I am very familiar with. Say, for example, if you like Grand Theft Auto 5, you would like such and such of this game. because wait a second, I have Grand Theft Auto 5. So how's this gameplay? So I will basically listen to the opinions of YouTubers. This is why YouTubing for gaming is so big, because of what people like me and Frank are. We want to hear the opinions of others before we even touch our fucking keys to get in the car to go down to GameStop or whatever. We don't want to get that game until we know what we're getting. Because when you pre-order,
that was what I experienced with Rocket League. Because before I even picked up that game, I was watching YouTube videos on it, and I was saying to myself, you know what? That looks like a pretty fun game. I want to give it a try.
and the scenario goes is that with pre-orders, the only reason why it would exist in the first place with your guaranteed copy is that you don't want to wait.
That's the thing, though. It's like you pre-order the game even before it comes out. You don't even know if the game is good or not.
You have to face the hype. You have to. It's like a fog. Hype is like a fog. You're in the wilderness. And it's a big, thick ass fog. The bigger the hype is, the harder it is for your judgment to actually pierce through it when you want to get what you want. It's hard to get what you want when you keep running in the wrong direction, because you never know. It might just be more fog. You have to wait for it to clear out. Maybe more so, I think maybe a desert storm. It will never. You're just going to be lost in the desert if you don't have a place to find shelter. Otherwise, you're just going to be buried. You have to find a place to actually hide in, so that way when it passes, it's more safer. And I think that episode Naruto, when they were out in the desert, best described this. It's like a hype. You can't just go around basically, pushing yourself, trying to say, hey, look, I want this game. I just wait. Patience is a virtue.
I just feel like pre-orders make the companies like Treyarch and Activision and I don't know, even Ubisoft lately, they've been getting pretty better with the games. And I feel like, for example, Watch Dogs. I pre-ordered Watch Dogs and it was so hyped, but then when I got it, it was just terrible. I was hoping, something like GTA. It is like GTA, but it's really, then
compared to GTA 5, you couldn't stand for it.
And I just feel like people, there's so many people that pre-ordered the game that Ubisoft just said, oh, well, have a great margin of sales or whatever it is. So they didn't actually put more time into the game or something.
That's why with Devil May Cry 5, it's like that's in production now, and I say the same thing for GTA 6. Take your fucking time. Just because I say I want something doesn't necessarily mean I want you to rush it. It means if I know what I want and I say I want this to happen, don't give it to me now. Don't give it to me now. Do it right so I know what I want.
Oh, dude, don't even get me started on Assassin's Creed, man.
Yeah, Unity especially.
I will admit, I fell into the hype of Assassin's Creed. And I basically said to myself, you know what? Everybody's got nothing but good things about this game, and these were people who actually enjoyed playing the game. Like they said nothing but good things about this game. I think I'm gonna give it a try because I hear it's a good game. I put it in. I played for 5 minutes and I took it out because this was the first Assassin's Creed I played, and I'm sitting there and I'm thinking to myself, well, it should be like God of War, free-based combat game. When in reality, it was, press a button and he'll do this attack. Well, now you're starting to get into the RPG setting, and I really hate RPGs. Turn-based RPGs, I really hate them. And you're starting to get into, turn-based RPG. You've got to wait for a certain point before you can progress, and that was annoying to me. If I wanted to play a boring game where all I want to do is, where all I'm doing is sneaking around, what's the fun in that?
You have to basically, if you look, you gotta listen to what a lot of YouTubers say. If you're interested in such and such, that's why we have suggestions, in our if you went on PlayStation Store and you saw the game Assassin's Creed, if you are interested in this game, I would sometimes go by the suggestion box where it'll tell you, if you like Assassin's Creed, it'll probably show like Dishonor or something like that, or it'll probably tell me like a stealth-based game or Watch Dogs. It will tell me something in similarities. If one of those similar games that I played are actually on that list, I can go by that list and probably read off, and I'll go back and read it again, and then I'll or check with the YouTuber or whatever, and just see what he has to say. Like what did he say that I missed? Like did I overlook something? Did I not pay attention enough? Short-term attention spans piss me clean the fuck off. And to fight it every day, it actually helps because I am able to catch more information, so I know my attention span is longer than most. Not saying that I'm a god, but you're a fucking idiot because you didn't pay attention. So I did because I know what I was going to lose versus what I was going to get. So before I rolled the bet on the dice I was going to play with, let me like re-listen to what the person has to say, even as irritable as it is. Look past irritation. You might actually learn something about it and realize, oh my fucking god, no wonder why. Because he did say that, and I never paid attention.
Not only that, but when you start like trusting the opinions of other people, you can really lose out on some good stuff. Because there was somebody who was talking about a game, and I can't remember which game it was. But he said to me, he's like, dude, you wouldn't like this game. It sucks ass. And I can't remember, like, I think it was a driving game or something, but I can't remember which game it was. Oh, no, actually, it was Twisted Metal for PS3.
I would have to say...
people, and Demon, I'm not sure if you agree with me on this one. I think you were one of the people who disagreed with me.
Well, let me fucking hear it first.
I thought that game was really good. Like the career mode, I thought that game was extremely well done.
Actually, I agree with you.
It focused on, the three main characters that everybody thought about, It focused on Sweet Tooth, focused on Mr. Grimm, and it focused on Dollface.
Yeah, Dollface. I remember that.
Well, me and Dylan both loved that game. Like, before we were even able to play online, we both loved that game. Like, we beat the career at least 4 times.
It was fun. I actually enjoyed it. I never tried out online. I wanted to.
Online isn't bad, but it's a little flaky. They did their job and they focused on the story. Your face? No.
And the scenario goes is that at the end of the day, you have to realize something here. You need to get as much content for the money that you dish out. You have to. Leaning on to...
Not only that, but having opinions of someone who has a different favor of game than you is a dumb idea.
What I would say, if you're going off of one source, that's the problem. Is that if you're going by one source, yes, you become gullible. You need multiple sources. The more people with different opinions, and we know this world is divided, you can use that to your own advantage. If everyone is very divided amongst one another, if you have different sources that you would go to, and they actually have that same interest for that game, and they have an opinion very different from one another, you can draw to your own before you even try it. So that way you have an understanding of it, so much so to the point where you know what you're getting. So before you even think about, yes, listen to one source, it's bad. If you listen to multiple sources, you might have a better understanding. That way, you know your money's not being spent versus, well, not spent, excuse me, wasted would be the proper term. Your money would not be wasted, but at the same
I
time, you won't be gypped out. You won't be gypped out neither. It's the safe approach. It's like the trial in a sense.
I had a similar thing with my rock, because I was starting to get into the modern metal, and I had friends that were into it, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and my friends, they were into the hardcore metal. Like, you can barely understand these guys. The music's all over the place, you know. And I had one guy, and he was actually a really good friend of mine until, we just lost contact with each other, because we all know that shit happens. But um, we would go to the music store, into the metal section, and he would pick out CDs for me. Like, I would tell him my style, like I tell him exactly what I'm into, and he'd start picking out bands for me. Like, who do you think I would like? And at the time, I think the only bands I couldn't listen to were like Cannibal Corpse, and there was one more, Cradle of Filth. I could not listen to them. They were just all over the place, and they were just disgusting to my ear. Well,
Hmm.
he decided that he was going to look at my genres that I was big into, and half of my CD collection is thanks to him. You know, and he would actually say, like, "Okay, I'll make you a deal. You buy the CD. If you don't like it, I'll buy it off you for the same price you paid. Because it's a
Yeah,
band I really like, and I figured you might like them too.
and that would
But
be
if you
a
don't
that
like
is an
them,
interesting deal because even though you paid for it, he's still giving you the money back, and you get
yeah,
yeah like a trial. It's like a trial in a way. So it would be yeah. I mean, this will be the best understanding, and even if the game, like you said, Assassin's Creed Unity, 5 minutes later you're ready to go. Yeah, take it back to the store, and you got the receipt. Yeah, just get your money back because of what it's worth. But whatever YouTuber that you see, yeah, maybe they were wrong about that game. But I would say if you're wrong about a game, I'll give you 5 tries. As I'll give you 5 tries to be correct, not politically correct, but to be correct about a game. I would, if I actually can agree with you, I can probably follow you through thick and thin if it's something that I can understand because of something that I know through same or similar experience. Because it gives me a bet like Review Tech USA, great YouTuber. I really like his structure. Alpha Mega Sin, fucking badass. Those will be the top 2 guys I would follow through because they have a much more of a stronger structure when it comes to common sense. I highly admire it. They shouldn't just be like YouTubers who are highly praised for what they're because of this common sense because you have to think common sense is meant for the sole purpose to be common. But if it's so much that stupidity where you're making YouTube videos because you have common sense, it's kind of sad to say that it's more like a sixth sense if you're using common sense. And that
no,
displeases me to see. I mean, I'm not saying I'm not cussing them out for using it. I highly praise for it because I see them as messengers. They're trying to use something that most people throw away because they know, like Lizard Squad is, if they know you can do it, then fucking do it. Are you afraid to rob the bank, afraid to get caught, sort of ordeal. And if you know that you can't get caught, you're going to do it, but you don't get the term of common sense is it doesn't matter if you get caught anyway. The fact is what you're doing is fucked up. So killing the child or basically in general, it's still wrong. I don't care if money is being gone or basically a child is actually getting killed. What you're doing is that you're doing what is immoral. And the fact is that,
exactly.
and that's why I wouldn't mind talking to you about this, Frank, because on the level, just like they are, I wouldn't mind having a beer with them. Sit down, just like basically like structuring shit, like making maybe plans or
Oh,
something like that. To
it
do
gets to the
some.
point where you just say, I understand where you're coming from, but the way you're doing it is wrong. There is an easier way and a less illegal way of doing it. I
That's what I'm
mean,
saying. Is like you never
you
really.
guys are basically computer hackers, and you're basically hacking other people to make a point. Well, you're not thinking about all the people who are suffering because of your hacking.
And I'm not just talking about. I'm not talking about like Lizard Squad per se as as an event. I'm using them as a principle,
I
like just to.
understand, and I'm using them as a reference too, but they're not taking into consideration their actions.
Exactly. You really haven't done anything. It's just the Chinese believe this is that your hands are good for making money of one of two ways: stealing or working. If you're making money through stealing, they should be chopped off because that's all they're
Yes.
good for. If you're good at doing something bad, you should be punished for it. In that sense, knowing right from wrong, but you shouldn't have to lose your hands because who would want to? Who would want to lose their hands? So in the sense, instead of having to think about, oh, well, I don't have to worry about my hands being chopped off if I stole something, I'll just basically get maybe a couple nights behind bars or something, or gotta pay like the fee or something, or get some community service. But I'm not talking about punishing in the sense like just fucking do right, just do good. You don't have to basically think you're being trolled, but understand moral structure and don't question it. If someone says, be good to others as you want to be treated, fucking do it. But don't act on revenge on it. All you're doing is that you're taking an even level on a lower level. That you're not on even level, on a high level to be above things. You're lowering yourself to them. And it wouldn't even matter. You are on the same level. It's structure of immorality. Common
Well, not
sense
only that,
helps.
but who?
Common sense reinforces it. Like it's kind of like an officer of the law keeps you in check, but it is yourself that has to do this. But not so much so that you are egotistical about it. It saddens me to actually see that I can talk. I mean, Swagboy Ice and Merc were just complete. I'm not trying to be mean about this, but they were a pain in the ass. When I first met them, they were very difficult. They were squeakers. They were harder. They didn't give a shit about me, and I can respect that because number one thing, common sense states I have no fucking history with them. I have to eat this shit. I have to. They don't know me. So from this, I need to learn to respect that. And I did. And so much so, Merc is actually on a similar level with Rainbow Cakes, Julian. They are very loyal. Yeah, they are squeakers, but they're very loyal. They're very helpful. They're very honest. If I need help, I know that I can trust them. I can depend on them. And I'm not trolling them. I'm not making them my slave. And they're certainly not my bitches. They're someone that I can go to when I need help. It is a sense of reciprocity. The bitch is the one who has no reciprocity from his master. But if your master shows reciprocity, if he actually helps you, you have to be the bitch because he does his part. He does help. So maybe it would be them being my bitches. But in the sense, I do actually stick my neck out for them. I try. I've been ridiculed many a times when Rainbow Cakes was next to me. Everyone thought we were gay, but I stood out for him. I didn't care what others said. You can call me gay. You can call Rainbow gay. But the scenario goes, he's a kid and I'm an adult. I actually stand by him as a father to his son.
The only reason why I said anything about Rainbow's name was I wanted to hear the story behind it. Like everybody's got a story behind their names, and I heard Rainbow Cake's story. His brother was a dick, and that was the biggest thing. But at the same time, when the account was made, did he understand that he could have just made a new account? He
I
didn't
mean,
have to stick with Rainbow Cakes. He could have changed it.
it's basically
He could have
similar.
left. He could have left that on there and then created a new name. He doesn't have to stick with it.
But the problem is he doesn't have the knowledge. He didn't have the knowledge. He asked his brother for help. That's my problem. That's my problem with everyone. Is that I want to live in a world where I'm just as helpful to those who can help me. That's what reciprocity is meant for. If I help you, you have to help me because I did something for you. But the sense of what Rainbow Cakes' brother did, that just shows that that's why this world falls apart. That's why we can't trust one another. It's the art of free will. Free will is like that of a rose. It's beautiful, but it has its thorns. We have to deal with assholes, and it has to be dealt with. That's why we have discipline and punishment to ensure that they don't do these kinds of acts. Now placing punishment under corruption status, then that's when you have the bad guys like Rainbow Cake's brother who is rewarded for their actions. Because you really have crushed the weak as if they were nothing. You have no justice. So the thing is, he doesn't have that knowledge to think on his own to actually make the account. He doesn't know. And I'm going to be honest with you. I may be 25. I don't even know how to convert music from YouTube onto what's it called? An MP3 format. I cannot just, download anything like off of a laptop.
I can actually tell you how to do that.
What I'm saying is like, yeah, I know you can, but I never learned it. I always had my mother do it for me. Or,
There
if
is
I
actually, I'm sorry, I gotta say this. There is actually a very simple way to do it,
Mhm.
and if you have iTunes, it would actually work a lot better.
All right. But what I'm saying is like I never could understand a lot of things like, and this is a problem with a lot of people today about taxes. You're always told that you gotta pay your taxes, and there's like ways to do it before you go into debt about it. That's why debt is put there because you did not held up your end of the bargain at the time. It's like you put on like if I go to the barber shop, put on my tab. At the end of the month, you have to come up with the money to pay for, otherwise you're in debt. But what if you paid before you got into debt? What if you actually took care of the job before you were put in that position? That way, you don't have to worry about it later on. I wanted my parents to teach me how to pay my bills, pay my taxes. I knew how to take out the garbage and whatnot because they showed me. They showed me how to do it. That's how I know. Because you took your time. This little egotistical attitude of bullshit saying, oh, I've got time to fucking teach you. You should already know that. It doesn't matter. The job still needs to be done. I haven't learned. Someone has to teach me. I can't just teach everything for myself because I have nothing to, what's it called? To be familiarize myself with something that I can, compare it to. Sometimes maybe instead of going into debt to actually learn about it, why not tell me how to do it beforehand before I hit 18? If every parent actually took the attempt to actually get off their egotistical attitude saying I should have done it and just do the blame game, then teach me. I'll be 10 years old. I'm ready to learn. Teach me. No. You shouldn't have to worry about it. 18 comes around 8 years later. I still don't know. You're still paying the bills. You're paying for everything. I haven't done anything. And
See, when it comes to me and my father, we learned the old school way.
Pass the torch.
Like we both learned the same way. My dad learned for a lot of the times. I find that I don't learn how to do it unless I get in there and do it. Like you can tell me till you're blue in the face how to do it, but show me how to do it.
in trial and error, which is
Show me
understandable.
once. You show
Trial
me once how to do it, and I guarantee you by the end of the day, I will be a master at it.
and I would say trial and error would be like like experience is the ultimate teacher, and trial and error would be that means to succeed at. But if I don't know what to do, it's so cringeworthy to actually say that. What if I get stuck into something? Like, what if I basically put myself in a greater debt? What if I actually have to pay the government this vast sums of money because of some kind of, I basically hit something wrong on the computer? Like, say if like I agree to something because, well, think about it, I'm trying to grow up here. I need to fucking do my part. But what if I agree to something and I read it, but I just had somewhat of an understanding, but I missed a couple lines. I'm not too certain if I actually had those. What if I agree to something, didn't know what I agreed to? I just basically just I have no future now, or something that I probably made a false claim to, that maybe a person with a higher um, money status, say someone like a richer, wealthier person goes on a website like this and he puts in his agreements because he know he could fulfill it. What if I went into something of that similar nature and I agree to something, but I don't have the money to back up myself if something goes wrong of whatever that something could be that I'm not aware of?
See, see,
You
that's
never
where the
know.
thought process comes in, because when you think about it, you're talking about like not like lack of knowledge for uh a lot of things these days that people don't even read anymore. Like they just skim through it and it's like, okay, yeah, I agree, right? Like get this done as soon as possible. But you you really need to take your time and read stuff like that. Like you need to, like, if something financial is involved, you need to read every line. You can't just skim through it and say, "Okay, I understand this. Okay, I understand that." Well, what does that word mean? I don't really care. You can't really do that when it comes to legal shit. Because it's so easy for companies to make, and actually there are a lot of companies that do this. They'll make a contract so big, like they'll make a 10-page contract, and it'll be the same, like it'll be covering, each page will be covering the same thing that page one covered, but they'll hide little secrets in there. So if you read the first two, three lines and realize that, oh, well, this is just the same paper as the last one, and you skim over it, you're actually missing out on some valuable information that they now have because you decided to sign it rather than read it. And they will make subtle changes. They won't make like, well, page 2 says that, if I don't fulfill the agreement, you guys get my house, you get all my stuff. It'll be, if the agreement is null and void, you will owe the bank the null, and or you will owe the bank the full amount of what you owe, and if you can't fulfill the bargain, like if you can't pay back what you owe, we will repossess your stuff, and that won't be until like the middle of the page.
I know it's like
So
the scenario goes that learning how to grow up as an adult in today's society, it's a lot more complex than how it used to be, and just holding up the household and just making sure that you fend off anything that's a problem. It's That's more so something that I would um was it resonate to, maybe something that I would be very familiar
relate
with.
to.
It's just it's simple, the simple way of child becomes a man, he is the adult, he knows right from wrong, he's in charge. But now with taxes, bills and everything else, I've, in a way, to a certain degree, I may live in the year 2015, but I think of myself as a man from many centuries ago. Just so much like I said, well, like thousands of years ago, the structure of what it means to be a man is just be strong in the sense of knowing right from wrong and take position of what your father once was. Not to overthrow him or dethrone him in the sense of like while he's in power, but when it's your time to the torch is passed. I don't see it as much as I don't see it as words of wisdom. I see it as a way of life. But the problem is that with a structuring of technological advancements, and I do play video games to show my means to be adaptive. I do. And I love video games. I play them every single day. It shows that, I am very up to par with, with the rest of the world. But the problem is that with all these advancements, it just shows more signs of corruption of anyone who can screw a good person over because of how complex it is. You can say it's simple and easy as much as you want on commercials, and I fucking hate commercials. I fucking hate them. Get rich quick schemes, all that shit. It just shows to me as a person, I'm living in a world that's structured as a means to be dead. It's like it's digging its grave for death, and we're just happy about it. We are happy to work. And how these advancements show is that you have all people being conned. I know death and taxes have to be done, but I can't see myself becoming that purified adult because I never had the true understanding. I had to go with what I know versus what I needed to know. That's why I say people have to know. People need to know. I say that people should have the right to know what goes on behind curtains, what should go on. People must know. But when you're surrounded by idiots who just want to blow shit up, and I don't blame them, it pisses me off that you don't want to further yourself to understand shit. And I'm not playing the blame game, but if I don't have anything, if I don't know something that I should know, that's a problem to me. But if nobody cares about it, then what are we structuring ourselves from? We only know what we know. But there's some things out there we have to know. And it pisses me off when nobody cares.
Well, that's not it, actually. It's not that nobody really cares. It's a lot of the things that you say we should know, we're not ready to know. We want to stay in the state of ignorance for just a little bit longer. To be honest.
Yeah, but so much so that we're in.
I'm saying most people. I'm not saying I'm one of them. I'm just saying most people just want to live their lives. This is the way it works. Don't fuck with it. They've got that mentality.
But the ignorance, to that degree, it's more so like, but if it starts affecting your everyday life, such as taxes, and parents not fulfilling their part, it's gone too far. If you kind of think about it like that. I mean, that's when you know the line's been crossed. The state of ignorance, I don't mind. If you're being happy, you should have the right to be happy. I don't mind. Ignorance is bliss. If you're happy, that's fine. Keep your shit straight, under control. But if something like this, where parents have a job where you're supposed to understand these methods, and Drifter said this best. Drifter had he had a video up and running about this, and I completely agree with him. I'm probably just the worst messenger for it because it's just how the message is being brought. From one person to another, like a rumor. Like, you ever had that one teacher in your class? He'll make a rumor, then he will just ask the last one, so what did you hear? It was completely different.
Yeah.
So maybe between me and Drifter, yeah, I'm probably taking this on a much more of a different approach than how he put it. But the scenario goes with taxes here is that when a parent has a job and that job fails and that kid becomes an adult, what happens to the grandson? An even worse parent as the grandson gets older, and it becomes a continuous string, and then we come to accept that as a means to be father to son material versus what should have been. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's my problem. I want to see a world where cops will not have a purpose because everyone knows right from wrong and they do what is needed to be done. That ignorance is good, but when it starts to affect your daily life as debt, there's a problem. And I've grown sick and tired of this gloating attitude. You should have already known this. You should have done your part. You should have done this, should have done that. It's still the blame game. It doesn't matter if you're the parent, you still are playing the blame game, parent to kid. You didn't do your part as a parent. Now that kid is an adult, he still is in debt. It shows that it's not the student that fails, it's the teacher that failed. Because you had a duty that you had to sustain to. So the blame game, it's at this point, it's getting old because now people are suffering. Money is now scarce, and people only think about themselves.
I can agree with you on that wholeheartedly. That it's when it comes to that situation, it's not the kid's fault. Like it's the same thing with dogs, to be honest. Because like for example, we're animal lovers. We love all of our animals. We got a cat and 2 dogs.
Fair enough.
And
Just
our
not that
dogs
one
are
cat that shit tree trunks on my front yard. But go on. Tree stumps, sorry.
But
Sorry,
anyway,
tree stumps. Just that one
anyway,
cat I fucking hate.
I don't hate all cats, just that one. But no, like I said, it's just like dogs and cats. Like it's just like any pet that you own. If you are extremely nice to your pets, they're gonna love everything, and they're not gonna be vulgar. They're not. Hell, I knew a guy when I was still living in the city. He had this big boxer, not neutered, nothing. He was this big boxer, and every day we would walk by his house because my friend actually lived right next door to him, and we would walk right by his house, and this dog would run at us and bark. Right? It scared the shit out of us. This big fucking mean-looking boxer type dog, this mean bastard, it would scare us, right?
Right.
Well, one day we're hanging out at this guy's house, and the owner was sitting outside. He was petting the dog, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the dog starts barking at us because we're kids, we're people, right?
Right.
And the guy looks at me and he says, "Go ahead, put your hand over the fence, see what happens." Well, my first thought was, "Fuck you, asshole!" Right? I'm not dumb.
Right.
But, all my friends are egging me on, and I bowed down to peer pressure. I was like, okay, fine, fuck it, right? What's the worst that'll happen? I'll just lose my hand, and I'll have to go to the hospital, right?
Mm-hmm.
I put my hand over the fence. This dog bolts for my hand, and he starts licking the shit out of my hand.
Damn.
He was the nicest boxer I have ever met. So I start petting him, and he's just sitting there panting away, enjoying the attention. And the owner said, "Yeah, we take good care of him. He's a good dog. He won't bite you." But on the other hand, I had a neighbor who was I honestly think he was a drug dealer or something.
He was very aggressive and abusive against the
dog
animals.
Was very aggressive to. I don't know if that was true, but the dog was very aggressive to any human. Like, it didn't matter if he was our neighbor. It didn't matter if he was the mailman. Like, he would growl at little kids just walking by, because there was a school down our street. And these little kids would be walking home, and this boxer would run to the end and literally try jumping the fence in order to get at the kids. Because he was a mean-spirited dog.
Mm-hmm.
And when you think about that, the kids are just as bad as, pets. You treat your kids with disrespect, and they can't get along in the world. They have to figure shit out for themselves. They're not gonna succeed.
They need that helping hand. You you're like, as a parent, and emo kids, they do have the biggest cry, and I have to stand by them for this because they have a valuable point. Is that their cry for what they need is the fact they need a guidance. They need some sense. They want to be guided, but they're looking for what is right. They're looking for the light at the end of the tunnel. That's why they're stuck in the dark. That's why a lot of them really have no way to live. And it makes it, yeah, the suicide rate's much more higher in Russia, try to crack down on this shit, saying that it's illegal to be emo. What I'm saying is, the fact is that you're stuck in the dark. What best describes us would be them. You need to guide your kids because I'm gonna say this once, and I want all to listen to this very well. Mother and father is the name for God on the lips and hearts of all children.
Why did that sound like a Bible verse?
No, it's not.
I'm just saying it sounds like it.
What I'm saying is that you have a job to lead. Do your part. There may be a Bible verse. Who the fuck knows? I don't give a shit. It's probably the 5th commandment, which is honor thy mother and thy father. The main reason why they say that is that your parents have a job. You can't blame. But you must make sure that you become the proper adult. That's the main problem with all of us. We need to know right from wrong. So that way when this does approach, and that's why we're talking about this, is that we have to fulfill. Otherwise, we will be all trapped in the dark and we will not have any means to succeed. We will be just, even though they're a bunch of complainers, and yes, emos can be big complainers, and I don't blame them. Because parents have that job. Fulfill it as such or be left in dark. Because that dog story that you dished out on me, it would be for nothing. Your little, think about it. You had an event, make it worth it. Have a sense of value. So ensure that you can literally, if you value something like that, if you are a parent and you have a child, raise it right. Because they look to you, they look up to you. Be what they want to be. So that way when they do become it, because it's kind of like Infamous, the karma meter. What happens at the end of the story is what you're going to get based off on your decisions. Based off on your decisions, that's what you're going to get. So you can say, I'm in control, I got the power, I can do this and that, but remember, what happens at the end that's the result. And that's where responsibility comes into play. Even though Spider-Man probably I'll be clouding people's judgment when I mention that, but with great power does come with great responsibility. An adult, not a child's mind, an adult's body, an actual matured adult. It is a power, but you have to take responsibility for your actions. Because how you come out to be, that's really what it is. So whether if it did come from a comic book or basically came from Infamous, this has been done for thousands of years. We should know this is in your story with the dog. It's just as real. So kids are just as liable. Like I said, they're very easy to indoctrinate. They're like sponges. They soak up information. What they soak up is what you should be concerned about. That's why we have mature titles.
Imitate.
Well, that's why we have the ESRB system. It's a rating system for the sole purpose that if this game is immature, don't buy it. It's not just to protect the game so other players can play it and mothers who go out and try to ban it. No. The reason why we say these things is because it's not to protect our games. It's because we need to protect our children. That's what the ESRB is for. That doesn't mean it's a bloody game. That means that it's not made for kids. So even if it is bloody, yeah, it would lead to it, but that's only just to tell you that it is. It's just like a terms and services paper when you look at the rating system. You read it and you agree to it when you make the transaction. That's what it is. That's what it's there for. That's how it's used, like a hooker. If you have something, utilize it. You see an
Well, that's
but it's a matter of
that's
responsibility.
something I find funny when you mention the ERB system, because take for example the controversies that Grand Theft Auto itself as a game has created for itself because of the ERB system.
ESRB.
And the problem stems with all the mothers that keep saying, well, my kid is now a bad kid because he plays Grand Theft Auto. He doesn't do his homework anymore. He doesn't do all this anymore. He'd rather go out and gangbang. Well, for starters, the kid needs a parental consultant, the kid needs parental permission to play the game in the first place.
Exactly. Identification.
And back in the day when gaming wasn't such a big deal and nobody was trying to get up in it, everybody was very laxed on the rules. You wanted to play an M-rated game, it didn't matter because nobody was imitating it. And part of the problem was because the graphics were so shitty that you couldn't really tell what was bad and what wasn't. But at the same time, the rules were relaxed because no one was taking virtual reality seriously. Now, the problem with not taking that seriously is, fast forward to modern day. Graphics have gotten a lot better. They have gotten a lot more realistic. And now every store is now asking for ID before you buy the game.
It's like getting a movie or a book or music because of just, it's not so much of I think the idea of an adult is misunderstood in the sense of entertainment, because what you're doing here, yeah, it would be for adults, but it's made for the adults who know right from wrong versus
the kids who just want it
because they want to be adults. It's if you're a kid in an adult's body and you actually praise it, that's your problem. You're praising wrong. It's more than just entertainment, it is your god. But people don't want to admit that. Like, I play GTA 5, and yes, I am actually I'm playing a game that's blood. It's got hookers I can kill and cops I can shoot. But that's optionable. But what am I doing with you right now, Frank?
Well, we're just sitting here having a civil conversation.
Yeah, we are playing the game. It's up and running. And we are sitting down, we're having a conversation, and yet it kind of shows that when the idiot does come into the conversation to distract you, it's for the sole purpose just to do that. So that is a symbolism in itself right there, that idiots will fucking do stupid shit, such as killing the hooker, Even though it's optionable, you do it because you're stupid. It's a symbolic, probably meaning right there of what the idiot does. So, where it can necessarily lead to. So, yeah, praising and worshiping something in the sense, like, I do play the game, but it's like, I do it like a job. Like, people need money. It's like a real world basis, because think about it. When you go down ammunition to, say, replenish your ammo, what do you do in real life that you need to replenish?
Food.
Yeah, groceries. Yeah, because so if you go in your freezer and you eat a pizza, I gotta have the money to pay for that, It's like, even though you don't want to admit it, just every time you go in that go in your freezer, you get something, or out of your fridge or out of your cabinet, every time anything you consume, think of it as money going down the sinkhole without someone else telling you. That's money that you're going to have. That's that food you will have to replenish. You have to come up with the money to pay for it. Otherwise, you cannot get that food. So your daily ritual becomes a problem. So, in a sense, GTA does the same thing. It's exactly the same thing, but instead of food, it's ammo. So instead of food consumption, it's ammo consumption. It's the same principle. But people don't want to admit it because they think, because of all the, James Holm, theater killers, school shooters. Oh, it's just a video game. It's not real. This is where art imitates life and life imitates art.
The way you get the money and the way you provide may not be the same.
But the principles remain the same. So you have to understand it's the event.
You need to have this in order to get that.
It's the event versus principles. That's where most people keep fucking it up on. Yeah, the events that happen in the game versus the events that happen in real life, but the principle stays the same. So like, like how marijuana's being legalized, well, in the game, cocaine's being legalized. Notice that? So
yes.
It's the same thing. So we would have a better understanding, because if you know how to handle yourself in real life, you can handle yourself on the game. But it also has a great reflection too. If you can't handle yourself in a video game, you know what that tells me?
You can't handle yourself in real life.
Exactly. So the dumbasses that want to blow shit up and not wanting to pay for it, if you go down to the grocery store and you basically get your food, you're going to go down and pay for it when it's gone?
No.
No, you're just going to steal it, aren't you? Yeah. That kind of, it shows right there that was it life imitates art, or art imitating life?
Life imitates art.
I guess that would be the case. So you have to realize that there is a problem, and ignorance can only go so far until bloody games that parents are so so offensive about. That's the part that we have to protect our kids from. But just because you want to protect your kids, all you have to do is say no, or tell the kid, take care of your responsibilities and sustain it. I don't care, like, you can say you can pull off like an amazing stunt in the game. Like, say for example, okay, if I was ballistic knifing someone on Black Ops, right? And say if I skewered someone across the map, right? I did an amazing thing. Answer me this question. Can you sustain it throughout the entire match, every day? No, you're not a beast. You got lucky. That tells you the true badass is the one who can sustain the hardest. Sustaining by having it continuously. If you're able to continuously maintain the same structure, and the harder it is to sustain the structure, means you are the badass of the whole group, because you know the hard points, you can keep it going.
Yeah.
Because that's the hardest thing you can do.
The only way you can be a beast in the game is if you're holding the team on your shoulders.
And you are sustaining it.
And you are sustaining it. I mean, you've got the most points and the least deaths.
Because you're taking responsibility for your teammates. You're trying to make up for lost causes. So, yeah, that is a multiplayer description. But the problem is that you need moral structure in the sense of real world basis. Otherwise, you're just a loudmouth that I don't care about. You can tell me you had all the girls. Can you pass me one? No, I don't care. No. You can say I slept with Angelina Jolie or Pamela Anderson. Oh, can you give me their number? No, I don't care.
Can you prove it?
It doesn't matter. Can you hook me up?
Can you
Give me one of
prove
your
it?
skanks? I mean, shit, I'm sitting on my fucking ass here playing video games all day. Can you just hook me up with, one of your ex-girlfriends? No. I don't care then. You're gloat. That's why.
Ex-girlfriends. There's a reason why they're my ex.
Well, the thing is, like, pride is one of the 7 deadly sins. In fact, it's actually the worst. If you think about it.
It's not pride. It's just I don't want to put you through that same bullshit.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is some people may be desperate, but yeah, you would actually keep me from going through the same bullshit, which I would respect. But in the sense, at least let me actually have a trial and error if I never had a girlfriend. That would be the scenario. I'm not saying speaking out of experience, but more so with those who actually have less of a chance to hang out with a woman because, they may not have the confidence. But at least let them would have at least the trial and error to actually know how to handle themselves, even if it is a shit one. They would actually know what is good and what is bad. You just saw the bad, so it's got to be good from here on out. So the scenario goes is that I really just think that I think I lost my train of thought here when I mentioned that girl shit. Oh, sustaining. But what I'm trying to say here is that it's hard to actually keep anything right if you're just trying to gloat. And that itself, it's just, I don't care. People can talk about it all the time, but with me personally, here's some words of advice. You got 2 ears and 1 mouth. Listen twice as much more than you should talk. But just because you talk all the time, then how can I even tell that you listen twice as much?
True.
It's because the only reason why that has a much more of a higher structure, like a higher meaning, is because people talk more on general basis. You may actually learn something. I mean, I may not go out much, but I do my homework, and I'm not even in school. I'm not even high school. I'm not even college. I sit in my room and you know what I do? I study people like a fucking textbook. I just do. And I'm not trying to say that I'm evading you. I just listen. That's all I gotta do. It's like I can tell when someone's bullshitting or trying to conjure up like a means to someone like wants to pull off the trick card, like the card they want to utilize against me, which pisses me off, but that's just a troll. And I know a troll when I actually see it. And how I handled that situation between Kevin Pepper, I want to say I could have done better. Like when we were on the boat on Heist, I will have to say I should have handled that one better. But the scenario goes is that I really just trolls are more so of the sole purpose to cloud a person's judgment from what they have structured themselves from. It's just an attacker, and if you attack back, what can you do without having, it's just their right to freedom of speech versus your moral grounds. And you can't stand for that shit because they infect everyone. Someone's got to put them in their place. And Dylan, I can give him credit for attacking the trolls in the sense of, was it Battlefield? But you can't kill all of them. You can't bring them all down.
No. He's only one man when you think about it, but at the same time, he does his best.
So much so he thinks of himself as a god, which basically means if you're doing your best, you actually doing something while other people don't. You try. If you actually try. Tryhards, yeah. Tryhards are basically, they would be, I think there could be a better example for tryhards, but the idea is that what is wrong with actually trying to be better, trying hard to do good, trying hard to do what you are trying to accomplish. At least you actually make the attempt.
That term, I actually can't agree with that term, because when you think about it, a tryhard is someone who, like, by today's standards, I'm talking about,
Canadian. All right.
A tryhard is not someone who's actually trying hard when you think about it, because a tryhard is basically just doing, what he wants to do in order to, rank up when it comes to gaming.
In the
Now,
sense, I know what you're coming from.
Yeah, what I call a tryhard is someone who's trying hard to understand how to play the game. That's a tryhard to me. And that's the kind of tryhards I can actually respect, because, you don't know how to play the game, but you want to learn how. So I'll tell you what, I'll teach you how to do it.
That's the one that I
there
like.
you go.
That's the tryhard that I would prefer to deal with versus the
That's
tryhard.
my definition of a tryhard.
Then I would say there's two definitions for tryhard. Your sense is one of them. There's another one who will not accept a loss but take all the winnings.
Yes.
That is a butthurt person because they want to be better than everyone else. They want to think of themselves highly as everyone else. Because they want to think themselves that since they're putting effort into it, they shouldn't have to suffer anything.
They want to be superior, is what that is.
Exactly, and that's the sense of tryhard. I think probably by U.S. Standards are when we call them, because they want to be the best and not willing to accept their losses, so they become a quitter. I think maybe that terminology of that tryhard should be a butthurt, but that term butthurt is actually used in terms for opinions, in the sense of you don't respect my opinion, or that's why we have Anita Sarkeesian and Zoe Quinn. They are butthurt because people have called them out on a lot of their agendas are dark in the sense of those on the internet, because the internet gives us a sense of that freedom. It's like the Old West, if you want to call it that. But with Anita Sarkeesian and Zoe Quinn, they're butthurt because a lot of people have made a bunch of opinions that they should have respected in the sense of constructive criticism that they claim that were offensive, and many of them that were correct, not politically correct, but correct in the sense that were just deleted or just removed. You haven't accomplished anything. You became butthurt. You didn't take your losses. And that's why confession is, when you confess to your problems, you are rewarded for it in that sense because you are not butthurt about it. But in the sense, you still commit the act of crime. So it does have a sense of, what's what I'm looking for here? A contradiction between being butthurt versus being confessed of something, and seeing that if you have enough people who get butthurt enough, and then you see the one person that stands out of the crowd who confesses, there's still people dead. The item is still stolen, or that you still lie to us. It doesn't matter. The act is done.
Yeah,
but why not stop it before the act even happens? Why not accept constructive criticism before you get butthurt? But nobody wants to admit.
Most people don't understand constructive criticism. Because when you think about it, okay, for example, say me and you are playing Black Ops, right? We're playing in a multiplayer lobby.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting more kills than you. And, jokingly I say you suck. Right?
Hey, Jason. But continue, Frank.
But yeah, say, jokingly I say you suck. Right? Because you don't play online multiplayer. You play, zombies, for example.
Yeah.
And like I said, I'm just using it as an example.
It's just basically a demonstration is what you're trying to provide to me. You're painting me a picture.
Yes. So after this so-called constructive criticism, yeah, you'll get a little butthurt about it, but in the end, it's you suck now, but give me an hour and you won't suck.
Yeah, it's like it's practice makes perfect, but people get butthurt because they don't want to put forth the effort to actually try. That's why they get butthurt about it. In the sense,
that's true.
It does take a little bit of effort, but you need a sense of guidance at the same time. So that's why we use constructive criticism as an alternative for guidance. It's an insinuation. We're insinuating that you can do better. But we use alternatively saying, well, you suck. But that doesn't necessarily mean you should take it to an aggressive approach. But through that sense is the part where I get mad from those who actually manipulate words against me, saying like how I have problems. So then it gets too much out of hand. So
well, dude, you do have problems. We all do.
all right, let me tell you something. The guy who says I'm not fucked up, but everyone else is, you just fucked up.
Pretty much.
Exactly.
Dean?
Yeah, what's going on, Jay Sean?
I'm about to put my game in rest mode to let Destiny download and Black Ops 3 download. I decided to get it on PlayStation 4.
Alright, I gotcha.
I'm a little disappointed he's downloading it, but whatever.
I would prefer hard copies. Jay Sean, I don't know if you're watching the feed right now on YouTube, but we had a big discussion about that shit. Just between me and Frank alone, and yeah. Not trying to be a dick,
man,
but
we're
this
both
is
lovers of hardcore gaming. Or, not hardcore, but hard copy gaming.
yeah. Lovers with we actually have a heart for those who actually make money off of it versus just the developer and the player. It's everyone between who actually ships it out. But shit, man, how much Vaultica does?
Actually, it's funny you mentioned the YouTube thing, man. I forgot you were actually recording.
This entire time, yeah, I thought it'd be very ideal. I just tried the best. I go anyway on a direct approach. You get the best truth out of people without them knowing.
Yeah.
I can't.
The bad part is when I joined your lobby, I looked at the thing and I saw the screen and like I saw beside it, it showed a little camera. I'm like, oh, he's recording. I guess I'm gonna be on YouTube now.
That's a notification. That shows up for you.
There is that's a notification letting me know that you're filming.
Holy fuck! I had no idea.
That's not why I joined.
No,
I joined because I was like, oh, good, Demon's on, good. I can have a philosophical conversation with him, you know.
And it's being broadcasted for all to see. Damn.
Yeah.
I mean, I just a demon of a prick.
Actually, I think the sad part is I even think you were broadcasting when we were trying to do the heists.
There's only one part of heists that I will never broadcast, because if Rockstar finds out, they're just gonna patch it. So I'm gonna cut that part off.
Actually, I don't even think that's really a glitch, to be honest. I think that's just a way to get through the game.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure Rockstar is gonna get butthurt about it. See, it's not just words of wisdom. They actually have a fact to it.
It's not just to the players, it's also to the producers of the game.
So guess what? Rockstar, here's a fact. Fuck you!
I can just see that we all get fucking banned from Rockstar servers just because we said that.
When we pay you $60 for a game, I will stand by my word when I say fuck you when you bring out microtransactions. Silence! I give you.
I knew exactly where that was going.
It has to. Otherwise, it'll just be disrespectful.
Exactly.
I'm pretty sure Rockstar will just say silence and not say anything after that. Just they want us to be quiet. No one say anything bad about Rockstar. Rockstar's a good company. Rockstar's here to help you. We care about your safety and security. Take your vaccine and your medicine. And make sure that if you have an infection, just be warned to actually give yourself up and get shot on site before you become a threat to yourself or others. I'm like, really?
Rockstar's the greatest company ever. Don't badmouth Rockstar. They will kill you.
I swear. Are we really going down this route? I mean, it's so dark.
Why is there a curtain over my head?
It's like, no, why?
See where we're going.
No, it's not a curtain. It's like, why is there a bag over my head? I don't understand. It's like,
why is there a guy screaming Israeli words in the back of my ear?
I swear, I'm hearing laughter in the background. Is there something funny is there a joke that I'm missing? Because I hear electricity going off in that same room.
What happened to the screams I was hearing just a minute ago?
It's like, okay, this is not cool. Okay, okay.
That you begging on your knees, just like, I'm sorry, Rockstar, I didn't mean it. I also didn't mean to post it all over YouTube.
See, when you laugh about it, just make sure that it's not supposed to get there. See what I mean? It's supposed to be laughed at because it never should happen. There's no reason to have anything to hide, is there, Rockstar?
I can just see that, just a notification above my screen on the fucking game, just Rockstar has deleted your account from their fucking servers. What?
Yeah, it's like, what? I mean, shit.
What did I do?
You see? Okay, it doesn't take too much of an imagination to make this possible. Just put a little bit of effort into it. And actually see the possibility of this happening with our own government. Holy crap. Actually, I think I spoke too soon.
You might have.
I may have. So you know what? I guess I'm on the road again.
All of a sudden in the background I hear your door break down. Get on the ground! Get on the ground now!
And it's like, no.
You're under arrest for treason.
You know, it's going to be like, I'm going to get myself a 1967 Cadillac, a royal convertible, hot pink with whale skin, heifer cat, and all cow interior, and big brown baby sail lights for headlights. Yeah, I'm going to drive on that baby 150 miles an hour, give him 1 mile per gallon, suck it out, burger, hundreds, words with medallions, all fast styrofoam containers on done, sucking them, no grease about burgers. I'm going to wipe my mouth on the American flag, and I'm going to throw the styrofoam containers right off the side, and then a damn thing anybody can do about it. You know why? 2 words, nuclear fucking weapons, okay? Germany, Russia, Romania, they can have all the democracy they want. They have a big democracy they want because it won't make a lick of difference because we got the bombs, okay? John Wayne's not dead. He's frozen. As soon as we find a cure for cancer, we're going to throw out the Dukes, and they're going to be pretty pissed off. You know why? Well, we're taking a cold shower, multiply that by 15 million times. That's how pissed off the Dukes are going to be. I'm going Duke, I'm going Johnson, catch some mates, and Spurs say, hey, you really are an asshole. You just shut up and sing the song, pal. I'm an asshole, I'm an asshole, and I'm an asshole, yo. So, guess what? Maybe assholes are not the worst thing that can happen in this world.
Hey, I'm an asshole and I get along fine with everybody.
Exactly. I'm an asshole and I'm proud of it. You an asshole to the end, punk motherfucker.
Hey, I'm not an asshole. I'm a whole ass. Get it straight.
No, I'm not an asshole. I'm a dick. I'm the one that keeps assholes in check.
I was going to say, I'm what goes in an asshole.
I make sure I keep it straight, man. There's something that's too dark about that shit.
Oh, shit.
Oh, man. Dark comedy. What the fuck kind of a world did we drop in? Let's see. I think we might be in limbo. Oh, shit. So we only got 8 more circles to go? Shit, no problem. We'll just have to phase it right through. No, you can't.
Welcome to the gates of hell. Unfortunately, this is a tow-in gate, and we'll have to wait for 3 more years to get in.
It's like, really? Dude, just at this point, send me off to the electric chair. I'll just laugh like the Joker. I swear. Hear the Joker laugh on the fucking electric chair. You know the power's gonna come down.
Oh man, that would
Backup
be so
battery power, man.
If I ever got sent to the electric chair, I would just be like, they would walk up to me like, "Do you have any last words?" I'd look at them square in the eye and go, "Why so serious?"
Nice. Shit. Well, let's see. What will be my last meal? Let's see. Give me the president's head so I can eat my Lucky Charms out from the bottom of his skull.
Nah, for me it would be so weird. It'd be like, "Yo, what is your final meal? What is your final meal?" "I want an ant."
An ant.
Okay. So as soon as they bring me the ant, like, "This isn't what I asked for." and then as soon as they ask me, "Well, what did you ask for?" I said, "Bring me an ant." "Well, there's your ant. Eat." "That's not what I asked for." "This isn't my last meal. This isn't what I asked for. I said, bring me an ant. I don't care if it's his ant or your ant or, your brother's ant. I want an ant."
Oh man.
Or even better, it'd be like, "So what do you want your final meal to be?" "Your mother."
Damn. I probably would say, "What would you want your final meal to be?" "You look very delicious."
Just get arrested for cannibalism and you get fucking sent to the chair or fucking injection or whatever. Like, "So what do you want your final meal to be?" "All I need is a thing of salt in your arm." With a side of fava beans.
It's like, I ate his liver with a side of fava beans. It was delicious. And a yep, and great, and a can of Chianti. Ah, man, can't get enough of that. So did Anthony Hopkins. He got a fucking Oscar for it.
Oh, dude, I would actually probably go real sexual on that one too. It's like, "So what do you want your final meal to be?" "Pussy."
Eat pussy. I'm gonna die anyway. Oh god.
My stomach's full. I love the game.
Okay, and here's my fucking funeral right here, right? The Tetris theme song to be played for 1 hour.
That's my idea. That's fine.
Tells you, man, I'm a dick.
I can just see that. And now, as requested by his family, they have requested this song to be played when he is put in the casket.
Oh, and by the way, if you ever want to actually know the future of your lives, and since you all love video games, here's something that you would most likely recognize it too. The Mario die sound effect. I swear, that's when you know, man, this guy really loved gaming, and he knew the right structures of morality for it. Damn.
Or better yet, the fine, or at my funeral, it would be like, "Now let's all share a moment of silence to the theme song that he has picked in his will." I'll be sitting there as a ghost over my coffin, just like, hey, sucker, it's not gonna be stuck in your head.
It's like, okay, check this out, man. This is awesome. Cause wait.
No. God, you'll like this part. Watch this. There'll be like a spring on my coffin or something. It'll just flip open for no reason.
Oh yes.
Okay. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Suckers.
Yes.
There'll be a spring on the coffin. It'll just pop up out of nowhere.
And the main purpose for the fucking Tetris theme song to be stuck in your head, because we all know, Frank, we all know that when we get back from your funeral, we have to bang a girl, dude. But imagine fucking humming that to while they're fucking banging her.
Oh, dude. Have you seen that movie, Psycho?
Psycho.
I think
It's been a
actually
long
really
time.
Psycho.
It's been a long time, dude.
It's like a Christian Bale movie.
Oh, really?
In one part, he's like banging these 2 chicks. He's looking in a mirror and he's actually like flexing, and he's still banging these 2 chicks.
Just couldn't help himself.
Could you just imagine doing that while humming the Tetris theme? Just like,
I swear, dude.
Instead of like making normal sex songs, it's like da 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 da. While reading the Kama Sutra.
I swear, man. Oh, dude, I can only imagine this, man. I can only imagine this. Like, have you? I never done it, but I always wanted to. Split screening on Call of Duty with my girlfriend. Bang her in the ass.
I don't know if that would be possible.
Well, let's see. My dick is in her ass. We're both facing the same direction. She's lower than me. So she's on player 2. I'm on player 1. And, just fucking humping away while fucking shooting shit up.
Actually, no word of a lie, man. Like, my girlfriend... dude, I don't even know if I want to say this, because this is going up on YouTube.
That's a fucking video game kink right there.
Oh, dude, no. I'm not gonna say it. When you're not filming, I'll tell you about it. But
I'll tell you this much though. I know for certain now that this shit is up and running. Anybody looking at this will be passing shit like a fucking rumor. Now I know. Probably within the next several months, if I see a split screener.
The comment will be fucking A, bro.
If I see a split screener and your ass doesn't have a mic up and running, I know there's something back there.
No, trust me, dude. That wasn't it. But I'm not, like I said, I'm not gonna tell you about it while you're filming.
I'll tell you as much though, man. I'm just saying, man, if you're a split screener and your mic's not on, I know there's something going on.
Well, obviously, I haven't split screened in God knows how long now.
Now it's kind of like, man, that's like a new sexual position. It's like, really? Well, sexual position? How's that sexual position? It's called the split screen. What you do is that you grab 2 controllers on your fucking PlayStation, right? Or your Xbox. And you basically are humping your girl in her ass, doggy style, while playing a fucking video game. It's called split screening.
I prefer, you know what? I prefer the rodeo.
The rodeo. Oh, that. You're talking about cowgirl, right?
No. I prefer the rodeo. That's where you get into it doggy style, call her by the wrong name, and hang on for 8 seconds.
Call her for the wrong. For 8 seconds. Well, then there is the donkey punch.
Oh, God.
Dude, heard the fucking squeaker, man, like on fucking Call of Duty. He fucking called me out on this one, man. Kid is probably like only 10 years old, probably, right? Like, he's like Julian, like Rainbow Cakes, kind of style, but like a touch younger. dude basically knows what it is. It's like, you don't, please don't tell me you know what Donkey Punch is. Oh yeah, I do. It's like, okay, well, what is it? Well, it's before you shoot into her asshole, you punch her in the back of the head. I'm like, what?
How the hell did you know that?
It's like, and he tells me like, well, you're telling me your mother's in a bad mood or something like that. Well, how do you know she's like? Like she says, well, when she actually she leaves her bloody, fucking paper, toilet paper all around the fucking, bathroom. Like, really? You actually know when she's on her period?
Have you ever done the Spider-Man?
Holy shit, the Spider-Man. Never heard that one before. What's that?
The Spider-Man is where, before you're about to come, you pull out, you come in your hand, and you push, and you do the Spider-Man pose into her face.
Oh, wow. Damn.
And then while you're doing it, you go, Spider-Man, Spider-Man.
Sing the fucking theme song, man. That one's new. I thought it was like, don't have sex for a fucking year without masturbating. And then fucking, like, do it. I thought that would be it, but okay. That's new.
No, you see, that's where you hang upside down and let the blood rush to your head and, like, pray that she realizes it's you in the costume.
Damn. Like, I'll save you, Mary Jane. Yeah, there's a reason why your name is Mary Jane. I'll save you for that reason. I'm such a fucking starter, man.
That's great.
Holy shit. Oh, man.
Mary Jane, I love you for one reason and one reason only. Why? You remind me of a joint. You're what I always say when I smoke.
Well, let's think about this one real quick. Well, Mary Jane has red hair, but knowingly, so what is on the end of a fucking joint? The cherry.
Exactly.
And, okay, so the joint's knowingly been known to be white. Okay, so she's white, too. Does she actually make Peter happy? Yes, she does. Just like it makes us happy.
Way or another.
I swear to God, she was based off on a fucking 420, man. She was based off of weed, but like before it even was even mentioned for hippies.
I can actually see that Stan Lee just fucking sitting there drawing up his character. He's like, I will name him Spider-Man. Oh wait, he's got to have somebody to protect all the time.
No, he need no. He need.
Hey, no, hang on. I'll make this girl, but I can't think of a name for her. Hang on a second. Mary Jane.
Actually, he won't be protecting her. He needs someone that can make him happy, feel calm when make him feel calm when he's out doing shit, when he's doing these fucking crimes.
And to make things even more complicated, she's gonna marry a douchebag.
No, that would be Snow White.
Yeah, but that's the other orifice.
Hey, Snow White, fuck that bitch. She took my money, then she disappeared.
Bros be hating.
Hey, Mary Jane is awesome.
You didn't know that Alice in Wonderland actually was a drug reference, right?
Shrooms or LSD?
I believe it was both.
Hey, when the room is breathing and you're on the bus, yep, you know you're in something.
Well, you know it's weird when all of a sudden a giant caterpillar smoking some, what I hope to be opium, decides that he's going to give you advice. But you know you're totally over the hill when you take that advice.
Holy shit. Yeah, when you're seeing a rabbit who is running through a very deep ass hole and he claims he's late for a date and he speaks to you because he's in so much of a rush. I'm sorry, was I talking about Mario 64? Damn! Miyamoto, what kind of drugs were you on?
All I know is he's got hose. He's got hose.
I swear to God, man. When a plumber basically is fucking on, like, he's on shrooms. A plumber on shrooms, dude. It kind of tells you something right there, man. That princess you're saving, that's not a princess. That's a dead hooker.
Purple haze all in my brain.
And yeah, Toad, yeah, when you were basically hanging out with him, yeah, Luigi, hate to break this to you, but that was Mario's cock. In the giant dragon, yeah, the dragon with the turtle shell, that will be your boss. Yeah, that is your king, and now I know where Mario's taking this shit. He's on shrooms in fucking Russia. He is a plumber in Russia on shrooms, dude. Yep,
He
makes.
was a plumber in Italian. Or in Italy.
You know what? Maybe he actually was raised there a majority of his life, but just ends up in Russia because Russia does have a king. So it would be very.
Some more tequila. Have some more tequila.
Oh wait.
Some more tequila.
I got one for you. Vodka, whiskey, rum and scotch, and full of gin every single day. I'll be drinking my Mike's Hard Lemonade and smoking all that weed every day.
I still like mine now.
Oh man.
I am the ice cream man running over fat kids. I ring my bell. All the little fat kids run like hell. If I miss them first, I will hit them in reverse.
Just as the same as the first, and sending them back in a hearse.
Run little fat kids.
Oh, how about this
You'll never
one?
want ice cream again.
99 bottles of vodka frozen, 99 miles of vodka. You take one down, drink upside down, 90 bottles of vodka. I'm such a drunk.
Obviously.
Let me just, why don't you sit here on Daddy's good heel shoulder and let sit on his lap and let me tell you a good story of the old country. You know, I think that's what we all need. We all need just some kind of guy with an accent just to sit us all down, like, you know, the good little boys and girls. Just like, listen to a good story, you know?
I can just see that though, like all the mothers walking up. Children, get away from that drunk.
Well, what's wrong with a good story? It's basically just for the sole purpose for actually having good old entertainment for all good little boys and girls.
I just wanted them to sit on my lap and listen to a good story. Sir, why is there something poking me in the butt? Don't worry about that.
You're a dick.
And loving it.
Fucking hell, dude. Oh shit, man. That'll probably be the gay guy's very first fucking, like, asshole move. I shit you not. That's like saying, Like that's like saying like life is a bitch and so am I. You kind of left yourself open for that one.
Actually, I personally like my own catchphrase when it comes to that. Life's a bitch, so fuck it.
And that's much better. If it's payback's a bitch, then what do you say to that? Oh, fuck it. I'm too high above this shit.
No, it's even worse than that. It's like, yeah, well, payback's a bitch. Fuck it.
I don't care. You can make my life miserable. All I have to do is basically say, fuck you. Hey, that electric chair looks like fun. Your Honor, I want to go on that ride. Your Honor, it looks like fun. Can I go on that ride, Your Honor? Oh, man. It's like, are you... That's when the fucking judge raises his eyebrows and it's like, what the fuck is this guy on?
Let me guess, you're gonna tell me to keep it down.
What? Hmm?
Alright, fine, I'll keep it down. Night. I've been censored.
He says he's been censored. Hey, Nita Sarkeesian, looks like you're doing a pretty damn good job.
God damn you, Nintendo!
We do what Nintendo don't.
I gotta keep it down though, like my folks are trying to sleep, so yeah.
Considering the circumstances that it's, holy crap, it's like 1:15 in the morning.
Well, for you it is. For me, it's only like 12:16, but yeah.
Either way, break it down.
What, you're breaking down?
Well, what's up?
I said, what, you're breaking down?
No. It's like 1:15 in the morning, so I ain't too worried.
Well, I'm not either. I mean, I got nowhere to be until Friday, so.
Right.
So how many views do you have on our little philosophical journey that we've had?
3.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
I'm actually surprised there's that many people into philosophy.
Out of the 7.
The problem is if I had my PS4 in the common area, it wouldn't be such a problem. So actually, what I'm thinking about doing is getting off, moving the PS4 over to the common area, and then continuing this conversation.
Which area?
My common area.
Oh, really?
Because right now I'm in my bedroom, and my bedroom is like directly above my folks' room, so yeah.
Holy shit. I mean, I remember I had as much as I think, what was it? How many people have I had? Like, at the most.
See, I find it funny because if your YouTube channel is based off of your username, which I'm guessing it is.
Pretty much.
It's weird because you've got, like, I have a YouTube channel as well. I just don't put any content on it. It's actually funny because you got two guys whose names are Angelic Demon and Evil for Good. Meanwhile, we're having philosophical questions about life, or conversations about life.
Well,
it's like we're not really evil at all. That's just our names.
Well, ironically so. With me personally, it's the way I see Angelic Demon is like this and this is Demonic Angel and Angelic Demon are actually polar opposites, like North and South Pole. Both of which are cold in the sense of not knowing if you're in the field but the way that's viewed as, in my personal opinion, when I first made the name, it's supposed to be, all right. A demonic angel will be kind of like you probably would see it in the Freddy Krueger movies, or it's the little girl that that basically looks very innocent. You know, yo ho, a pirate's life for me, or just something. It's the creepiness of the fact that it's an innocent little being that looks innocent, but inside,
But
if you get
meanwhile, it's
up close to
demonic.
it,
Yeah.
yeah, if you get close to it, it becomes like a demon, just ready to kill you on a moment's notice. Whereas, um, and that would be a demonic angel because it looks like it looks innocent and good, but it's deceptive. Demonic is when you put an ick at the end of it in the sense of angelic or demonic, you look at the first word, demon or angel. They are descriptions of it is a description of nature of what that word is. So angelic
Well,
is
not
the
only that,
description
but
of
when
what
you
angel is.
not
So,
only that, but when you think about it, it's kind of contradictory when you think about it. It's like my name, because my
well,
name's contradictory to itself too.
what I'm saying with my name is that in the sense of an angelic demon, it's like, okay, imagine you see let's say like in a church area. This guy probably wears, let's see, he's probably got a little bit of ketchup that he's had earlier, probably like some french fries he's had from the morning, never wiped it off. He wears, and it's just, people probably would think it's blood. He is very dark in a sense. He knows a lot of dark things because of, like, what he's raised from. Yet at the church, he puts more money in the pot because even though it's only supposed to get, you're only supposed to put in a tenth, the he will be ridiculed because of what he looks like, but what he does is what he wants to become. It's
Yeah.
a sense of redemption. He does more even though he looks the most evil, but he's not because it is the deceptive nature of what was supposed to be bad. He's trying to do is good. It's a sense of wanting to do better. You think so low of yourself, it gives you that chance to progress. Remember that talk we had earlier? The sense of
Yes.
progression. That is the field that I think of myself in because I do wear black. Like if I were to go to church, I will wear nothing but black. Like I came back from a funeral, I wear a skull on my shirt. I am a very dark looking person, but yet I have so much wisdom and knowledge that I can pinpoint dark depictions of when a person acts out in the sense of what is right and what's wrong. Like I can be very
Right.
philosophical because I am a dark being of who I am, but I try to become better. I want to strive to be perfect. I want to improve. In the sense that's one angelic demon is that yeah, he does look evil, but he does the most good. So angelic
Yeah.
demon. It's the description of an angel. An angel's been well known to be protectors, defenders, good hearted. Just just by nature of the name angel, you would think a good person. So when you say angel angelic, it is the description of an angel. Whereas a
Yeah.
demon is just the outer appearance. It is someone who looks like they will hurt, but he actually is quite the opposite. So that
Right.
is the way I would see it as angelic demon versus the demonic angel.
Right.
That way you can.
Anyway, dude.
Hmm.
I'm gonna move the PS4 over to my common area, so I'm gonna get off just for a couple of minutes here.
I can wait
I am coming.
patiently.
I am coming back. It's just I'm gonna move the PS4 to my common area so it's not as loud for my folks,
I
and
understand.
we will continue this conversation.
I'm going to sit on my ass. I'm going to wait patiently.
Your viewers are probably gonna be like, "Oh, damn it, boring area."
Actually, this is the part where I basically am going to be doing stupid shit on fucking GTA, such as maybe making some money on fucking, well, missions to help pass the time so that way they're not going to be too damn bored. Who knows? They may actually make a couple requests saying, "Go to a fucking strip joint and get that bitch naked, topless. I want to see them titties." And I'll be like, "Sure,
And then get
not
your
a
content
problem."
censored because YouTube doesn't do that.
Actually, if it's actually, believe it or not, since it is what's it called, virtual, it's not real. Because I know if you put real blood on or real whatever, then it becomes a problem. But if it's not actual nudity, if it's just CGI, it's not real. Then you could probably get away with it. So I haven't got any strikes on me for that.
Right. Anyway,
Now,
bro, I'm gonna get off for just a couple minutes here so I can move the PS4 and then I'll hop right back on. All right?
all right, I'll see you then.
I shall return.
All right. And I gotta take the taxi river. Holy fuck. Uh, hey Frank, you there?
Yeah, I'm back.
Oh, you were quick.
Oh, dude, my common area is only like 5 feet away from my bedroom.
Oh wow.
And I've already got PlayStation wires hooked up to my other TV, so it doesn't matter.
Hmm.
I got PlayStation cables coming out of my room's TV, and I've also got PlayStation cables coming out of my common area TV. So if I ever want a game out here, all I have to do is just quickly set up the cables to the system, and I'm already good to go.
Out of pure curiosity, did you turn on your notification?
I might have. Why?
I just sent you an invite.
I'm just getting in.
Oh, you are? Okay. Yeah, anyway.
Anyway, back to our conversation while I load in.
Thank you. It's actually the first without me having to say anything and feeling a little guilty conscience about it. The fact is that yeah, it would be it wouldn't be as much contradictive as deceptive but it's deceptive from bad to good versus good to bad. Good to bad is usually the problem.
Right.
That's how you have.
You may have to send me another invite. I didn't get it.
It's okay. What it is that bad to good is basically the best way to go about it because you did something probably pretty crappy, but you've been trying to do better to make up for it. But good to bad is what you would get from Konami or Sega or just the gaming industry in general because of all the good that's ever done is because we grew to love it. We grew to accept it. We looked at the gaming industry like, we can if there was a logo that we could see, we recognized, we could trust it because we know 9 times out of 10 when we take that bitch out of the box, we knew that all we gotta do is put it in the system and have fun. We were guaranteed a good time. You got occasional magazine here and there, but before internet, it was a guaranteed success. With $60 coming out of your pocket plus some microtransactions and DLC, you're really playing with fire. That's when you know it becomes deception. Deception on the wrong end of the tree. What it is that the tree that basically.
Why am I getting job invites from you?
I sent you an invite to the job. What's it called? Lowriders. I thought maybe it'd be an okay idea, but if you don't want to do it, it's okay.
No, I was expecting a job from, or not a job, but like just a normal invite. But that's okay. I don't mind playing.
I mean, give it a shot, right? Never know. Literally, give it a shot. Point and shoot.
I get it. That joke is so funny. Yay.
Oh wow. I guess it's been overused.
I'm done with my sarcasm. Okay, I'm done with my sarcasm now.
It's alright. I know. But yeah, that's really the part about deception is that it only works one way. It does not work in reverse because when it works in reverse, it's not good. So in the sense of great companies that we look towards to come and trust and know, the fact that they're pulling out these little stunts like microtransactions, DLCs, and stuff like that, it's not good. So that's deception right there because they want more, but that's where it leads to. I want to go to somewhere where I can trust and I know that I can depend on, hey, I'm going to have fun. But in the sense of my name, it's to help make it very, very clear. And maybe yours as well, because the way I would see your name is like this. I'm willing to trade my evil actions to do something good with my life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Evil for good. Like, I give up my evil methods to do something good with my life rather than wasting it. So since right there, I looked at it as redemption.
Yeah.
So
Well, I
Angelic
think
Demon, it would
'cause
actually be very reminiscent of it. It will be a great reminder.
well, I think for for my name, it's a little less complex than that because, like I said, my buddy, well, I can't call him my buddy because you already know him, but Dylan gave me the nickname, or the username, I should say, and that just proves how good of a friend he is. But he's going off of a nickname that I've had for years, you know? And because he couldn't give me my traditional nickname, he gave me Evil for Good, which is actually a play on my real name.
Hmm.
You know?
And yeah, I mean, it wasn't too bad, like a move. I mean, it wasn't as bad as Julian, so at least you can count yourself grateful for that sense.
Well, the sad part is me and Dylan, you've seen us together. We're assholes when we're together. Like we're ripping on each other all the time. But we've been best friends for God knows how long now, and like we can do that because we've passed the status of just friends. Like it's gotten to the point now where me and Dylan are basically brothers.
And that room for being an asshole will be very ideal.
Exactly.
So being an asshole is more of like, yeah, it's okay, but it's not supposed to go to the point of actually, like that.
Hating each other.
Yeah.
And it never does. Like, when me and Dylan first met, we actually did hate each other. Like, he didn't like me and I didn't like him. Like, I always thought he was like a bad egg and like he was gonna cause me nothing but trouble. He was gonna get me in nothing but trouble. And I wanted nothing to do with him. And for me, he thought I was just annoying. But once we realized we had more in common than we thought, we kind of grew to like each other, and now we're best of friends.
And like you can depend on him because guess what? He's like right down the road.
Exactly.
Or, yeah.
I was going to grab the faction.
Oh, you were?
Yeah. So if you want to grab the other one. You don't have to go that way. You can actually come up this ramp here and you'll get on the highway.
Alright. I'll try that out.
And it's just a quick getaway.
Keep that one in mind. Thanks for the tip.
No problem.
And that's another part about me that I like is that like I said about the 2 ears, 1 mouth, you can actually pick up some.
Exactly. Lamar, would you shut the hell up? This is why I don't like doing missions for you.
I swear to God, like, I'm in a subliminal manner, I would have to say Lamar's gotta be the fucking devil, like, and we're supposed to be like his, like, fucking subordinates. Because, think about it, man, we go out, we fucking, like, shoot up a fucking funeral, dude. How disrespectful is that? And the way he fucking constructs it, like, how he words this shit. It's like, really? I ain't liking that shit.
No, I really do not like Lamar at all.
If you look past the gangster attitude, you can hear a lot of a good description of what they would describe, like in the sense of deception of the Bible, like how like sleuthing of words, was it twisting the truth is what they'll call it. He's that prime example. He's like a leader. He thinks himself highly above everyone else. I mean, Yeah, and it's really that's what this shit is. I mean, you just look past the ghetto, fucking awesome, cool gangster shit, hard, whatever makes me fucking this the way of life or something. Look past that shit, you will hear it all, dude.
Totally.
Because I'm not saying I'm racist. It literally that's what I can hear. I know the gangster shit. I rapped when I was basically like younger, so I know the structures of what is right and what's wrong. I don't have to basically care about the streets, man. I already been there. I know what is the streets and I know what is biblically referenced. But when you mix the two together, I can see right Superman with a vision to actually do that shit. I just have to know. That's why it's called learn right from wrong. It doesn't take very much.
No, it doesn't. Just a little bit of direction.
There's some men like I have, man. I know what it means to be part of the streets because it's all about you just trying to survive. But when you start mixing in words, man, like New World Order, like I heard that shit on fucking what's it called? Justice League, I think it was Unlimited. Dude, that's something that I would expect maybe, I don't know, Illuminati shit or something. Or I've heard about from other people that describe about it. And that's something like I would expect maybe like in Revelations. Just the sense of just, in pure human enslavement. On a cartoon, it shouldn't be taken, seriously because it's just a cartoon. You're not supposed to, like, care. But if you're basically... But cartoons are meant for kids, and that's like an indoctrinating method. So at that point, yeah, I should be more concerned, but subliminal messaging, it's not really very ideal. So parents who can sit down and watch cartoons with their kids, and I would say that's actually not too bad. I'm a grown adult, dude. I will watch a cartoon. I don't have to be high. It just makes it better.
See, that's where you get back into what I was talking about with the video games. Like when I was saying that I still have a lot of my first gen gaming consoles. It's because it takes me back. It takes me back to a time when it was simpler. And I'll be honest, there's been a couple of times where I've just said, you know what? I really want to watch a cartoon that I've seen when I was a kid.
Yeah, I mean, but when you go back and watch that cartoon, like say, like not like a Tom and Jerry, but like just something that would be like a matured version of a cartoon where they can slide in words like that.
And then you start understanding it a lot.
It's like they were indoctrinating me. They were fucking messing with my head. They were sending subliminal messages. Like they say that they found a penis on the front cover of the Little Mermaid box. It's one of the...
Yeah, but you gotta think about it. With something like that, you really gotta look hard for that. Like, I've seen that, and you've really gotta look hard about that one, because it doesn't make sense to me that they would have that there on purpose. What I think it really was somebody noticed it, thinking that's exactly what it was supposed to be.
There's been a lot of what's it called? A lot of nudity based references in a lot of Disney movies. They said like the priest had an erection. They say well, okay, maybe the SCX and the SFX on Lion King, I think I can probably understand that, but why not keep that in the credits?
Think about it even better than that. In the poster art for one of their newer ones, Tangled, in her hair you can actually read SEX.
This is true. I think there was "fuck you" in the Frozen one, in like the snow or something. I just, if you see it as subliminal messaging being that of an evil thing, which it is, because it's a manipulation of someone else's mind, putting you in control over them. To play little stunts like this, a seed is small, and it says in the Bible that the mustard seed is insignificant. But saying how if the faith of the size of one can move mountains, if it grows.
I've actually got one of those subliminal messages that you may not have even noticed. The Lion King. Where, I'm not talking about, the part where he falls down and in, the fucking air you see SFX.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm talking about when his dad comes through the clouds. Look at his face very closely. If you fade out the sides where his eyes are, it's a profile of a woman from the back.
The nose is supposed to be the panties.
The nose is
the panties. Yep. And the structures of the face.
The muzzle is supposed to be the back.
Yep. I'm aware of that one. I've seen that one before. They say Snow White is supposed to be based off on a cokehead. I think the mind states or something like that, like the state that you go through. I think they call them like the phases. I think the phases of a coke addict. Like dopey, grumpy, all that shit. Laughing at it wouldn't be very smart. The smarter approach is to understand, if you look at like a seed, it can grow. You can see it because looking at it from a joke versus looking at someone who would see Disney would be very ideal for any kind of. It's a dark thing to actually do to kids. Because, remember what I said earlier, it's easier to manipulate a child than an adult. Why do you think our prison system is 20 years and a child's grounding is only 5 years? Not 5 years, but like 5 months. You know what I mean? Why do you think we're so much more harder on civilians when they're adults? I mean, not civilians. Why do you think we're so much more harder on adults than we are on kids? Think about it. Kids are easier to manipulate. They're easier to change. So and to do stunts like this, subliminal messaging, because when they come back as adults, you got screwed over. Big time. Now, don't get me wrong, Lion King was a great movie because it was based off on William Shakespeare's Hamlet. But I don't mind listening to a good story. I mean, Jesus himself, he told stories too, but he never was deceptive. He actually held out to the end. So that tells you he's the polar opposite. So the art of deception is something that you will expect from what is evil, if you think about it. Because it knows how to win. Strategy is the key element. Utilizing your resources will make you that of a god amongst men. Which, in that sense, you're not. You're a false. The true God is not one who wants to attain power. The true God is the one who knows how to let go. Is willing to show a sense of, forgive. Because we all know that we want so much. That's what separates something so powerful, wanting to have power, versus one who actually uses it for good causes. That's when you know right from wrong. You know what I mean? That's why the Christian faith is structured that way, because we know what is good, we know what is bad, but when you manipulate from a young age, it makes it easier for corruption to grow. That's where the spoon in the silver mouth comes into play with politics, is because they are children in adult bodies. They haven't matured. It just goes right back to it.
Right.
So I may be, yeah, Christian, and I may be maybe a little crazy, but guess what? I actually do my homework. I do.
Come on, get out of the damn car. I've been having that problem all night.
Damn. That shit.
That was quick.
Yeah. I like this. Efficiency.
Especially for 2 randoms we just got in.
Exactly. I'm actually kind of scared now.
Wow, we are lagging hardcore.
Oh shit, someone died. Fuck.
2 people died. So did I.
Damn. Am I the only one that lived?
Well, according to this, it said I died, so yeah.
Nah, fuck it. No, I had to be scared of something. I guess it was failure. Well, I mean, there's a price to pay for everything you gain if you think about it. So.
Yeah. See, failing like this, I don't mind. I can handle this. But failing when somebody else is goofing around, that I don't like.
It shows a sense of structure. And I guess maybe to deal with those who actually, yeah, it would actually be a description of, this is where you come along. This is the part where this is the big contradiction right here. Doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result is insanity. But then it comes, at first you don't succeed, try again. You know what I mean? That's what this is.
Guys, I can't drive. It's not letting me drive. Like the car was not moving for me.
Are you holding down R2?
There we go. Yeah. It wasn't letting me drive. What was that all about?
I have no idea. Holy crap.
Yeah, you see the lag, right?
The lag is real. The lag is real. No, I'm seriously, the lag is fucking real, dude.
That lag is bullshit, man.
I know. It's bullshit and it's real. Holy crap, that's not good.
I got 200 RP for cruising with my friends. Oh, I died? How would I die?
Oh no, it's just so magical. Like that bullet that killed JFK. It wasn't me, it was the one-armed man, I swear.
I am the Grim Reaper. I am the Harbinger of Death. How did I die?
Super grim.
Why does there always have to be someone better than me? I do my best, damn it!
Damn, dude.
This is funny shit. Oh, Oh, I gotta get on the other side? That's bullshit. Who's you, buddy? I got shotgun. But I'm lazy. God damn it, Lamar, just shut the fuck up and let us do our job.
What the hell?
Somebody launched a sticky bomb and didn't realize we were right next to him.
Actually, I launched the sticky bomb, but I never did press left on the D. I never did press left on the D-pad.
You know what might have happened then?
They must have shot it.
Will actually affect it. Yeah.
Yeah, I stuck it on there. They must have shot it.
You were a strange, sad little cat. You know that?
I know.
As soon as I fucking plopped here on the couch, he's like, okay, good, you're here. I want a shotgun. Actually, do I get a shotgun while I'm in this side? Oh, please tell me I get my goddamn... Yes, I get my special carbine. Perfect.
Where's the enemy?
Right there. East side!
Really?
One almost died?
I don't know what happened here,
First time
man.
you, that was like the first time you killed them all in one shot, and yet we still had one guy die.
Damn, right? I'm seeing this shit in instant replay right now on my screen, man. On my what's it called?
On the YouTube?
Yep, look on YouTube. Damn. That was awesome. I get a replay, man.
Instant replay.
Yeah, I'm looking on my laptop right now, dude. It was funny as shit. It's like, hey, I get to see it the first time, and then I get to look at the screen. I'm like,
In slow motion.
let's see that. An instant replay. That shit was fun.
Okay,
It's optional. We'll
remember
take the grass,
plan.
dude.
Don't die.
Hopefully I can say no promises.
Why can't I shoot? Somebody died already? Oh shit, because I'm driving, that's why.
Oh, wow.
Why isn't the car moving?
Are you pressing the R2 button?
I am, dude. Like, the car is not moving.
Then allow me to drive.
I thought you were driving.
I wasn't. This was one of the others.
Oh, you got out of the car.
I never got out.
Well, for some weird reason, I was in the driver's seat.
Hmm.
And I know I got shotgun when I hopped in, so...
Could be a number of things.
Game's acting funny. Alright, let's see if I can actually drive this time. Yeah, I can drive now.
It's a bleeding fucking miracle. The Virgin Mary just took a shit. Holy crap.
Oh, wait, I know why I couldn't drive.
Why?
I didn't get my license yet.
Really? Really? All that fucking hype. All that fucking hype. Nothing.
It's like, yes, I can finally drive now. I'm legal. kick their asses. I don't think he was supposed to hop out of the car.
It's just magical how it happens.
It's magic. Oh.
Liquor store, oh liquor store, how lovely is your vodka? I seriously would literally act as a Christmas Carol singer, go to the ABC store and sing that song.
When I wake up in the morning, don't need no coffee and tea. Just me and my old buddy Wiser is all I really need, and we drink alone. Yeah, nobody else.
Vodka to vodka, without my vodka. If I don't get my vodka, I'll smash upside the head on empty bottle of vodka.
Have some more tequila, have some more tequila, have some more tequila. But I'm trying to drive right now. Please stop muzzling my hand. He's like, yes, you're trying to drive, and I'm trying to get attention from you. Hey, stop, bud! Oh, really? How do they keep taking our guys off, man?
Like that Tootsie Pop commercial. The world may never know.
My cat is like literally sitting in between the arm of my couch and my leg, and he's got the biggest smile on his face right now.
Wipe that smile off that face, boy, or otherwise I'll make you start digging foxholes for the next 6 months.
He's like, yay, your character died, now you can pet me.
He's like, and you're like, fuck you.
You're like, fuck that cat. So now he puts his head on my lap. He's like, okay, fine, I give up. Come go to sleep.
Turn right.
Donuts.
That was awesome.
Quick clap, motherfucker. I just realized this. We are on a time limit.
Glorious.
Notorious. Notorious. Does anybody actually ever listen to Lamar, or just ignoring him like always? Because I've just been ignoring him the entire time. I have zero fucks given for what he has to say.
Actually, I kind of listen in the sense of I might pick up something. Because you never know.
Yeah, but you're not gonna pick up anything by listening to Lamar, cause he's all full of shit anyway.
That's probably just the problem. Whoa!
Somebody ignited that a little too quickly.
I threw it, and they shot it.
Destroyed. The moonbeam was destroyed. It shall rest in peace.
Like, they gotta quit shooting that shit.
Damn, man, they got good aim.
Yeah.
That sticky bomb came
Lay
out
off
of-
the firing range. Actually, now I think about it. Holy shit, maybe just like, maybe they should hit the firing range.
I wanna drive. Fine, I don't wanna drive anyway.
Literally, I deal with that shit. I eat that shit, man.
Just remember, shit sandwich tastes good. Come on, give me my fucking special carbine. There you are. My weapon of choice. And now your door is fucked up. Way to go. Oh shit.
Don't worry. Flip the bitch, flip the bitch.
Flip the bird? I don't want to flip the bird. I'd rather kill them. Oh, that was close.
Score, 20 points, alright.
This isn't Carmageddon, dude.
Hey, that shit was awesome. I don't know, I never saw it.
Carmageddon was a video game, dude.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was a PC game.
I've never played then.
Oh, dude, it was a good game. Like, all you basically did was, like, fight your enemies, like kill your enemies, and kill random pedestrians. Oh, that was my idea.
I don't like the sticky bomb throws in this game. It's not as good as you...
2 buttons instead of 1.
What? No, it's like aim-wise.
Yeah, kinda sucks.
Man, isn't this PlayStation 4, not 3?
The lag is real, man.
Oh wow, really? My sincerest apologies.
Who's lagging? Is it you? Oh, it might be me. My internet connection might be shit. Inside bloods! I can't even shoot, man. Like, oh, in the way.
Whoa! How the fuck?
How'd you die?
He was on the ground, dude. Like, he was falling.
Really?
Like, yeah, I shot him, and he fell on the ground. I think as, like, it's like, alright, if I, like, kind of like you would see in the movie, like, the dude gets shot, but as he's falling down, he's, like, fires his gun before he falls on the ground, you know? He's dead, but he's, like, he just fires at you. Sort of ordeal.
Right.
Yeah, it's kind of like that crap. Damn. I think that's what this shit is. That's a good AI system. Artificial intelligence.
Maybe it was on purpose.
Yeah, designed for the sole purpose to lose. Oh my fucking god.
Hey, we don't have to do that again.
Thank you.
You beat it. It's just you died before we got to the next part.
Actually, I died just after.
No, I mean like you died before the beginning
Oh, yeah.
of the next part, like before it said the beginning of the next part.
Mm-hmm. It actually registered.
That's pretty cool.
Hey, maybe failure, but hey. It's a stair step.
We're slowly making our way to the end of this mission.
Yep.
Wow, that guy was fine.
I'm sorry, it's an addiction. Like, it's the one thing that most gamers can't help. You know, like when you run, you ever get that urge to just jump?
Corpse launching.
You know what I'm saying?
You ever get that feeling when you're in a really high place and you just get the sudden urge to jump?
Or it's like, yeah. And it's like, you ever like drove in a fucking van or a car and you see a motorcycle, you just want to hit it?
I do that simply because I can.
I swear.
It's actually funny. Like me and Deviator, we were cruising around, and we're both in the same crew. So every time I see a motorcycle, I'd run him over, and he's like, "What'd you do that for?" He was a motorcycle guy. I was like, "Because we're the only motorcycle crew in this fucking game.
Damn.
No rivals." Oh shit! I could just do this for fucking.
Actually, now that I think about it, the better option is to pluck them. Thank you, Dylan. You truly are a dick.
I can take out that boat.
My aim is straight, but my vision is blurry.
Somebody died.
Yeah, I guess so. Shit, man. How many... Well, let's see. How many bottles of vodka does it take to actually get drunk? A 1, a 2, a 3. It takes about 3 liters to actually get me drunk. Dude, if it takes 3 fucking liters to get your ass drunk, man, you got high alcohol tolerance. Like, that's hamster style, dude. Hell, I run like I'm drunk.
Bye, Playboy Mansion. I love you. Wow, that leg is just.
Highly addictive.
I swear, it's like crack, man. Like once you run one over, you just gotta run another one over.
You clap one dude, and then you gotta clap another, and then you clap another. There goes the neighborhood.
You know what they say? Kill one and you're a murderer. Kill many and you're a conqueror. Kill them all and you're a god. Dude, what the hell is up with this lag, man? This lag is just bad. Yeah, I'm going for the boat. Alright, let's try this again. Come on. Come on. Come to Papa. One little, two little, three little dead guys. One little, two little, three little dead guys. One little, two little, three little dead guys dying at my hand. Dude, that fucking boat, man. Why is it lagging so badly?
I like this guy.
He uses explosives to get his way?
Yes.
Come on. Be a nice, clean shot.
And that's why I like the PlayStation 3.
Bye-bye, boat. He will come here, by the way. We don't have to go anywhere.
Are you sure?
I think it's coming. I wouldn't quote me on that. Yeah, we may have to go to him.
Well, let's see what happens. Let's roll the bet since we got the dice to play.
Let's see what's behind door number 3.
And it's like, that's bullshit. It is! How'd you know? Because I already see door 1 and 2 already open, and it's bullshit.
Hey, let me out, let me out, let me out, let me out. Stop the car, stop the car, stop the car! Let me out, let me out, let me out! Oh, that epic dive bomb, did you see that? Oh, it just launched him. Ow! One shot and a car and I'm dead.
Damn.
I got shot and run over. What the hell?
Damn. Just imagine this. You're in the air and you get shot because you got ran over by a car. So you get ran over, you fly in the air, you get shot. You know what I call that?
The Holy Grail?
Nope. I call it, you just got Devil May Cried, man.
You know what I call that?
Wanna
fly like an eagle.
You look like Swiss cheese, man. But literally, that is what... I think that's how Devil May Cry got a big name for its fucking title, dude. You just get shot in mid-flight, or mid-air, dude. That's all that crap is. It happens to me every so often from Call of Duty if I'm in the air. But when you Devil May Cry my ass, man, I know, man, you're full of shit. I fucking hate that crap. For every fucking demon that I fucking shot in the air, man, I'm sorry. I am sorry.
Moment of appraisal.
I don't fucking worship demons, but damn, man, did I fucking kill them. But still, I still have to fucking kill them. Kill one, a murderer. Kill many, you're a conqueror. Kill all, oh my god. Damn. What kind of structure is that? Not a very good one.
What are you talking about?
Just like what you said earlier. Kill one, you're a murderer. Kill many, you're a conqueror. Kill all, you're a god. Damn.
You do realize that's an actual phrase. Not only that, but it was a Megadeth fucking lyric.
Oh, really?
Yeah, dude. That was... I can't remember the name of that song. It was a Megadeth lyric.
I don't know. I mean...
Rock the boat! Rock the boat over. Oh, show me the boat! Goodbye, boat. I got the boat. Wait, why is the SMG my primary for that? You guys can see him.
I can see him on the minimap, but I can't see him in real life. He's in the back somewhere. Did someone see that bastard?
No, he's hiding.
Like a baby back bitch. I'll get the moonbeam set up.
Alrighty then. He's dead. And then live an entire life. Okay, I am not making the same mistake I made last time. I think my cat is still. Seriously, he's like got total stoner face on right now.
What, who?
My cat.
Wow.
He's like sitting in my lap looking at me with his eyes half open. Like, he's got serious stoner face on right now. Ow! Fucking car.
What are you trying to do?
I was gonna jump out because the helicopters are right there.
Because I have very limited.
Shit. Come on. Ah, fucking car. There it is.
Yeah, it's about fucking time.
In your fucking closet.
Yeah. I think there's a chick with us.
There is.
Holy crap.
You just noticed the pair of tits in the back?
I mean, I'm like, holy crap.
I can't see her. All I can see is your ugly face. And this guy can't drive.
I think she's trying to be like Ozzy Osbourne's wife. That's what I say. That's probably what that is.
Sharon! Your fucking dog crapped on the fucking floor again. Oh shit, that's a proximity. Everybody get out! Wow. He did not die, that's amazing. He is indestructible. I know what you're thinking, Angelic.
What's going on?
What's gonna happen? You're gonna shoot her a friend request and she's gonna shoot you down. I know that's what's gonna happen.
I wasn't really too much worried about what I got. There's like probably like several thousand anime girls that I can look on fucking. I'm sorry, if I don't want to deal with you, I just have to hit the X button. That's literally what I have to do. So I really don't give a shit. I've been jerking off for fucking like a decade here, man. The fuck?
You've got real comfy below there.
Yeah, so if you're fucking PMSing, I'll just say, you know what? Fuck this. Exit. It's really all it takes.
That's all you really need. Pamela and her 5 sisters.
Hey, it wasn't me. It was the one-armed man. I swear. Now leave me alone. I will always blame it on the one-armed man.
Holy! I'm in front of a movie theater right now, and the now showing is Dial Ready 4, Neurotic Toys, Los Santos 2020. I think that's a Simeon. I can't read the fucking one.
Damn. Hmm.
I don't give a shit if that exhibit was amazing.
Hmm.
Oh yeah!
John. Oh shit. Better get this quick, man. Accept it quick. I'm not the host.
Oh shit. I don't have an invite.
You're gonna get it. It's an
No,
it's
no,
the ing.
no, wrong button.
You're invited. Alright, take it. Take it.
I'm joining.
Yes!
Connection is complete.
Oh, fucking raw, motherfuckers.
I have full ammo, but not heavy armor. What the hell?
I have no
I
idea.
wasted like a good amount of ammo on that last fucking job. How do I have full ammo?
Did you click the L3 and R3?
Nope, did not do it.
Hmm.
I'm trying to find the one that makes me look the least ghetto trashy.
I just go with the black 68.
I'm actually surprised that's a 68 and not a 69 with this game.
It's been done before with 69 on the airport on the original San Andreas.
Come up missing or something, man. I know how you get down with them fucking car batteries. Come on, V, man. You gotta believe me, bruh. I didn't do nothing. This is what I'm gonna do, man. I'm gonna make it up to you, V. Come on, man. Listen to me. I'm gonna do it cause we cool. Cause I'm cool. Cause you cool. And you know I love. Hello? Fuck. Fucking asshole, man. Dead as a motherfucker. I'm dead. If I'm dead, you dead too.
I'm bringing you with me, Lamar. Hopefully you're actually going to enjoy your time in hell, because I'm going to have fun with you there. So what's the problem? You don't drag me with you, I drag you.
I'm gonna tie a chain around your legs and drag you down to hell with me.
You look like fun.
Hope you got enough lube there, boy.
Is that AK-47 on fucking earrings? Yeah.
Yeah, the females actually really got lucky with some of their earring stuff. Like, they've even got AK-47 necklaces.
I swear, dude.
Oh, cool, I can take my car, but I'm gonna take yours. Mine's not fast enough. Oh wait, no, we're supposed to capture these cars.
Yeah.
Why did I fucking pull out a grenade? Bring him back to Benny's. I saw that. That was awesome.
Thank you. What can I say? Remember. Okay, this is what I am, alright? Check this out. Alright. When you bring a knife to a gunfight, that is a what thing to do? That is a crazy thing to do, right? Okay, you take that. Now, my mother's already confessed that she's a bitch. So what do you get when you put two and two together? What am I?
A crazy person.
A crazy son of a bitch.
Yes, Eduardo is hit. And you are hit too. Hey, look, it's my car. Go,
Coming in?
go. Of course I am. Man, this car looks ugly with these bits on it like this. I like my version of it better.
Oh, man.
Are we seriously stuck?
Thank you.
You just drive, I'll shoot.
Yeah, that can't be too hard. As long as they're not cutting me off like a dick.
Come on, Piggy.
Yeah.
I wanted to do a piggy roast.
Shit, man. They look like they make great bacon.
I smell bacon. Yeah. Hey, Garth, you smell bacon? Yes, I definitely smell a pork product of some sort.
Dude. Well, better bring out my flamethrower because these cops. I only got one question to ask them. Hey, like your ass, fried or grilled?
I like mine smoked.
I take mine extra crispy.
I like it at Ham Hock.
Yep. Looks like lunch.
You know, my mother said I wasn't allowed to have a horse, or I was allowed to have a horse when pigs could fly. Well, I saw the cop chopper go across the city one day, and I said, well, where's my horse, bitch?
I swear. When pigs fly.
You said when pigs fly. Well, what do I see in the sky? Flying pigs.
What other ride? They fucking failed at their mission.
Yeah. No, they gotta go get the other ride.
Yeah, they're not in it. They're like, my name is Emmett and I ain't in it.
Well, my car's right here, so if you want to take my car, we can go get it.
I got mine right here.
Oh, yours is there now?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Let's go get it. Damn, dog, let's go get it. Got him!
Like I said, score 20 points. All right.
Hoorah! Today we are playing football with other people as the football.
Damn, dude.
Oh, you needed to go one street over, dude.
Yeah, it's on the move.
Both dead, just one of them is.
Nope. One of them was on him.
Oh, they're both alive.
Yeah.
Alright,
Pretty much.
Inventory, body armor. Damn, I only got 2 of those left. Well, after this, I'm gonna have to stop at Imagination.
Alright.
Ledge, man, leg. Getting a seizure just watching it. Oh. That card looks gay as pink.
It's slow.
Why? You poor pig bastard. That's all I have to say about that card. You poor pig bastard.
Fat people! Aw.
Did you say crab people?
I said fat people.
Oh. I thought you said crab people. I was like, fuck off. Crab people, crab people. Pictures like crab, talk like people.
Where's the other guy at? Word to your mother, 07. Wow.
Just preparing for the worst.
This is it, people. This is it. We done, dog. We ain't gotta worry about low riders no more unless you trying to drop some of that hard-earned bread with your boy LD, though. Hey, y'all got homies coming? Sound like it's a gang of niggas out here. Oh shit, it's the Vagos. They riding on us. Protect the whips, man. Go on. I left a pot on the
Hope my
stove.
50 bombs are still there.
I left the pot on the stove. Wow.
Oh, great. That worked out.
They got dudes on the roof. They coming from the east. Tell them they got the wrong rides, okay? More essays on the way, coming from the west. East side, look out. Man, fuck the Vagos, man. Fuck 'em.
Nope, because then they wouldn't be gang members if they did. Oh no, they got me! Oh, they did.
Man, you're more dead. Man, it's more dead here than a goth party. Damn!
This is where I go Super Saiyan. You have no idea the hell you just unleashed!
It's over 9,000!
It's over 9,000! Damn!
I work quick. What can I say?
Is that what she said?
Hey, Blaze call me Quick Nick for a reason. Not that reason.
God damn it, I'm out in the open again. Fuck you, chicken, you want that? Gotham Lassie! Don't ask me what I just said, I have no fucking idea. But I heard the Smith & Wesson won the West. Oh, god damn, I'm like...
Shit! Please tell me it's on normal. Thank you.
God damn it, how many members are in this goddamn game?
They've been around since '92, and if they're still around, you know there's a lot.
I don't know who died. Oh, word to your mother died.
Hey, word to your mother. Get in the fucking game.
Word, word to your mother.
Word.
It would actually be funny if we like sent his mother a message. Just this is for your mother. Your son is dead.
Damn. Yeah, he kept dying on the fucking field, man.
Your son needs to go to boot camp because he has no idea how to use a gun.
I make sure to get this guy shot on sight before he even signs up. Before he even gets a hold of a gun.
Fuck, they're on the roof now? Wow. Fuck, this is why I hate these missions, man. They're so fucking long. Got your back, bro. You may not be my bro, but you're on my team. Son of a bitch, I just cleared the West. Die, essays. Goddamn minorities taking our jobs! That was a joke, YouTube. I'm not serious. I gotta reload again.
Once again, he died. Game over.
Yes, he did. And we shall avenge him.
Hardly.
Well, I'll avenge his left foot.
Well, now I can see why they say vengeance is mine, saith the Lord in the Bible. It ain't really worth it.
The other person continued. They didn't want to play.
Which means they're most likely going to be the one who's going to quit.
Oh, maybe not. Not anymore, they don't. about you, Lamar, but I'm having a gay old time here. I'm enlarged and in. Oh no! I have met with a terrible fate. Sure, put me right in the firing range. There's a good idea. Thank you, Rockstar.
Hey, Rockstar. Fuck you. I know you can't see it, but fuck you. This is my finger. This is your face.
This
So.
is my finger. This is my thumb. This one's for fuck you. This one's for fun.
This is my finger. This is my thumb. This is for fuck you. This is for fuck. Wow, that's a big latency right there.
What are you assholes doing on the roof already?
Mommy told me not to actually go on roofs when I was younger, because Mommy said you can die. Oh, I guess Mommy was correct.
I'm not allowed to eat chocolate. Mommy says I'm not allowed to eat chocolate because it looks like duties. Burn, bitch! Burn, baby, burn! I don't think they're gonna listen to us. Sick and tired of these motherfucking snakes on this motherfucking drive! Are we done?
That should be the finale.
Oh yeah, like a little... Oh yeah, like a little baby back bitch, Lamar.
That's the fuck I'm talking about.
Are you sure you left the pot on the stove?
Fucking with Lamar Davis. And I hope this keep that motherfucking burning quiet, man. You wanna know some fucked up shit? I know what you're thinking. I know what you're thinking, and you're right. It's a cruel and loveless world we live in. A world in which genes get bullied by gang politics and overbearing assholes like
His fucking eyes are yellow as fuck. Do you see that shit?
it take more than 3 lunatic gangs and no
Who,
ideas.
Lamar's? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna beat somebody, nigga, on the set.
They're fucking yellow, dude.
Mission passed.
It's a bleeding fucking miracle. The Virgin Mary just took a shit. Holy
Is
crap.
that the finale?
Yup. That is
We
the
don't have
end
to
of
do
Low
Lamar's
Rider.
missions no more?
Oh yeah, we can. We just have to reset them. That was round
Oh,
2.
that baby back bitch. I don't want to reset them. I don't even like Lamar. He's a dick.
You know, I'm about ready to turn off the dialogue. I already got all the information I'll ever need.
That's right.
Dude, I know that feeling. Are you watching me? Like on YouTube?
No.
Oh wow.
No.
Damn, because my character was doing the animation for the cigarette.
Yeah, that's what mine was doing too. Like, he came out and he like took a puff of the cigarette and he like tossed it to the ground like he was really pissed off.
Oh yeah.
he's like, man, fuck Lamar. The next time that asshole fucking calls me, I'm gonna put a bullet right in his fucking skull.
Yes!
He's like, that bitch will never make it out of here alive. Where's that asshole? I need to kill him.
Like, next time I fucking actually hear from him, I swear to God, I'll fucking kill him.
Lamar, I just lost your number. We are no longer friends on Life Invader.
I'm coming for that ass, boy.
That's
Shit.
supposed to be like the ultimate punishment is like, I am no longer on Life Invader with you.
Hardly.
Woo! Oh shit, I just realized this car is not good when going over roofs. And now my car is stuck. Wait, I can drive up the side of the wall. Nope, my car is stuck.
I'll tell you this much though,
You
pays
a
pretty good.
heartless bitch.
To put up with Lamar, he does pay pretty decently.
Yeah, but he's still a douche.
I know. I have no reason why I should even want to work with him.
So you're gonna call in sick.
Oh yeah.
Let me give you a reason to call in sick. Come here. Come here, fat ass. Get back here. BAM! Oh shit, that corpse launch, man.
Damn. I swear to God, man, like last night, man, I had like really fucking bad gas. Like the best analogy that I could put it as with corks here is this. Okay, you ever shaken up a wine bottle?
Yes.
Okay. What happens when you get rid of the cork?
Let me paint you a picture. My ass is the wine bottle. The fart was the cork.
Actually, no. The turd was the cork. What's left in the fucking wine bottle is shooting out. Yeah, that's the part. Everything just came apart.
Let me just say the house shook. I don't always fart, but when I do...
I don't always rip ass, but when I do, I always leave the fucking room dead. I don't always play Call of Duty, but when I do, I scream hit markers.
I don't always drive like a lunatic, but when I do, people die.
Oh man.
Oh man, I'm like driving as fast as I can, and I'm getting nowhere. This car's going nowhere fast.
No, really?
Well, yeah, it's because my car's back tires are hanging off the side of a building here. You know what sounds really good right about now?
What?
Cheeseburger.
Oh wow.
Around in that closet of deeply repressed childhood fears.
Come on.
Moto.com, and today we're counting down our
I am
picks for
wasting so
another
much gas
top
right
10
now.
creepy kids movies.
All I need is someone to give this car a push.
This list, we're taking a look at
Let's see if I can give it a push.
10 children's films that turned out to be slightly scary,
I love the building.
disturbing, or just altogether creepy. Oh my god. Number 10, The Watcher.
Give me your
in the
car.
Woods.
Bitch, give me your car.
This house will be exactly right for you.
What did you just call me?
Family moves into an old English manor. You could slap that synopsis onto a
Called
lot of
me a
these
boner
TV shows,
face.
but this one takes the creepy cake.
Act your age, bitch. Seriously, what kind of an insult is that? Boner
Young
face.
Jan witnesses eerie lights and overhears scary stories about a girl who disappeared in the area 30 years ago.
Up in the club, come give me a hug.
But there was no sign of Karen. It doesn't help that a 72-year-old Betty Davis is creepily watching her from behind the trees.
Fuck you, cops.
A haunting atmosphere and dark subject matter.
I stole this car fair and square.
Scary for young kids.
Karen Elwood, you'll be brought to this place to prove yourself worthy of our secret society.
Number 9, the Garbage Pail Kids movie.
Hey, got it.
Kickflip.
One of those rare films with the coveted 0% rating on Rotten Tomatoes, the Garbage Pail Kids movie was tailored seemingly to no demographic.
Why should we do something nice? Let's
I just ran over a bunch of bikers. They were BMX bikers.
Real synopsis.
And now one of them wants to fight me.
How disgusting prosthetics.
What's up?
One of the BMX guys I ran over wants to fight me.
Oh, wow.
Vomit can actually be.
He's like, I didn't learn my lesson because you ran me over with a 15,000-pound car.
There isn't really any comedy, and too many people seem to get killed.
Oh,
It's
shit.
a family-friendly film.
Fuck that.
It is a highly disturbing.
I'm not coming to a stop just because you asked me to.
Or anyone else for that matter.
What did I just say? I am not pulling this car over. Oh, this is gonna be a fun idea.
Black Cauldron.
Adios, car.
Cadaverous wizard who
They will never find me.
Black Cauldron that can revive the dead and create an evil army. Sounds like pretty normal stuff for kids back in the 80s.
The cop hit like some random NPC, and he's like, "Move, cocksucker! He's getting away."
The movie is a Tolkien-esque adventure, but with gothic elements and some that might not be for kids.
Eat you bitches. Fucking pigs don't know their fucking place in the world. That's right, get in your little squad cars and cry home.
Attention too closely to what kids were watching.
Dickheads.
We guess.
Heads of dick. Stop stealing these lines. I've never been one to obey people's laws. You are coming home with me.
But what are the chances of that happening?
For those of us who grew up watching Ernest get into all kinds of crazy trouble, this movie was one of our favorites.
Oh, look at that. Another car for me to steal. Get the fuck out, bitch.
Kids up to his treehouse all alone should have been.
And once again, I got the cops on me. I just can't seem to stay out of trouble.
Kids up to his treehouse all alone should have been creepy enough.
Left turn.
But Ernest does it again when he awakens an ancient curse that allows trolls to run rampant around town.
Okay, I think I'm gonna have to get off soon. Well, that was easy.
A combination of great prosthetics, animatronics, and buckets full of gross goo made this movie just creepy enough for kids to enjoy and not be severely traumatized.
Smell things. It's just you.
Hey, Angelic.
Yeah.
What you doing?
I was looking at this video on YouTube.
Stop watching porn.
Wow.
I can hear you fapping.
I just thought I was just looking at this fucking video. It's just,
Ooh, speaking of porn.
what's up?
I said, ooh, speaking of porn.
Oh
Hey,
wow.
bitch. Ah. Bullshit. Aw, now the blonde one is walking away. Okay, I like my hair long. Not the positive, good job. $500. Gideon, I
What's
got a
up?
special place for you.
Oh wow.
Come on, get in, little Miss Black Dress. Oh, I got a real nice place that's private. It's very special. Don't worry about that. Picked up a hooker.
Oh wow. Happy Screwmas from Screw Attack. Okay, that was kind of funny.
Dude. Who sent you that?
Yeah, well, screw you too. Happy
dude,
Screwmas from
funny.
Screw Attack. Yeah, right.
This is gonna be funny. You know why? Oh man, this is gonna be funny. She says she wants to go somewhere private where no one can see her, like where no one can see us. So I've got the perfect place to drive this car.
Let me guess. The sewage system.
No, you would guess wrong.
Well, I thought it would be a pretty shitty idea too, so I thought it would be perfect.
Them puns, man, them puns. No, I'm gonna take her somewhere that's very special to me, where I always park my cars, if you catch my drift.
Hey, how
Oh
you
wow.
been? Cause I've been fine, you know. I'm alive, working at minimum wage,
I
happy
like
with my
to treat
station
my
in life.
ladies properly.
I feel like the whole thing, you know, the craziness, helped me
Oh,
appreciate
wow.
what's important. Until I get right back at them motherfuckers, and you gonna be the first person I call when I do. For real. Be cool.
Wow. And that's why we try to tell our kids. And that's why we try to tell our kids. Don't do drugs, kids. We never expose them to this shit.
Oh shit. Don't get up, don't get up. Yes! She didn't get up. Perfect. Damn it! Fucking fence! Ah, now I'm gonna have to run her over. Sucks.
I swear it's so much work.
I scared her to the point where she got out of the car. That sucks. I was gonna park her in the ocean.
Park
Now
on the
my plans
ocean.
are ruined.
Damn.
Now my plans are ruined. Thanks, bitch. Fucking dumbass. Fucking whore. Why can't you fucking just stay in the car?
I know she's scared, but damn, man, did you really have to scare the bitch?
Well, she pissed me off.
Okay, that's fair.
It's just like, yeah, I had a reason. What was your reason? She was ugly. She just had that face that was very unfuckable.
Damn.
So are you ready? Yeah, but before we start, can you put this bag over your head?
Damn.
Trust me, it will increase sexual pleasure.
By up to 100%.
Wow, that body is amazing. It's just a shame about that face.
I guess we gotta fix that.
Hang on, I got a present for you. Close your eyes. Now, where's that frying pan at?
Damn.
I'm a dick.
And I'm proud of it. Like a Like a drunk redneck looking for a wife at a family reunion. Or am I thinking about something else?
So where did you meet your wife? At the family reunion? So I guess you had the wedding at a church, yep, and the reception at Walmart. Walmart? Why Walmart? Easier to return the gifts.
Easier to return the gifts. Damn. You have the gift.
So how did you propose to your wife? I didn't. Her daddy did it for me.
Damn.
How did he do it for you? Well, I was supposed to pick her up at 7. I showed up at 7:30. He was sitting on his porch with his shotgun. Said, well, Bubba, guess who else is late? I'm glad you're laughing, man. You explain it to me. I still don't get it. Bam! Oh, I'm an idiot. Come here, asshole. That's right, you fucking run.
Damn. I swear. Life is fucked up.
It's my car and calls me an asshole.
Fuck you! Yeah, if I'm really the asshole and I say fuck you, doesn't that make me the dick?
My rims are more expensive than your house.
Damn! That tells you something right there, man.
Just that car's a piece of shit. Bitch, my intake costs more than your life. I make more in a month than you did in 3 years.
Shit. And you blow it off on fucking this crap? Damn. So let me guess, you got teeth made of gold, but yet you basically are sitting with and you're complaining about being fucking po and broke on the fucking street, motherfucker. Shit.
I live in my car.
Dude, you live in your car because you got golden fucking teeth. Yep, sure, you're very fucking smart. Now you're gonna starve.
I live in my car because if I hate my neighbors, I can just start the engine and drive away.
Damn. I swear, dude. It's some crazy ass shit, man.
Living like a boss.
Oh man, I swear, dude.
Actually, honestly, you want to know if you ever did live in a car, the best car to live in would be a hearse or a van. Because think about it.
You're gonna die anyway, so you may as well die right there in it.
No. Think about it. In the back of a hearse, you have exactly 7 feet of length. Because tall people die too. So if you put a double in the back where the coffin is supposed to be, you have a bedroom.
Not too
Or
bad.
better yet, sleep in the coffin.
Hey, you get all the rest you want. Rest in peace, motherfucker.
Not only that, but if you really want to freak people out, all you have to do is, like, when you wake up in the morning, people see the hearse sitting on the side of the road, and then all of a sudden the coffin opens up. Think of all the fucking mischief you can get into with that shit. I can just see that, like, waking up in the morning, very slowly opening the coffin, and just having somebody on the outside go, "El diablo! El diablo!"
I swear, man, it's like, okay, try this one out, okay. You're basically inside my fucking house. You're trying to drive it away, and and then I know you're looking at that fucking mirror, and I fucking like lean forward like real fucking quick, like, what are you doing here, motherfucker? I'm sleeping here. It's like, holy shit, it's a dead body, man.
Oh man, you have no idea how bad you'll throw that guy's ass off.
Hey, just make sure there's only one radio station. There's only one radio station, only plays one song. You know what that song is? Tetris theme song, man.
On a continuous loop.
You don't get no other channels because once you turn it on, it never turns off. You can't change the channel. You're stuck listening to it. So get the fuck out my car, man. No, get the fuck out my house.
Or better yet, just have a CD of the Tetris theme and have that CD jammed in there so that's the only fucking thing that plays.
Lock the doors and leave him in there, man. He'll fucking make sure he wish he never fucking actually stayed in.
I can just see that too for a little bit. He's all dancing to it and I'll sing into it like then after like an hour he's like, kill me! The CD's starting to warp so it sounds all demonic.
Damn.
It's like
And it starts like playing in reverse and shit. It's like,
start hearing little hidden messages.
I swear, dude, just maybe getting inside someone else's fucking shit is not very smart. I don't care if I'm dead or alive. If you're fucking going through this shit, and I don't care if you're sure you shouldn't, get the fuck out.
Well, nothing to do now but go down with the ship. It's nice underwater. So peaceful. So calm. I'm only like 15 feet underwater, but still. My breath is gone. Hello, sweet embrace. See you later. I don't know why my guy opened the door. He could have just like passed out on the horn or something. He like opens the door and falls out of the car. It's like you're underwater. Well, shit. I have to call it Force Mutual because my car is underwater.
Wow. They're gonna have to tow that shit out. Damn.
Nicely brought up.
Yeah, what can I say? I'm a little drunk. What can I say, dude? Man, I can't fucking do shit right if I'm fucking sober, man. Cause we all know, dude, when I'm sober, it's over.
You must drink before you think. And think.
Dude, I gotta drink before I do anything. I gotta drink before I fucking play Call of Duty. I gotta drink before I fucking actually play GTA 5 because I can't aim straight when I'm fucking sober. I get too fucking stressful and fucking like, that's why I say, damn my shaking hands. I swear, dude.
The withdrawal.
I swear, dude. You couldn't even catch me fucking sober, not even on your best day, dude. Dude.
What I do drunk, you would take you years to master sober.
I swear, it's like that, man. It's like I work better drunk, I shoot better drunk, I drive better drunk, and I'm gonna be honest with you, man. And this is a scientific like fact, dude. Sex is better drunk.
It's been proven. Why do you think women like drinking so much? It makes the man cuter.
Let me tell you something, man. I do have one rule for drinking. If you're too drunk to drive, you're too drunk to fuck me. So you know what? I'm not dealing with this shit in the morning because I ain't going to court.
think Buck Cherry said it best.
Really?
I'm too drunk to fuck. So what did you buy at the mall? I tried buying the cinnamon bun store, but I'm just too drunk. Just too drunk. We need to have a minute. We need to have a meeting. Cinnamon buns.
Cinnamon buns. Now that I think about it, man, that's making me fucking hungry for one. Shit. I hate to bring Principal to fucking event, dude. Man, this shit's making me fucking hungry. Yeah, sweet tooth now. Fuck you, Frank.
It's like, God damn it, Evil, you put that craving in my head.
I swear, like the town that I live in, it's like every stoner's worst nightmare. During the day, 9 to 5, all stores are open. But if you're high at fucking 3 a.m., dude,
you're fucked.
Yeah, nothing's open. Not even Walmart, dude.
Wow, you don't have one of those 24-hour Walmarts?
No, we do not get a 24/7 Walmart. Everything shuts down. So by day, just get get as much as you can, because when night fucking falls, dude, there ain't nothing open. So you better make sure you stock up for the fucking night, dude.
What do you live in a fucking retirement community or what?
I don't know what the fuck it is, man, but it's fucking dead here.
It's like the old fogies have gone to bed. We need to shut the city down.
I swear, man, it's like everything is it's not on lockdown, but I swear, dude, there's nothing open, not even Walmart, man. That shit even that's closed. Yes, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I bring to you the only fucking town that will ever even exist that has a fucking Walmart that does not have 24/7 access capabilities. So if you're a fucking stoner high at 3 a.m., you're fucked when you're trying to live here with me. But man, is it a peaceful town.
It's so peaceful around 5 a.m. because everybody's gone to sleep.
Yeah, more like 4:20 in the fucking morning, dude.
Drift!
Here for the magic touch?
Oh wow, that was actually a pretty good drift. Hey, I found a way into this place.
What?
Well, you know that parking garage in behind the, actually it's Cartoon Network or whatever? Oh, that is just sad.
What?
Cartoon Network? Are you serious?
Where?
One of the signs right behind the strip club for the little auto shop that's right beside the strip club.
Yeah.
The sign literally says Cartoon Network. It's CARTUNE.
Really?
Network underneath it. Are you serious?
Wow,
It's
dude.
like a blue sign and it just says Cartoon Network.
Wow, dude.
Rockstar, wow.
They literally got away with that one, dude.
I'm taking a picture of that.
What's the logo look like? Is it like the black and white checker mark?
No, it's just blue with white lettering. That's it. And some of us don't give a fuck. Ow! You ran me over!
Holy crap. Alright. Now, I only pray to God nobody will cut me off, because the next person who cuts me off is going to get my fist up their tailpipe.
Speaking of tailpipe, I got a hightail it out of here.
I wouldn't be
Apparently the cops
surprised.
do not appreciate me shooting at people. Apparently they frown upon that. And I can't see why. Oh, that drift jump. Why do I keep saying yo? I'm not even a gangster. What the fuck? I left that life behind me.
We should be good.
I'm not thug life no more.
$12,000. Not too bad.
For what?
For delivering the Ocelot F620.
Oh, to Simeon.
Yep. That's a pretty good car.
I stopped delivering those fucking cars to Simeon just because he's a bitch.
I mean, let's get one thing straight here. I'm a Jew, dude. I'm a penny pinching motherfucker who will actually find one off the ground. So much so that if I see that bitch on its fucking tails, I will literally like carve an X where it is, like where I found it. Okay? So when the Jew's friend says, "Don't expect me to do your lawn," and I say, "Don't expect me to do your taxes," I will penny pinch the living shit out of everything. That includes like get as much money as possible. But Simeon, I tell you how fucking penny pinching shit I am. I will make $15 last me for a good fucking like week. Like I can make that shit happen. But Simeon, wow. This guy makes me look like a motherfucking, like, garbage bag of fat bastard. Wasteful as fuck.
Wasteful? What do you mean wasteful?
That's what Simeon makes me look like, and I'm the Jew. This motherfucker's like on steroids Jew.
I will give you half of what the car is worth and sell it for twice as much as it's worth.
Literally. It's like, yeah, I know perfection can be a cruel mistress, but yeah, so is your pale ass. Oh, let me rephrase that. So is your sorry pale ass.
You know, it makes me wonder if they actually fixed the, if you put money into the car, it gives you a better payout.
Are you talking about what Dylan was describing?
Well, it was something when online first came out that you were able to do. Like, say you put on the chrome paint job instead of, you know, a classic one. You know, the payout would be depending on the car, but it would be, you know, at least $5,000 more to get a better payout.
Well,
The only downside was you have to spend like $25,000 just to make an extra 5.
Damn.
But if you upgraded the performance, you know, he would pay out like $25,000 for the car instead of, you know, the fucking 12 you would normally get just for repainting it. So I wonder if they fixed that or not.
The world may never know until we actually make the experiment.
Yeah, but nobody really has enough money right now to do that experiment. And I really don't care for Simeon, so yeah. Simeon's another person that I actually want dead in this game, because I don't really care for him.
I swear, man, I can't stand Simeon. He fucking does deserve to die.
I don't know, it seems like Simeon and Lamar are just the only two characters in this game that I really hate.
Just you want to fucking kill them.
I would love to murder Simeon.
But I think Lamar will be the better option.
Yeah, Lamar is up there too.
The only reason why I say that is that, okay, Franklin, yeah, sure, he fucking screws over Franklin, but fucking Lamar, dude, I swear, When you have him on your fucking updates for fucking lowriders, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. It's coming from a guy who doesn't drive one. No.
This is coming from a guy who can't fucking, like, drive sober, dude. Like, I couldn't even pass the sobriety test if I ever got caught.
I was talking about Lamar, dude.
I know,
I was talking about Lamar.
I can drive right, but Lamar, I wouldn't even expect him to even tie his own damn shoes if, like, no one ever had told him to, like, do it. Like, every fucking morning.
Yeah. Well, like I said, Lamar is the kind of person where if he died, I wouldn't care. I'd be like, yeah, he's dead. Finally, we got rid of the lame ass bitch who's a punk ass bitch and he doesn't fucking, you know. He's a hypocrite.
Hypocrite is an understatement, but that does actually hit something.
Okay, he's a Super Saiyan Kamehameha hypocrite. How's that?
Don't forget contradictive being actually one of the key terminologies here.
I crushed your roller derby back. How about now, huh? Only got one of these left. How's your roller derby back now, bitch? I need them up. And now I'm out of bombs. Oh well. Oh, don't make
Not
me
too
run
bad.
your ass over too, bitch. Wow, I ditched the cops that easily. I was like driving towards the cops, and then they just fucking turned around, I guess. Okay. So hopped in the garage, lost the cops, and there we go. Donuts! Wow, donuts in this car when there's no modifications is lame.
At least when they're limited.
Fuck, I do better donuts in my street course one.
Yikes.
Ow! That fat bitch fucked up my drift. And I can say that because she actually was a fat bitch.
I swear, man, over at Benny's, man, you can burn through 1,000,000 easy, dude. Just with upgrades alone for a fucking car, dude.
I could have told you that. You want to know the sad part, though?
Which is?
I own every lowrider in a lowrider version.
Really?
I also own a couple of the lowriders done up as rat rods. I also have in my garage some of the ones that I hear are going to be part of the Lowrider DLC Part 2. Which is actually, The only thing is it's got to be downloaded, so I don't know when the release date for that is going to be. But I do know that it's going to be between now and December, because December is going to be the Christmas DLC.
Alright.
And apparently that one is coming out and staying until July 4th. But I don't know when the start date is going to be, but I know when the ending date is. So the Christmas DLC is going to stick around until January 4th.
Right. Hmm.
Supposedly they're going to be bringing out a customized apartment DLC. But I highly doubt that one, because I can't see that one working. And supposedly, they're also going to be bringing out the availability of buying a yacht. Kind of as a floating apartment.
Really? A yacht, like a...
Yeah.
Wow.
The only problem I have with that is you've seen the prices of some of these updates that have been coming out.
Yeah, like the T20
And-
being fucking 2.2 million fucking dollars, I swear.
And with something this big, or something that big I should say, because it's not confirmed yet. But with something that big, I can see it being close to 100 million.
Yeah, considering the fact that we have a Luxor Deluxe being at the counting price of $10 million, and then we got the Swift Deluxe, which is $5,150,000. Yikes. And then,
Yeah, and I made the mistake of buying them both.
did you really pay for that shit?
I did, but only because I wanted to see what was different between them, and nobody I knew owned them. So, at the time, I had the money, so I bought it. Unfortunately, I wasted it.
Yeah, and I still have my 36 million.
Actually, one thing I would really love to see in Grand Theft Auto, and I would actually message them about this, the availability of selling Pegasus vehicles.
The
'Cause
availability
I don't
of
know the
selling
ones-
Pegasus vehicles.
Yeah, because think about it. I own planes that I don't fly. I own cars that I'm never going to drive. I bought them by mistake, but now I'm stuck with them.
And you can't sell them back.
And I can't sell them back. But I think it'd be really cool if Rockstar said, you know what, with the next update, we're going to give you the availability to sell your Pegasus vehicles.
I wouldn't see any reason why not.
I mean, really, the only ones I would keep would be the ones that I would actually drive, but, you know, it's still, I have at least $7 million worth of planes and cars that I could just get rid of. And those two deluxe planes and helicopters are just one of them. I'm not sure, but I think I also bought the regular Swift. Give them a quick phone call and see what I got. Well, I knew I already bought the Titan. See, the Dash Hound I don't really need. The Dump I don't really need either. Same thing with the Tropic, the Barracks, the Duster, the Mallard. The Stretch I don't need. The Speeder I don't need because I don't fucking use boats. The Vestra I don't need. The Liberator I don't need. The Miljet I actually do need. The Flying Swift Bravo, I don't need that. The Kraken, I don't need it. The Marshall can go. No, the Valkyrie's gotta stay. Same thing with the Hydra and the Savage. The Prison Bus I don't need. The Dinghy I don't need. The Insurgent Pickup I don't need. The Tactical I don't need. The Luxor, the Lux, the...
Well, let's see.
I had at least seven or 8 vehicles I could get rid of. And put into, like, my lowriders, you know?
I mean, there are quite a number of vehicles that I have. I mean, I've been wanting to see if it's possible if it was like you could purchase the Sky Crane. What's it called? I keep forgetting the fucking name.
Oh, the Cargo Bob.
Cargo Bob, yeah. I want to basically pay for that shit, you know, because there have been many of times where I just wanted to, like, call it in so I can get my fucking vehicle out of shit.
Yeah, and that'd be awesome. And personally, in my mind, I'm surprised they didn't give us a fighter jet sooner.
Oh, really?
We had to wait until Heists to get that. I thought at least they would give it to us, you know, for, you know, the flying school DLC. Like the flight school DLC.
It would have been, yeah, the best one I can get out of that was the Bessera. And in my personal opinion, I would have to say that the Bessera is faster than the Hydra, but I could be wrong.
Well, for me, it's not about speed. It's about having a jet that has that has ammo. You know.
It's nice. Yeah, that would be nice to have. So now that they have, but they always had the what's it called? They had the Hydra back on the original San Andreas.
Right.
They did. I mean, I don't remember the cheat code. Don't get me wrong. I mean.
Well, I wouldn't know. Don't forget, this is the first Grand Theft Auto I've played since fucking what, 2?
Most likely. I mean, there's also other Grand Theft Autos that came in between.
Yeah, but I basically stayed away from them because, you know, I didn't think in my mind they weren't very good games. At the time, it just seemed like, you know, you did the same thing over and over again. It was just really repetitive.
Yeah, it had its a lot of Grand Theft Auto games were okay, in my personal opinion. They weren't too bad. But the fact of the matter is that when San Andreas, the original one, came out, it was fucking badass.
I'll have to take your word on that one, just because I never played it.
In comparison to a lot of the other Grand Theft Autos, it was a lot more unlimited within comparison.
Oh, I can't 3-wheel? That sucks. Actually, that's close enough. So, there's a little technique on this game when it comes to your hydraulics. And that's, when you got your hydraulics up, if you want them to stay that way with you outside of the car, all you have to do is kill yourself while you're in the car. So if you put your hydraulics up, kill yourself, you come back to your car, the car will still be in the stance that it was when you killed yourself.
Damn.
It's a feature that they added to this. Oops, wrong door. There we go. And they also allow you to add pearlescent paint to your crew color now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's no longer a glitch. It's now just something that they put in the game.
Hmm. Hmm.
I'm hoping this is not a fluke, because I'd love to do this at a car show.
Yeah, car shows would have been a grand idea back on the like original PlayStation 3 version, but there's only one problem. People got blowing shit up.
Well, yeah, you gotta do a lobby where nobody wants to blow each other up.
Yeah, so I gave up on it because you know why? Every fucking time. Even my own close friends. Oh man, they were dicks to one another, and I kind of got involved on that shit. So I said, you know what? I'm gonna make a new rule: no fucking car shows. So I gave it up. There is nothing to gain from it.
There we go. Put the car up on an angle. See, that's the thing about my crew. Like, we all know that when we do something like a car show, we know not to fucking blow up anybody else's car.
The only problem is that it's about respect, and obviously, if it's all about respect and you're blowing up shit, who the fuck are you? Get the fuck out of here.
Exactly.
There's nothing to actually gain from.
I just found a $7,000 car.
Because it just doesn't take very much to piss people off. Because trolls are just like, I think with the whole trolling ordeal, it's making it more worse for those who get so easily offended. Because you hear all the time, like, people are so easily offended. Like, I'm offended at this, I'm offended at that. Like, bring it down. Like, fucking hell. Target basically stopped selling GTA 5 over in Australia. Because they pussed out like a bitch. Kind of like that guy off from Alucard from Hellsinger Bridge series after he killed all of them but one.
Yeah. Fuck! Bitches be tripping. Goodbye, piggies. Actually, you know what? This is a Simeon vehicle. Don't care about that shit. Respray. Primary, classic, black. Gotta spend money to make money.
I suppose.
Now, hopefully, no one fucking hits this car on my way to Simeon's, because I do not feel like turning around and giving it back to the paint shop.
I know. I dealt with that shit enough times. I mean, I swear, like, when this game first came out, I had, like, one guy, right? Alright, dude and I was, like, fighting over this fucking car that Simeon wanted, which was, like, the little green one that you see on the map, right? Yeah. So, what happened was that, oh man, what happened? Okay, I get the car first, right? So he starts like shooting me as I go across because I only have too much of options to go by here, right? So he fucking sees me, pulls out his AK, and just, starts like, lighting me up like a Christmas tree, like I'm Swiss cheese. So he's thinking like, oh well, let's make this motherfucker look like a guy out of church holy. So he takes the fucking car, and I finally was able to catch up to him with my own. And dude, basically, like, we were fighting over this car for like 15 minutes straight. He finally gives up. So I finally get the car, and I start taking over Los Angeles Customs. And I basically kept crashing it, sliding in on other cars and shit. And every time I will have to go back and I'll clean up the car, probably make sure it's in mint condition. And I did like 7, 8, 9, 10 times, right? And finally, the car's like now perfect. I bring it over to Simeon's garage. Dude had a fucking C4 sticky, bomb at the entrance of the fucking garage. Dude waited that long patiently, and I was probably like doing this like a half hour straight just to get the fucking car in mint condition. He was willing to wait like half hour, 45 minutes just so he could blow me up. So can I ask you this one question? And the motherfucker out there, I don't know who the hell his name is. I got one fucking question to ask you. If you had the patience to wait that long just to piss me off, why couldn't you just use that to actually find another fucking vehicle that you can steal? Just to basically sell to the fucking, Los Angeles Customs, jackass. Really? You would rather wait fucking like nearly an hour just to piss me off? Really? Because you got butthurt because I actually know what I was doing? Wow. When you could be going around doing missions making money. I don't know. I got an idea. Maybe a job. I mean, come on. We got Simeon. We got the fucking, what's his name? Fucking Gerald. There's so many fucking like places where that dude can make money. You would rather just actually blow me up. Wow. Now, money and greed is one thing, but this is just ridiculous.
I think the problem is nobody really thinks that Simeon, when he asks for these vehicles, he doesn't pay outright.
Yeah.
I think the most I've ever seen from Simeon is like 12 grand.
Yeah, based off on the most recent analysis that I was able to bring up, based off on the the OCLI F620.
Which is what I actually just gave him. But, yeah, like, the most I've ever seen him pay out was like 12 grand. Now, when you go and do missions, depending on how long the mission takes and how much ammo you gotta use, you could make a lot of money doing missions instead of fucking bringing vehicles to Simeon. That's why I don't do it anymore.
I do it as like, it's like icing on the cake for me. That's what it is.
So, every time Simeon asks me for a vehicle, I ignore it. Now, if I'm out about and I steal a car and it's Simeon's, then yeah, I'll take it to him because I can use the money. But at the same time, I'm not relying on it,
No, I'm not saying that I'm relying on it. That's why I call it an icing on the cake. It's not money in the sense of like, I need this fucking money, but it's nice to have just the extra cash, just a little something. Because, I'm already living in a fucking greedy ass world, and Simeon's making that abundantly clear, but in a sense, I just really wanted to, it's just really nice to have extra cash, because you never know, like, a few extra dollars might just save your ass one day.
Yeah, that's true.
Why do you think I'm the Jew? So it's not just something that a Jew would understand, anyone would understand it, which means anyone can possibly be a Jew if you want, but they have to make sure they're worth it. They gotta prove themselves, and it's just a means to accept it. And I am a cheap little bastard, and I will admit that, and yes, I was born of parents who are not married, so yeah, I am a cheap bastard. So, I can get away with a lot of things when I say that shit. Well, I mean, think about it. If I'm a cheap bastard and I call myself a crazy son of a bitch, it speaks for itself.
Yeah.
I already got the confession, and I basically know that what I do on Black Ops makes perfect sense. I'll bring a knife to a gunfight. It's a crazy thing to do. My mother's already confessed she's a bitch, so I'm a crazy son of a bitch. I fit the bill perfectly. I'm a cheap bastard who's a crazy son of a bitch. Yeah. Now, if you're gonna cuss me out, because I know when you want a cuss out is a label. It is a label that you are going to have. So guess what? If you're gonna cuss me out, I will give you the option. I will give you the opportunity to do it right. If you're gonna, because I know nobody cares because they know they're gonna get it wrong when they cuss someone out because. That's the thing. Nobody wants to be cussed out. I will give you the opportunity to cuss me out to make sure you get it right. Because if you can't get this one right, I'm sorry. Keep this in mind. Crazy son of a bitch, cheap little bastard.
In my case, or in your case, it would be, you son of a bitch, and you look at them and go, and?
Exactly.
There's more to that statement, and...
If you're gonna cuss me out, you do it right, because if you're trying to label me, don't fucking half-ass the job.
Exactly.
That's how I work.
I just realized, in the Saber Turbo, there is a drink in the drink holder.
The Saber Turbo?
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Like a drink in the cup holder. I just noticed it.
Oh wow.
Any other cars where there's like something like that on here? Yeah, same thing with the Vergio. The Vergio and the Saber Turbo both have cup holders with drinks in them.
Damn. I guess our characters are a bunch of drunks. It's a good thing I kept my Saber Turbo.
I got both of mine. Anyway, dude, I'm gonna have to call it a night. My eyes are getting heavy, and my controller and my headphones are dying.
I understand exactly where you're coming from, dude. Alright, well...
Yeah. I will be on tomorrow, though. And I should be more relaxed than I was today. So.
Hopefully.
Anyway, dude, I'll catch you later.
Alright, sweet dreams.
Dude, you are speaking to the evil one. My dreams are nothing but pain and emptiness and sorrow.
Fair enough.
I am just kidding.
That's fair, dude. Alright, there you go.
Later.
And then there was one. I'm so lonely. I am so lonely. I got nobody. I'm on my own.